Hey everybody, welcome to tonight's City Council meeting of Tuesday, February the 27th. And as is tradition, customary, we start off with the singing of O Canada. So I'd like to introduce our O Canada singer, and then I'll ask everyone to please stand. So we've got Alejandra, if I've got that right. And the last name is Elzati. Not bad?
Very good.
Okay, not bad, not bad. So I welcome Alejandra. She's a singer and a pianist, and she started singing in her church choir. She's been singing for 15 years, and she's performed the national anthem before and is looking forward to doing so again tonight for our city council meeting. She enjoys baking, music, business, and she's a business student at Brock University. So I ask everyone to please stand for the singing of the national anthem by Alejandra. So proud I can say that properly. That's why I keep repeating it.
O Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north, strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Alejandra, on behalf of City Council and everybody at home watching and following along, thank you very much. You did an outstanding job. We appreciate the vigor, the heart, the emotion that you put into the singing of it. You did a fantastic job.
Thank you
well
so
done.
much.
Thank you very much.
You.
Thank you. Well done. Wow. Pardon me? All right. We have that technical sound thing fixed up? Oh, it's Kim Creator's fault. Got it. Kim Creator's audio. First off, I know that I want to welcome, we've got a Regional Councillor Joyce Morocco in the house, and we've got Kim Creator online.
Bob Gale.
And Bob Gale is, where's Bob Gale?
He's out there.
Where is he?
He's out there.
Oh, he's out there. Okay. And we've got Regional Councillor Bob Gale here today as well. So welcome to everybody. Next up is our land acknowledgement. And I'd like to invite Chief R. Stacy LaForme, Chief of the Mississaugas and now former Chief of the Mississaugas of the Credit, to share his testimony as we acknowledge and thank the Indigenous peoples who were stewards of this land for a millennia before us.
Ani, Jima, Chief R. Stacy LaForme, Mississaugas of the Credit. I'd like to acknowledge the Creator, the world around us, and our place within it. I acknowledge the many nations that walked this land in the past, the many nations that walk it today, and welcome you to the treaty lands of the Mississaugas of Anishinaabe. The treaties with the Mississaugas are the Niagara Treaty of 1781 and the Between the Lakes Treaty of 1792. I would also like to acknowledge the Treaty of 1764 that recognized the Royal Proclamation of 1763, which set a new relationship between the Indigenous people and the Crown. Kimawich Bonpi.
All right, sorry about the video there, but the audio was still good. We're grateful together for the land that we share. Thank you, Stacy LaForme. Now moving along to item 2 on the agenda is the adoption of the minutes from the February 6th meeting. Looking for a motion. Councillor Thompson, second by Councillor Patel. If there's no comments, we'll call the vote to receive and accept. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you for that. Next up are disclosures of a pecuniary interest. Do we have any disclosures of council? Yes, Councillor Nieuwesteeg.
I sit on the Victoria BIA, so I'm declaring conflict.
Okay, so we've got a conflict by Councillor Nieuwesteeg, and then of course you will fill out your procedural notice form or send an email to the clerk so he can have written record of your declaration. Next up is everybody's favorite part of the meeting, and of course it's the mayor's reports and announcements. So I know everybody's really excited to be here, so good for you guys. You won the lottery of the meeting. Perfect day. First off, we start off with obits and offer our sympathy to the families of Marcel Pelletier, father of Cameron Pelletier of our Municipal Works Department. Also to George Kizlan, the father of Steven Kizlan of our Municipal Works Department, and Crystal Kubik, mother-in-law of Kelly Kubik of our fire services. Our sympathy goes to all of those who have lost their loved ones. Today, I'd also like to announce and ask for some support from City Council. Dr. Ken Walker, who has been writing under a pseudonym for many years as Dr. Gifford Jones for national publications across the country, well, he's going to be turning 100 tomorrow. Yeah, it's hard to believe. He's a Niagara Falls boy.
C.
What's that?
It's the vitamin C.
It's the vitamin C. And he's been writing about longevity and health and nutrition for a long, long time. He's Harvard educated, doctor in Niagara Falls, and I'd been reading about Dr. Gifford Jones years and years. I've been reading his column. Then one day my mom pointed out he's actually a doctor by name of Ken Walker from Niagara Falls, which I was blown away. He used to deliver the Niagara Falls Review at one time back in the day, and we did give him the key to the city not long ago, 2022. So tomorrow, as I mentioned, marks his 100th birthday. He's been a celebrated, long-loved newspaper columnist. He boasted 7 million readers. As I mentioned, he lived and was raised his family here in Niagara Falls. And as I also mentioned, 2022, we did give him the key to the city. He's published 9 books after he suffered a heart attack at the age of 74. He famously started taking high doses of vitamin C and shared his health findings with the world. Well, that was 26 years ago, and he's still quite well. He's very sharp. Still living with his wife in his condo downtown Toronto. Guy's unbelievable. Still writing articles, still writing books. So I'd like to ask for a motion of council to make tomorrow Dr. Gifford Jones Day in the city of Niagara Falls. We've got motion by Councillor Nieuwesteeg, second by Councillor Campbell. I'm going to call for a vote. All those in favor? And that's supported. And if anyone has any comments that you want to add, now would be the time. The other thing, we were going to ask that the falls be illuminated in red, his favorite color, in honor of tomorrow evening. So he will be down with his family having dinner in Niagara Falls to celebrate. And I know he'll be thrilled that council unanimously approved us. So I don't know if anyone had any interactions with Dr. Walker, but I know he was well known and involved in our hospitals here. Councillor Thompson.
When I was mayor, she was the secretary for 11 mayors, and she was going to the doctor in Toronto all the time. Yeah.
So the former, secretary to executive secretary to 11 mayors was
Yes.
going to Dr. Walker for her treatment.
Yeah.
So that's a guy who knows how to live long. So,
Yes.
so thank you for your support. Appreciate that. And I know the Torstar people are doing a story on this. I understand. Yeah, do it. Give it. Come on. Yeah, give it. Dr. Gifford Jones. So we do have a few announcements of the week since the last council meeting. One up, you'll notice the pictures on the video screen, is the opening of the Niagara Falls Racket Center. I was joined by Councillors Strange, Patel, Nieuwesteeg, and Thompson as we domed the courts at our park at John Allen Park on Kaler Road. So pretty amazing day as we partnered with Tennis Canada and Rogers, and now those court surfaces will last longer. Kids can get lessons for more of the year, including the wintertime, and a great opportunity for us to partner with them. So thank you very much to Tennis Canada. We had the grand opening, finally, of the Niagara Falls Exchange. We didn't know when that day was coming, but finally we did get there. I was joined by Councillors Thompson, Campbell, Nieuwesteeg, Patel, Lococo, and Strange. And I know we're very grateful at this amazing facility. We've got great sports and recreation facilities. Now we've got great arts, culture, and a farmer's market that everybody in Niagara Falls are going to be able to enjoy. So congratulations to all of our staff that work so hard. It is a very cool looking space. We had the Rotary Trivia Night the other night. I know Councillor Patel put a couple tables together, and I was joined by Councillor Strange as we sat at her table, and we proved to everybody that we are not the champions. Nobody played We Are the Champions for us. We struggled to get answers to questions, but we did have a good time, right? We have to give ourselves credit for at least that. We did have a good time. It was fun. It was a sold-out event. Congratulations to the Rotarians for a great event. Next up, as you can see this picture, it was the Hustle for Healthcare fundraising gala that took place on Saturday night at the casino, Fallsview Casino. Big fundraiser for the Hospital Foundation, where they raised $550,000. Incredible night. You see those outstanding outfits, and I want you to know, yes, that's me in the middle. Yeah, with that stash and the wig, and those pants are vintage velvet pants. Those things are older than I am. Broken zipper and all, but oh yeah, every time too much information, yes. Every time I bent over, I heard weird sounds coming out of them. Anyway, it was a great night. We raised lots of money, great awareness, fun to hear the Bee Gees again. I know Councillor Strange's favorite band, and definitely it was a good time had by all. So thank you to Councillors Baldinelli, Strange, and Patel for joining us. I know our CAO was there, as well as many staff in the room. I know our staff, Mr. Nickel was there, and who else? Kira. She was a dance machine with that fancy coat of hers of many colors. It was a good... Heather and Carrie from Madison CAO's office. It was a good time. So definitely add that to your list of things to do. We had our Irish Festival launch, took place yesterday at Doc McGilligan's. I was joined by Councillor Patel, and a lot of fun this summer at the Fireman's Park. We're going to be having the big second year of the Irish Festival. That's going to be the day everybody is going to be Irish, and we're going to have a good time. I think there'll be a little bit of Guinness flowing that day, so it'll be a lot of fun. Also want to thank councillors who represent the city at events that we can't all be at. I'd like to thank Councillor Patel, representing the city at the Kosovo flag raising, and also joined by Councillor Thompson. Also we did have some business openings. We had a grand opening of Alt Walls Hair Studio on St. Paul Street. Congratulations to our newest hair studio. We had the grand opening of Dosa Eatery and Shake Therapy in the Camisos Plaza. I was joined by Councillors Patel and Nieuwesteeg for some great eats and some amazing milkshakes. Like, you want to try a killer milkshake? The lychee milkshake, was that amazing? The food there was so good too. Also, we had the Emoja Black History Month pop-up market. I was joined by Councillor Patel. That took place at the Exchange, and was a great event for black vendors and entertainers, where we help celebrate Black History Month. So upcoming, we do have the solar eclipse, which is going to be taking place on the 8th of April. It's going to be a very big event, and we've been in touch with a major U.S. documentary company who travels around and follows these events, and they told us to expect 8 to 9 times the biggest crowd we've ever had. So the biggest crowd we ever had in recent times is for Nick Wallenda. That was 2012 as he walked across the falls on a tightrope, across the Canadian Horseshoe Falls. We had 130,000 show up that day. GO Train put extra trains on. We shut the roads down. Well, just imagine if we had 8 to 9 times that number. We are imagining. I know our chief is concerned about what might happen. So we're working closely with the Niagara Parks Commission, with the regional police, with EMS. We're working with all departments to prepare for something we really don't know what to expect. NASA will be here. The Canadian Space Agency will be here. It was announced today. Glorious Sons will be performing in the park. And the reason, and not that we want to draw more people here, because we're going to be in the path of totality. National Geographic has declared Niagara Falls will be the best place in the world to be that day. The last total eclipse in Niagara Falls happened 99 years ago. Some people think it happened in the 70s. That's incorrect. That was a partial eclipse. The last total eclipse was 99 years ago. The next one will be in 120 years. So it's safe to say none of us are going to see the next one. So you have a chance. Get your goggles if you don't already. Order them on. You can order them on Amazon or go buy them. Be ready for this. It's truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I can tell you most of the hotel rooms are already sold out. Campgrounds are filling up. I've already kicked my kids out. I'm going to rent my house out that day too. And just the money's just too good. I just can't resist it. And that is going to be a huge day. So what we're telling people is make your plans in advance and get there well in advance, because they're predicting the highways will be full. I've been in touch with Metrolinx. They're adding trains. Niagara Falls Tourism is helping. Like, all hands on deck. There's going to be programming by the Niagara Parks Commission. It is going to be an absolute incredible day in Niagara Falls. And also, we're going to be breaking a Guinness World Record that day. Guinness is going to be here from the UK. It's going to be the most people dressed up in a sun costume. So we're going to be doing that as well. So it's going to be a really crazy day. So make sure everybody plans. So again, it's Monday, April the 8th. The school boards are giving the kids a day off now because they know it's going to be a real crazy time. It'll be a long weekend. So Niagara Falls will be a very, very, very busy place that day. So coming up, we know March break is going to start on Monday, March the 11th. So hopefully everybody's prepared for that, to have a good time, be safe, have fun. Our next council meeting will be Tuesday, March the 5th at 4:30. That'll be a special council meeting to discuss our official plan. And then on Tuesday, March the 19th at 4 p.m., it'll be our next regular scheduled meeting. And I'm sorry, folks, that's all I got today for the mayor's announcements. We'll have to move on. So, Mr. Clerk, would you like to introduce the next item on the agenda?
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. Next, we're going to move on to deputations and presentations. And the first that we have this evening is Jackie Hall, Project Manager from Hemson Consulting, will be providing a presentation to Council regarding the 2024 Development Charges Study.
Great, thank you. Jackie, welcome.
It's great to be here.
Did we take the other mic down? We're missing a mic?
You can bend.
Okay, you can bend that. Yeah, just pull it right over.
Perfect. Can everyone hear me okay? Excellent.
Okay. Floor is yours.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor and members of council. It's a pleasure to be before you this evening. My name is Jackie Hall. I'm an associate at Hemson, and I have the pleasure of leading the city's DC background study update. Today, over the next 10 minutes or so, what I want to talk about is what we've done to date with the study process, the key assumptions that have gone into the draft rate calculations, which I'll also be presenting this evening. I'm going to also do a bit of a rate comparison in terms of where the city's current and calculated rates lie within the context of other neighboring municipalities and other jurisdictions within the GTA. I'll then talk a little bit about some of the policy considerations that we're exploring with staff right now, and we are proposing to bring forward as part of the DC bylaw that will be brought forward for adoption, and then we'll wrap up with next steps. What you can see on the graphic on the slide in front of you is an overview of the citywide development forecast that we've identified for the 10-year planning horizon, so 2024 to 33, which is the planning horizon we're proposing to use for this study. It's based on achieving the targets that were identified as part of the region's municipal comprehensive review exercise to 2051. It also takes into account the housing pledge that council has made as well to 2031. The forecast will be examined as the city is currently in the process of reviewing its official plan. And so some of these numbers might change around a little bit as we go through that process, but this is essentially a point in time analysis and based on the best available information we have. So you can see here on the chart, this is census population, by the way, so it might be a little bit different than your official plan numbers, but we're achieving a population of about 113,000 individuals by 2033, working our way up to about 47,000 households, and employment, excluding work and home employment, looking to achieve a total of 45,300 employees by 2033. The charts you see before you, some of you might be familiar. We do have area-specific rates for the core tourist area and outside the core tourist area. As part of this exercise, we've done a review of the anticipated development within those two defined geographies. So of our population growth over the 10-year planning horizon, about 1% of that will be in the core tourist area, primarily in higher density development, such as apartments. The other 99% of residential growth or population will occur outside of the core tourist area. Employment, on the other hand, is a little bit more balanced, recognizing that the downtown core tourist area, a lot of the major office development, retail functions, that type of growth will occur within that area. Outside of the core tourist area, we are looking at more industrial, ground-related employment uses. So we're looking at about 62% within the core tourist area and about 30% of that growth happening outside of that area. The capital programs are a fundamental input to the rate calculations. It's been informed based on a whole host of different documents. So the previous 2019 background study has been examined, the city's 2024 capital budget. There's also really great work happening right now with the master servicing plan. And so we've had a great dialogue with consultants and staff on those inputs and have brought in some of those updated costs into our calculation. We've also had numerous discussions with staff on what infrastructure is needed and where. Now, the Development Charges Act requires us to make a whole host of adjustments to those capital costs that I've just mentioned. So we have to adjust for any anticipated grants, contributions, or subsidies, excuse me, anything that would effectively relate to a benefit to the existing residents of the city. We have to take that out. If there's any sort of replacement of existing facilities, we can't ask growth to pay for that. So that's taken out of our rates. We then look at the available reserve fund balances, so whether or not they're in a surplus or deficit position, and we do account for that in our calculations as well. And then finally, we make an adjustment for any shares of projects that are oversized, will benefit growth occurring beyond 2033. It's not that it's not DC eligible, it's just that it's not relating to growth in our planning horizon. So we're going to look at that and consider that as part of future DC study updates. I appreciate there's lots of numbers on this slide, so just really quickly though, this provides a snapshot of the hundreds of capital projects that we've identified through discussions with staff. The various projects have been categorized into different services that are legislated and permitted under the Development Charges Act. So we have general government, which is essentially studies, library, fire, parks and rec, engineered services, which includes public works, roads and related, water, sanitary, and storm. So the net costs, which are the costs to be borne by the city, amount to about $588 million over the 10-year planning horizon. Of that amount, only 50%, or $295 million approximately, are brought forward into the rate calculations, our development charges that I'm presenting this evening. The $160 million in benefit to existing shares, that has to be funded from other revenue sources such as property taxes or utility rates. There's about $26 million in available reserve funds, which we have adjusted for through our rate calculation. And we're saying about $110 million will be recovered under subsequent studies and related to growth occurring after 2033. With respect to the calculation that I'm going to get to in the next slide, I would like to stress that it is draft. We're here today to provide information. We're planning to release a study at the end of March, and we are showing the maximum permissible rates that are permitted under the legislation. We're continuing to review assumptions. We're meeting actually with development industry representatives early next week to review the draft rates and discuss the capital programs. I'll also note as well that Council does have the authority and ability to implement lower rates. However, that is a revenue loss that cannot be made up for through other development charges. So that would be a direct impact to your property taxes or to your utility rates. The residential rates are based on unit types that have been identified consistent with the 2019 bylaw, your current bylaw, with the exception of we are proposing to add a new rate category for special care, special needs dwellings. This is consistent with the region of Niagara. It's a lower residential rate than the other units and is pretty much becoming the standard practice across municipalities. For the non-residential rates, we have calculated them once again by the two areas, core tourist area and outside the core tourist area. So The pie chart on the slide here provides a breakdown of what makes up the rates that we've calculated. So the largest component excuse me, of the charge relates to sanitary sewers, parks and recreation, roads and related services, and water. That's not dissimilar to the relationships that we see in other municipalities as well. Engineered services are typically the driver of most of our rates. Parks and recreation in recent years has also been creeping up quite a bit as well. And it's a function of the magnitude of the infrastructure and the cost of that infrastructure as well, and what's permitted under the legislation, and that's how this relationship shakes out. What you see in the table on the left-hand side of the slide is the fully calculated rates. So a single detached unit, once the bylaw is implemented and the phase-in is done, it would essentially say that a single detached unit would pay $39,650, and a row would pay $27,300, apartments would pay $19,673, and so on and so forth. The reason for the differences in the rates relates to the occupancies of those units. So a single detached home has a higher occupancy than an apartment, and that's how we make that relationship and that distinction between those rates. Once again, that's the industry standard in terms of how we calculate development charges. It's been adjudicated at the Land Tribunal, and is the way in which we fundamentally calculate the residential development charges in Ontario. This slide provides a comparison to the city's current rate. If you were to come to the counter today and were to build a single detached unit, you would pay $17,239 per unit. The rate we've calculated is $39,647. Now, the legislation requires us to phase in the fully calculated rate over a 5-year period. So in year one, you can only charge 80% of the fully calculated rate. Year two is 85, so on and so forth in 5% increments until we get to the fully calculated rate in year 5. So year one, it's quite a jump. It's an 84% increase. So you're going from $17,239 to $31,720. Some of the reasons for the rate increase is that we have done a very fulsome capital program update. The last background study, we didn't have the benefit of going through a master servicing plan at the time. The cost escalations in that infrastructure is significant, and in many places is outpacing the cost of construction price indexes. We also have updated development forecasts. We've opened up new lands for some of the secondary plan areas and associated projects with those lands as well. And so essentially what this is showing is how the phase-in would work over the 5-year period. I would also note as well, in accordance with the requirements of the Development Charges Act, DCs are also frozen at site plan and rezoning. So if you come forward with a site plan application, you are frozen at those rates in place at that time. So there are transition provisions. It does provide the industry with a little bit more ability to have a good sense of what rates they're working with when they're bringing forward their projects. So how do these rates compare to other jurisdictions in the region? The red arrows show the city's current rate, the year one rate, and then also the fully calculated year 5 rate. Now, I would also stress as well, a number of these municipalities will be going through their own development charges study background updates, and so we would anticipate that their rates would increase over time. I also always am hesitant to provide these comparisons because it's really challenging to do a true apples to apples comparison of one municipality to the next. There's different growth pressures, there's different servicing needs, there's different lands that are coming on at different times. All of that can impact the development charges rate. Nonetheless, we get asked for it, so it's here. So what you can see is the red arrow towards the mid-lower area. That is the city's current rate at $41,040. That also layers in the region's development charge as well. In year one, we would anticipate that the city's rates would move up to about $55,500 a unit, and then in year 5, it would increase to $63,448 a unit. This is fairly in line with what we see with some of the other municipalities such as Fort Erie and the City of Burlington. We'd also note as well that the City of Hamilton is in the process of updating their DC background study right now. So their 2019 current rate sits at $69,000 and they're jumping up to about $92,000. So we're seeing these increases not only here in the city but other jurisdictions as well. So what I'd like to show now is the draft non-residential rates for the core tourist area and outside the core tourist area. Now, historically, these rates have been quite different in terms of the core tourist area has paid less than outside the core tourist area. And now you can see the rates are effectively the same. The reason being is that as part of this update, we have now looked at the anticipated growth and infrastructure needs for both of those areas and calculated the rates based on those unique circumstances. And so this is a revenue neutral approach to the city. The city can certainly provide discounts and exemptions for specific geographies. There's no issue with that. However, that does impact your ability to fund infrastructure and would have to be made up from other revenue sources such as property taxes or utility rates. So the calculated rate for the core tourist area is $139.78, and outside the core tourist area is $139.68. So looking at your current versus calculated rate, the OCTA stands for outside the core tourist area, which is the green box at the top of the slide. So the current rate today is $57.26. Looking at our fully calculated rate of $139.78, it's a 95% increase in year one, which we understand is quite significant. Once again, similar reasons for that increase is the fulsome update of the capital program, looking at the anticipated development over the 10-year planning horizon, and also the timing of development for the new secondary plan areas and the infrastructure needed to bring those lands online. The core tourist area, which is the black box at the bottom, had a lower rate than the outside the core tourist area. So the rate for that area was set at $33.68. The rate we've calculated is $139.68. So I do appreciate it as a staggering increase in year one of about 232%. So we're looking at $111.75 per square meter at that time. But similar to the residential side, I will stress again, the DCs are frozen at site plan and rezoning. So if an individual has come in with a site plan or a rezoning application, they would be frozen at the current bylaw rates. So what I've done on this slide is provide a comparison of the retail rates in the region. The green arrow represents the core tourist area, and the red arrow represents the outside the core tourist area. And I appreciate there's a lot of text, but I've also indicated whether or not it's the current rate, the year one rate, and the year five rate. Recognize again, this is a point in time analysis. We would expect these municipalities in this comparison to update their rates before the 5-year rate would come into force. And so we would certainly see changes in terms of the relationship of where Niagara Falls lies compared to others. So you can see that the current core tourist area rate, the green arrow near the bottom of the chart, is quite low compared to the other municipalities in the region. The current outside the core tourist area rate is, say, middle of the pack. Once we do the update, as the rates are draft right now, that would move the city essentially to the middle, with areas such as Fort Erie, Pelham, Burlington, Hamilton, and Lincoln having higher non-residential rates than the city. And then the year five, we see a little bit more of a jump, but still a similar relationship there. Quickly on the DC policy items, there's a few recommendations that we'll be bringing forward to council as part of the adoption of the new bylaw. Similar to what the region of Niagara does, town of Fort Erie has also just followed suit. We are recommending that a grant program be implemented for the industrial DC exemption. Right now, the city provides 100% exemption for industrial development. It's within the bylaw. Bylaws can now run for 10 years instead of 5. You're locked into your policies in your bylaw unless you repeal or amend it sooner. So our recommendation is to establish a policy outside the bylaw in which it would provide the city with greater flexibility should that have to change before the bylaw has to be repealed or updated. We also recommend a similar approach to the CIP policies. Right now, they are embedded in the DC bylaw. Once again, you would be fixed to what that says, even if you repealed your CIP or made changes to your CIP. So then rather than having those policies embedded directly in that bylaw, we're recommending those get pulled out as well. Other policy considerations through discussions with staff, looking to add an exemption for places of worship. I discussed the addition of a new residential rate for special care, special needs dwellings, which would align with the region of Niagara, and continuing to review the area-specific rates for the core tourist area. Outside the core tourist area, I recognize that relationship is changing, so depending on the feedback we get from the discussion tonight and also through the public consultation process, we may want to look at that a little bit further. The requirements for the Development Charges Act, I think I've mentioned this a few times. You can certainly introduce or discount DC rates, but it requires funding from other sources. So just a quick overview of where we're headed. Today is a council information session. We're meeting with the industry on Monday next week. We have started our work on drafting the background study, which will detail all the capital projects and assumptions that have gone into the rate calculations. We're proposing to release the background study on March 28th, and that essentially starts the formal public consultation process. The idea being is that we're going to have a statutory public meeting on April 30th. And then the bylaw would be passed at the end of May. There is an appeal period with the bylaw as well. So 40 days after bylaw passage, that's when an individual can bring forward an appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal of the bylaw itself. And with that, I will open it up to questions.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Councillor Strange.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Jackie, for the presentation. Just looking at development charge breaks, you know, we're looking obviously to attract big business, big industry here. I think you saw recently in Windsor, they had a big, the EV battery program where they're getting grants from federal, provincial, grants from everywhere. We know we lost a couple times. In particular, GE went to Welland where they were looking at us, but potentially we didn't have the land at the time. Now we're getting some industrial land. Are we looking at like 100% development charge breaks for some of these? We want thousands of jobs. We want them to come. We want to let the world know that we're open for business. You know, you see it right now in China, Europe, in the States. They're actually giving free land out to industry that comes in. So we want to know and let our government know, provincial, regional, federal, that we're open for business. We have the land to accommodate some of these big EV battery industry or car industry, other different plants, Amazon, whatever it may be. I'm just wondering, maybe we can hear from our economic development. I don't know if Serge is online or anything like that. Just I want some feedback from him, what we want to do, and hopefully that will come back as part of the discussion.
Okay, that's great. We'll get, is Serge online? He's not online?
No.
Is he, I wonder if that's odd. We're dealing with DCs. Okay, maybe we can, one of the staff, someone could phone him and find out where he is, like he should be here. I don't know if something came up. So maybe we can get some clarity from Ms. Hall on, so what Councillor Strange is asking, obviously you heard him. So currently we don't have any DCs for industrial. You're proposing that we do charge DCs but have a CIP program. So maybe you can help us out with a rationale of what's going on when some of our competitors, even here in Niagara, don't charge DCs, and they are landing some big factories. So we're just wondering what the strategy is on that, if maybe we can, until our economic development officer arrives.
Yes, certainly. So through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Strange. It's a great point that you're raising, and certainly something that a lot of municipalities are grappling with. We certainly aren't proposing necessarily to 100% do away with that exemption. It's rather, our recommendation is to pull it out of the DC bylaw, and as the Mayor indicated, look at putting it in place through a CIP, a community improvement plan, which would allow the city to have much better flexibility in terms of the extent of the exemptions, not only through development charges, but interestingly, through some of our other work that we've done. We were recently involved with a grant program review for the City of Toronto. Development charges are a small piece of that component that help to make a municipality attractive. So when you can couple it with other incentives, such as tax increment equivalency grants, brownfield remediation grants, that really allows a municipality municipality to become more attractive. And so by pulling the DC exemption out of the bylaw, putting it into a CIP, you're able to then couple that program, the DC exemption, with other programs, making it more attractive. And it also provides the city with greater flexibility should things change. Perhaps you want to incent office development at a point in time in the future versus industrial. The CIPs allow that flexibility outside of an amendment to the DC bylaw. The DC bylaws last for 10 years now. They were 5. So there is a real chance that this bylaw could be in place till 2034 or 2033. And so things could change in the city before then. And so if you want to avoid opening up your DC bylaw, which is subject to an appeal, you could do it through a CIP.
Yeah, I just think it's more attractive for a lot of industry when they come here. They know they're not going to get charged, development charges. They want to open up a big, huge factory, which is going to create thousands of good-paying jobs to Niagara Falls, which we need. We're a growing population, and people need good jobs here. So I'd like to see that in place, and hopefully we can get Serge online from our economic development and get his comments.
Yeah, okay, well, maybe we can get our CAO in the meantime until we find out what it is.
You can make a motion, have a report.
Well, I think she's coming back with that as well.
Like, we're not making decisions tonight.
Yeah, this is just goes out to the public.
Yeah.
So I think if Serge was here, he would, he likes it inside the DC policy, but he understands. I think the benefit is the credit. His concern might be that if you put it through a program, how bureaucratic is that program? And that would be on us to make sure that it's not a bureaucratic process. But the cost to open up a DC study it's several $100,000s, and it's a year process. And because it's lasting for 10 years, if you want some flexibility, that's why most of the people are moving it away from that. And you can also add other programs into it, so you can provide a full suite of exemptions. The other thing I will say on behalf of the treasurer is just to remind council, every DC dollar you don't charge or you provide as a credit has to be levied. So if you think of a teeter-totter, if I'm not going to raise DC dollars for a particular piece of infrastructure through a DC, then you have to tax the taxpayer for that dollar. So by not putting into the DCs, the other advantage is you can take a look at how the program is working, whether you're actually attracting it. Maybe you need to change up some of it, or maybe we're spending DCs on things and charging the taxpayer for things that aren't really achieving the goal, instead of opening it up. If you moved one company from one end of town to another end of town and you gave away DC money for that and you charge taxpayers for that dollar, you might say taxpayers got a raw deal on that. So I think one of the advantages is that you can more fine-tune the program a little bit, but I think what Mr. Felicetti would say is it better not be overly bureaucratic, because when he's attracting businesses, they want certainty on the program, and they want to make sure it can access fast. So I think that would be a challenge to the council. I'll also remind the council, quite frankly, this council can charge 0 in DCs. You don't need to have DCs. The only difference is everything you raise in DCs
tax levy.
is tax levy.
Yeah.
So it's always playing that balance.
No, I understand that. I
Yeah.
just like, for that attraction, we want the big companies coming here. We want those electric vehicle factories with the batteries coming here and creating all these jobs. It would just be amazing. And so if we can come in with some kind of agreement, I know it's going to come back, no decisions are made today, but I think it's a great incentive to have some of these big companies outside, or we're going to lose them to the States. Well, we know that.
I agree.
If I could as well, any luck? No? Okay. Are they phoning him? Yes. Okay, great. So yeah, Councillor Baldinelli and then Patel.
Through your mayor, can you give me an example of exactly, let's say it costs the factory $10 million to move here. What would be a DC charge? Is it kind of static, or is it relative to the size of the building and where it's located?
It's based upon square footage. If it's a move-in, it's a little different, and I'm a little rusty on my DC rules. If it was an existing factory that was expanding, for example, they get the 50% exemption. You can expand a factory by 50% without it. But I'm sure our consultant would have the number more readily for what would be on a per square foot or per square meter basis for a DC.
Yes, through the mayor, and that was a great response. It's essentially just based on the prevailing rate at the time on a square meter basis. So it would depend on the size of the facility that's moving in and also the use. So industrial uses, an existing industrial use that is expanding, they do receive an exemption of up to 50% of the existing square footage of that particular site. I would also note as well, if a development is coming into an existing building and they're refurbishing it, they don't necessarily pay DCs on a conversion of that space if they're not creating net additional space either. So there's certainly rules around specific developments as they come forward.
Did that answer your question, Councillor? Okay, great, thank you. I've got Councillor Patel, then Lakoko.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Jackie or maybe Mr. CEO, is we are currently having hard time getting builders or developers to put the shovels in the ground. And that is for the reasons that we can't control. Cost of borrowing is high, inflation is high. But with the DC charges going high, is that going to affect to attract the home builders to come to Niagara Falls?
I'll start, and if I miss anything, my consultant's a lot smarter on this topic than I am. I think one of the challenges is you'll hear some builders will say, I don't really care about the DCs because I need the infrastructure. If they don't have servicing, it doesn't matter, they can't build anything. If you don't have the roads, they can't do that. Because usually what delays a lot of expansion is the infrastructure. The reality is a DC, and I'll always say this, the reality of a DC is developers don't pay the DC, the homeowner pays the DC. The other thing is it's the only tax that I can finance over 25 years. So because it's embedded into the cost of your house or your plant. If I move money from DCs over to tax levy, you got to pay that every year. I can't go to the bank and say, I can't afford my taxes, can I get me some financing on that? I can't finance a DC. So, no one ever likes to see prices going up, but it is the balance of, if we want to grow, we need the infrastructure, we need to figure out a way to pay for the infrastructure, and DC should be part of the mix. So you will hear some people that say, DCs, if you increase DCs, it impacts housing affordability. I don't disagree, but housing affordability is two things. It's buying it and living in it, and you have to balance both. And if you don't have the infrastructure, you won't be able to build anyway. So if we can't get the South sewer plant completed, all this is academic because quite frankly, we're not building anything. Building will stop, but we need a $400 million plant. We need some ways to pay for it. That's the reality of it. I don't know if I missed anything.
No, that was an excellent response.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. I've got Councillor Lakoko.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To the speaker, thank you so much for your presentation. I know a lot of work goes into this, and I do have a few questions. On page 7 of your presentation, there's the breakdown of percentages for the different sectors, Parks and Rec, Road. Are those percentages, are we allowed to change those percentages? So for example, Parks and Rec is at 26% and roads are at 18%. And then there's all of the different percentages. Are we allowed to change those percentages, put more DCs to more roads and decrease something else? Or where do these percentages come from?
Yes, through the mayor. That's an excellent question. It's essentially the percentages that you saw on slide 7, which is the pie chart graphic, is the rates that have been calculated for each individual service based on the rules and regulations in the Development Charges Act. So the parks rate representing 26% of the overall charge, that is essentially fixed through the various steps that the Development Charges Act requires us. Unfortunately, it's quite regimented. We're not able to say we've calculated a rate of 100,000 and we're attributing 10% to this service and 20% to this. It is specific to the calculation and to the service itself. Great question.
Okay, good, thank you. Another comment, I'm very confused about the provincial mandates about telling us to decrease the cost of housing. We have Bill 23, and in one respect we're supposed to decrease it, and then in another respect we're increasing our fees. When we look at the outside of the tourist industry, for 2024, it would be increasing 95%. For inside the tourist area, that's 232%. We sort of have two competing methods about what we're supposed to be doing. Lower the cost, but yet let's increase the cost. And I understand if we don't charge DCs, then the taxpayer pays it. But we have these two competing thoughts here, and it's 84% for residential. Looking at the costs, the charges, the tourist area, I guess, had a preferential percentage DC from before, and now we're increasing it. And the report explains some of the reasons why we're increasing it so much, but I really have some difficulty in increasing it so much all at once when, for whatever reasons, we didn't increase it before. This is, it's very challenging to try to work on both sides, affordable housing and increasing DC charges. Does anyone have a comment for that?
Floor is yours. Jason's not taking this one.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. It's another great question and something that certainly every municipality right now is grappling with. I will note that the Development Charges Act has been amended to bring forward exemptions for affordable and attainable housing. The idea being is that those units will not be subject to development charges. Now, we're not quite sure when that is going to come into effect. It's likely that that will probably happen in the next couple months prior to the city introducing its bylaw. There's going to be very specific parameters around how we define those units. There will be bulletins posted by the province in terms of the thresholds for incomes and property values that will fall within that affordable housing threshold, and those units will be exempt from development charges. The question then becomes who will pay for those exemptions. Will it have to be property taxes? Will the government step up and provide some grants to municipalities? It's certainly up in the air right now, but it is something that we are following very closely and will certainly be reporting back to council on as soon as we know more information.
Okay, thank you. That was pretty much my whole next part of my question, is that we're supposed to be building affordable units and then giving an exemption to the affordable units. So do you get the affordable units and not the DC charges? So then those missing monies that we don't make from the DC then go somewhere else. I know that Premier Ford said that he would be making the municipalities whole, but we haven't heard anything about that. So my other questions were about when, and you did answer that, maybe in the next couple of months with the certain requirements. So is there a requirement for development about a certain percentage of the development that needs to be affordable? I know we've talked about this in our housing study, but through this process, is there a certain percentage that a developer has to have affordable units?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. So my understanding, the way in which it will work will be based on the individual unit. It might be based on the income of the individuals who are moving into those units, or based on the rent that's being offered as part of that. So that will be brought out, and it will be region specific, is our understanding, because obviously an affordable unit here in Niagara Falls might be different than one, say, in Kitchener-Waterloo or in the city of Toronto. So it won't be a blanket definition across the province. It's going to be very specific to those individual properties. I will note as well, the legislation does provide discounts for rental housing, which is different than affordable housing. That's defined as 4 or more units. So if you have a 3-bedroom rental housing unit, you get a 25% discount from your development charges. 2 bedrooms, 20% discount. 1 bedroom or less, it's 15% discount. And those policies are already enforced today. So that's specific to rental housing, not to affordable housing, though.
Okay, thank you. I was going to ask you about rentals, so you've already covered that. What I meant about the percentage of affordable units is not the dollar amount or the income level, the number of units that the builder is going to build. If a builder builds a $900,000 unit, there's no way that that's going to be affordable. If they have 100 units, do they have to have 25%? So for example, there's 2 development applications on our agenda tonight. One has 7% affordable, one has over 75%. So my question is there a percentage that needs to be addressed through this?
Okay, we're going to direct this one to Kira Dolch, our General Manager of Planning.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to the councillor. So in terms of the DCs, there's nothing in that legislation that would allow that. But in terms of our official plan, we did put in a policy based on our housing strategy requiring that the developers do provide us some information on how they're contributing to our affordability housing target, which is 40%. So we do ask that in every application, and that's why you're seeing some kind of address that now. Some of the older ones don't have to address it because the policy wasn't in place. We do have some of those as well. But the ones that have been in place since this policy, or the ones moving forward since this policy has been in place, we've been asking those questions, and the planners or the developers themselves have been answering those questions.
Okay, great, thank you. Regarding about the timing of an application, if an application has already been in, when do they pay development charges? Based on their application date or based on when they start building? So could there be people grandfathered?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. There are specific rules as set out in the Development Charges Act for when DCs are payable. So if the application or the proposed development goes through site plan or rezoning, the development charges are frozen at the time the application is deemed complete by the municipality. The DCs are then payable at building permit issuance. If, for example, a development does not trigger a site plan or rezoning, the DCs are calculated and payable at building permit. The city is also able to charge interest on the development charges that are frozen, recognizing that there's a time value of money that occurs as a result of that, and that the municipality is potentially losing out on revenue. So that's also built in as well, and there's maximum interest rates that is set out in the legislation. So I believe that's set at the average Bank of Canada rates plus 1%.
Okay, great, thank you. The report talked about additional exemptions. At one point we talked about office buildings. What other types of exemptions? And then I know that it talked about places of worship. Is that an exemption? And I wanted to bring that one up because a lot of places of worship now are doing community centers, daycare centers. Are there going to be different DCs for those types of centers?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. That's a great question and something that we are certainly looking into right now. The city's current bylaw provides an exemption for charitable institutions, which may or may not cover places of worship. So as part of this update, we are looking to provide clarification around that to exempt the places of worship. We have had discussions about how there are ancillary uses to those types of buildings, whether or not there is a childcare facility that could be provided, or some sort of school programming. We are continuing to review whether or not it's reasonable to say you only get the exemption for the portion of the building that's related to worship, or do you get a full exemption? We're continuing to review not only with the city's in-house legal counsel, but also with external legal counsel as well, who specializes in development charge matters. So we're expecting to bring forward a fulsome report with the draft bylaw and policy recommendations at some point in the future.
Okay, thank you. And one final question for this report. I had questions for 5.2, but I guess we'll deal with them later. There's obviously different rates for different sectors. So we had outside of tourist, inside of tourist, residential, commercial. Can the city look at a new area? I have brought up about the infrastructure around the new hospital. We're investing $27 million of infrastructure out there. I know when a developer comes and puts in an application, they will be paying development charges as they would have paid anywhere else in the city. But could we look at a specific area around the hospital to have a certain percentage charged because of that extra infrastructure that the taxpayers are paying for?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. It's an excellent question. We certainly can look at the possibility of introducing area-specific development charge for the hospital lands. One thing, though, I would caution is that we have to be able to draw a distinction between the area that is benefiting from the infrastructure and the amount that we're charging them. So typically services that are charged on an area-specific basis are things like water and wastewater infrastructure. That's how we've actually set out the core tourist area and outside the core tourist area rate. It's recognizing that linear infrastructure, a pipe going to a building, that's really easy for us to say, this is directly benefiting your development, and so therefore this is the cost to you. So it's certainly something we can take back and look at. It just may or may not be appropriate based on the way in which the infrastructure works and who's benefiting from it.
Okay, thank you. I would appreciate if it could be looked at, and I do understand it may or may not be appropriate. Thank you so much for your answers.
Thank you for that. Councillor Nieuwesteeg.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In your presentation, you made a comparison, different residential rates, and with development charges, and to Councillor Strange's point, it is a very competitive, when we're out there, competitive for builders, for housing competitors, competitive for attracting industry. Do you also look at all the best practices that and different models that other communities have been using to attract? Because it sounds like this could be you can be very creative when it comes to development charges. Do you sit down and look at that through all your planning?
Yes, that's a great question. So through you, Mr. Mayor, we certainly do look at the policies and provisions and the city's objectives in terms of the type of development they want to, you would like to attract. Development charges, as I mentioned, is just one of those tools. There's other tools that are available to municipalities in order to help incent different types of development. We often find in the work that our firm has done, it needs to be a DC exemption itself is often not enough. The rates that we calculate, however, just to be clear, the legislation is extremely prescriptive in how we arrive at the charges that we do. So the rates that we calculate for the city of Niagara Falls are very specific to the development, the infrastructure needs of Niagara Falls itself. However, the steps in which we do it is consistent with what we would do in any other municipality because the legislation has very specific steps in how we go about doing it. So I'm not sure if I totally answered your question, but I hope I provided some clarification. Okay, perfect.
Okay, thank you for that. Do you have any other questions of council? So I've got a couple too, if I can ask. Now, yeah, and I know you made reference to the fact that the core tourism area jump is significant. 232%, right? That's massive. So I'm sure we're going to get some pushback from the industry. I know you're going to meet with them. And I know you've given us some timelines of implementation, but is that reasonable that, I mean, you're just going to be meeting with them and then we're going to implement? I think there's going to be a lot of dialogue. And I don't disagree we need the infrastructure, but I definitely can see the point of them saying, what, you're hitting us awfully hard with a big, big number. I mean, even the 95% outside the core tour, which strikes me as odd that we would charge more outside the core tour area than inside the core tour area. It's odd. I don't know how that can be, but it definitely has to be corrected. Just seems that it's not much of a phasing in. Year one is a hit over the head, and then it becomes very gradual. So, and I get it. We've got to build wastewater treatment plants now. I understand all that. So question is, ability to pay. So I'm concerned, like the councillors have brought up, this might chase away some opportunities of investment for hotels. We want to be part of the supply chain for the EVs, and I know there's some other communities in Niagara. I don't know what their intentions are, but currently there's no DCs. You don't have to go through a CIP. And I know I did speak with our Minister of Infrastructure for the province last Monday, and he did say that there's 3 things they're looking for, and this was one of them, the DCs. So it's just a concern when they're developing the supply chain that our timing might be off with an implementation. So anyway, and again, I don't know, I know you don't have a crystal ball or you don't have a magic wand, or maybe you do, I don't know. But do you have any feedback on, because you're doing this for all municipalities, so we're not unique. And the same concern, we're all going after the same companies, but we are assembling industrial land to actually go after them because we are out. So whether you want to say we've been successful with our current program or not, I don't know, but we're out of industrial land. So we're going after more for some of these big opportunities that have passed us by. So what's your suggestions and maybe feedback on some of these big jumps in year one?
Yes, it's an excellent question, Your Mayor. And so, there's a few different things that could come out of the conversation we have with the development industry next week. They could challenge some of the assumptions we've made with the capital program. They could say, we actually have identified certain developments that we feel should be prioritized, and then through discussions with staff, we're going to take their feedback, sit back down, and then certainly look at the assumptions we've made and see how they align with the new information they might bring forward. It doesn't always happen that way, but certainly we are very open to making adjustments to the rate calculations if there's better information out there that we don't have at this moment. In terms of implementation, we are meeting with the industry in advance of the background study being released in hopes of addressing some of their questions or concerns prior to us even entering the statutory public consultation process. So we do feel that we're giving sufficient time to have conversations. If we reach the point where we feel like we're running out of time, we can certainly re-examine our schedule. I know that we've given a little bit of cushion against the bylaw expiry to make sure that we felt prepared and we were bringing forward a defensible bylaw for the city. Certainly as well, we're open to having discussions with economic development around what would be the best way to bring forward some of these exemptions, and the policy recommendations we've put in place are based on what's happening right now with Niagara region. They're also exempting industrial development, which helps, and so mirroring their industrial grant program, would help to certainly attract certain businesses. I should also mention the industrial exemption applies to both inside and outside the core tourist area. I recognize most of the industrial lands, however, are outside the core tourist area, obviously. And so we certainly will be reporting back in terms of the feedback we're hearing and how the rates change as a result of that consultation. And if there is significant pushback or concerns, we certainly will address and perhaps adjust the timelines. So I'm not sure if that totally answers your question, but if you have further questions on that, I'm happy to address them.
No, that's helpful, and I'm glad we're going to go to the industries and get some more feedback before. And again, just to remind council, we're not making a decision tonight, right? Tonight's more for feedback. So the other question is, today the CAO and I were at the State of the City in St. Catharines, and the mayor made a comment that 2/3 of the infrastructure is under the guise of municipalities. So I wonder if you have any stats on that too, because he pointed out the number that I'm also aware of, only 8 cents out of every dollar comes to the municipalities. So we have the least amount of money, but we carry the most amount of infrastructure. It's really lopsided if we're going to use the teeter-totter example of the CAO, which I'm surprised he usually uses a food analogy, and tonight he's going in a playground direction. So you never know where this guy is coming from when it comes to his analogies. But so if I could use his analogy for today, teeter-totter, it seems really unbalanced. So are those numbers in line with what you are aware of? 2/3 of infrastructure fall under the municipalities, but only 8 cents out of every tax dollar comes to us?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'd have to take that back. I mean, certainly we understand the wickedness of this problem, not to mention, I'm sure that didn't account for any sort of the asset management requirements that municipalities also have to take on, and that's a staggering deficit across the province right now. So, I mean, I'm not surprised by those numbers, but I can't off the top of my head verify them completely.
Okay, it's a little bit of homework for you.
Yep.
Okay, so those are
Project for, right?
Yeah.
And you haven't done enough work already. So if there's no further questions of council, so what is the direction on this one, Mr. Clerk? What are you looking at, just to receive the report?
Yes, we could certainly receive the presentation, but there is an accompanying report listed next at 5.2 with 5 different recommendations listed there.
Okay, well, maybe we'll break it up. So maybe just to receive the report, which is an endorsement by Councillor Strange and second by Councillor Campbell. All those in favor? Just to receive the presentation. That's all. And then now we go to 5.2, which is the development charge draft rate and capital program. So now, who is going to be speaking to this? Is this staff that are going to do this, Mr. CAO? Oh, Mr. Dowling. Okay, great, Mr. Dowling. So the floor is yours.
So through the chair, this is simply a companion report to the presentation that Jackie did. Essentially, it's really just reiterating in the report, we've included a copy of the draft rates that Jackie presented today. And really, we're just looking for support from council to sort of continue on in the engagement process. We're looking essentially for an endorsement of some of the inputs to the report that we've used to date, things like our growth forecast and our the information we have from the capital program so far. We're looking for, further endorsements around some of the recommendations that Jackie had brought up earlier about looking at CIPs and industrial grant programs as a means for us to continue on so that when we do bring forward our official draft bylaw, we can incorporate some of those changes in there to present it more formally to council. So really, truly, you know, it's a lot of direction, more or less, from us to give us a little bit of homework to sort of continue on in the process and make sure that when we do come back and release everything to the public, it's in a little bit more of a finished state.
Okay. Do we have questions from council, Mr. Dowling? So I have one question, if I could then. Oh, sorry, I've got Councillor Lococo. Go ahead, Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In the presentation, it talks about that if we don't increase the DC charges, it's going to prevent us from meeting our housing goal. We've talked about this many times. We have over 14,000 approved units, and we can't force the builders to build. Our pledge is 8,000. I guess my question is, when is enough? Can the municipality stop approving applications? What is our city going to look like if we keep approving development and having all of these units in? I don't know through the legislation, people have zoning on certain properties, they're allowed to build things, but when is enough enough? What do we want the city of Niagara Falls to look like? Are we going to keep approving things?
We're going to get our CAO to weigh in on this one.
Yeah, I'll let Mr. Dowling off the hook since he's your capital accountant. It's a good question, Councillor Coco. You know, the challenge is, yes, we can't put a gun to a developer's head. We do have situations, quite frankly, that there are developers that we don't believe will ever actually build anything, and they do come in and, you know, they're looking for an upzone and a flip. What we are doing, which you'll see later on in the agenda, quite frankly, is we are starting to do as much as we can, you know, putting a sunset clause into the approval so that if they don't actually build it, they lose those rights. So we can do as much as we can, but at the end of the day, a planning application has to be accepted on its face merits as a planning application, and we have to make a decision based upon that. I think one of the things that you may see with DC charges, anytime you have an increase in DC charges, especially if they have to go, they don't start getting their DC charges until they get a building permit. Guess what? If there's a deadline coming and things are going to jump up 20 or 30%, a lot of them will then start pulling permits because to get that locked in. So there is some motivation sometimes with a large DC increase to do that. So I don't know if I missed anything, Ms. Dolch, but.
Okay. Does that answer your question, Councillor Coco?
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to make the comment that we have a lot of land still in the city, and if we have to accept the applications, we have no control over the amount of development that's going to come in if they meet the criteria. So again, my question is this something within our strategic plan that we can look at on a bigger picture? I know we have growth numbers from the region, from the province, but at some point, do we not stop? Just a moment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. And the one question I have to staff, I guess, to Mr. Dowling, number 4, or whoever wants to answer it. So here's based on the questions and comments of Councillor Strange, if we ask you to bring forward an industrial DC grant program, but we decide to stay with the current program and not have a CIP DC grant program, does this in any way bind us to do? No? Okay. Okay. So we'll still be free to make whatever decision when the time comes. Okay.
I can answer that real quick. So,
yeah, jump in.
Yeah, to be clear, it was really just for us to go back and look at options, sort of bring forward some language. Currently, you're right, it is included as an exemption in our bylaw. So, you know, really from our perspective, I think we really just wanted that direction to say, you know, let's look at consideration of that as an option. And that way, when we do bring forward the bylaw, we're not saying, here's the bylaw without the exemption, and there's no exemptions on the table any longer. So we really just wanted to make sure that from a transition perspective, there's a smooth handoff if we do consider a program to kind of add that flexibility in for us without the potential or the perception that we're losing out on a program on a temporary basis until that program's in place.
Okay, all right, thank you for that. And if I could just, because saying there's no other, I'm sorry, Councillor Coco's got her hand up. The floor is yours.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. With the 5 recommendations that are there, as long as it can be amended, I know it says draft and a list of, but we can change some of the things later. We're not written in stone for what it is. Is that correct?
Yep, so Ms. Hall says yes. The answer is yes.
Okay, and could we also add regarding looking at area-specific DC zone? As Jackie said earlier that she would look into that, can that also be added into the recommendation?
Yes, our CAO is going to answer.
I just want to clarify, are you looking for an area-specific zone in the, if I call it the hospital zone, Councillor Coco, is that what you're looking at?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
We can certainly take a look to it. I think we're also offering council an education session for more detailed questions on this. So like why would one zone have a different DC charge than another zone? There's a whole bunch of calculations that go into that, the infrastructure planning and that kind of stuff. So we may be able to address that for it. And I just want to note to council, we expect changes to come back. The whole purpose of today is we have to go out and make calculations. It's a bit of a prescriptive kind of process, and we have to present that, obtain feedback, and then come back with different recommendations. So some of the input that we have today, especially around the CIP program, we'll circle as a team. Because I think, DCs is one aspect of attracting business. I think we can actually maybe get a much more compelling package and really target what we want and not waste a lot of money on low value ads. But the problem with a DC bylaw, it becomes very kind of all or nothing type of item. So we can come back with different options for council to consider that they can actually change every year, unlike a DC bylaw. So today was about moving to the step 2 of this process, and rest assured we'll receive lots of feedback and there'll be some changes to this coming forward.
Great, thank you.
Okay, thank you. And the other question, so I know you're going to go back, you're going to consult, and again, I'm really curious to see the pushback or the feedback, whatever you want to call it, and also justification. So, and I know you're trying to make things equal in a perfect environment, residential versus core tourist, outside commercial and industrial. When you put together with our staff the CIP, the DC grant program for CIP for industrial, will you show the benefits of how this could potentially be better than the current program for incentivizing industrial development here? I don't even know if it could be better or not. I know the way you described it, it sounded like it could be. So I know the devil's in the details, but everyone's got their fingers on everyone's getting ready to answer. So I feel like I'm in a game show here. But yeah,
I'll start and see if they mess. I think so there is a administrative benefit right off the bat that if you put something in the DC bylaw and you want to change it, you have to open up the whole DC bylaw, which means a couple $100,000 worth of study, a year of time, and then you're subject to appeal again. So you have a lack of certainty. And one thing business wants is certainty. Your DC bylaw can be appealed, every time you bring one in. So there's lack of certainty for business on that front. So there's an administrative issue that if something's not going right with your incentive program, or some other city does something that's unique or innovative and you want to copy it, well, you're stuck with this thing that's there for 10 years. You're frozen. Your credit card is frozen in the freezer. It takes a long time to thaw that one out. Non-food allergy. Anyways, so there's an administrative issue. I think the other thing that we need to take a look at is when you have these blanket things that says all industrial get a break. You may not be attracting the best industries. You might not be attracting the big ones that you want, and you're spending a lot of money on very small ones that may not be what your goal is. Or maybe your goal is small ones, and there's better ways to incent small businesses than DCs. So, by taking it out of the DC program, you can customize programs that might be actually richer than what you're offering up to target the industries you want. And then in 5 or 6 years, let's say we did a really good thing and we want to move from an EV manufacturing to whatever else is there, well, maybe that other industry requires other things to benefit, and we can put those in the CIP program. So you can amend that. So, you know, those are some of the advantages to it. But Mr. Felicetti, if he was here, I'll play Mr. Felicetti. He'll say, listen, a lot of these CIP programs have been bogged down in bureaucracy. They're slow moving, and you can't have that. And that is a legitimate, you know, criticism. And you know, and if you want to be competitive, so that's something that we would have to work on, and it would be something that we would evaluate. What are the advantages of it? And I think what we should do is really test out some of, you know, some sample packages too. You know, there are companies that do they're locate companies. They take very large organizations, pay for locate companies to go find them places globally in the world. I think it's a better exercise to go to them and say, what is the package that makes us competitive? And they'll give you the list. And then we can say, we can take that list and put it in our package. And then every 3 or 4 years, we can go back to them and say, what's the list? What's, you know, and then you can change it. And that's one of the advantages I think that would be good for this organization. It is a big change of how we've done things in the past. And with change, there'll always be some learning. So I will see if I missed anything. Okay.
To that point?
Yeah, to that point, Councillor
Yeah,
Strange.
so what you're saying is that we could target certain industries, like if, say, it's a EV or whatever it may be, and give those particular industries some kind of break and make it kind of our own policy.
Yeah, for example, let's say you said, well, if I have a manufacturer with more than 1 million square feet of space, you get all this stuff. If you're a manufacturer that has 20,000 square feet of development, you get this stuff, which might be less than the million
And the
square.
same could be with employees. Say if you have over 1,000 employees, we'll give you this. I think that's great. I think that's
So you can customize the package. You can't do that in the DC bylaw.
if you say all industry gets a certain break, we don't want that. We want particular industry. What we want here in our city and what's happening now, especially with electric vehicles.
That's exactly it. But again, I'll play Serge for a minute. So he'll say, but if you make all these things so fine-tuned, and we're arguing over, well, how do we know that they have 999 employees versus 1,001? You know, what is the administrative burden to do that? You have to evaluate that. So you have to really pick and choose what's there. But I think if you get it right, I think if you look at some of the more competitive jurisdictions, they have more sophisticated incentive programs than just saying blanket exemption on industry.
And plus, there's huge grants from federal and provincial,
which you can stack on.
Perfect.
Okay, did you want to add anything to that, Ms. Hall?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I was just going to also say that in terms of protecting the city from a financial perspective as well, some municipalities, Simcoe County, for example, had a similar program outside of their DC bylaw for affordable housing. They capped it at $250,000 a year. It was doled out on a first-come, first-served basis. If they did not use that money that year, they would roll it forward to the next. And so it also gave some certainty about how much the municipality was willing to contribute towards the program. For DC specifically, they could also do that as well with property tax incentives, brownfield remediation grants. There's, as the CEO was saying, there's a certain stacking you can do with those.
Okay, got it. Yes, Councillor Patel.
Mr. Mayor, meeting after meeting, we sit there and talk about how do we get developers to put the shovels in the ground. And me and Councillor Nieuwesteeg, we were talking about that quite a bit. And once we were out and we ran into president of the Home Builders Association, Chuck McShane, and we brought up the discussion. We started talking to him. We only had a brief chat about that. And what he suggested, we thought it was very interesting, is instead of collecting DC charges up front, give them time to pay for it when the home occupancy happens. Because people are borrowing, cost of borrowing is very high right now. So they're borrowing for the land, they're borrowing for the building, and cost is racking up. So if they have some leeway for paying for development charges, I think that could attract more developers to put the shovels in the ground. I know we were going to bring that up in maybe next meeting, but I think we're talking about the DCs right now, so.
That's a great point. Maybe we can get some feedback, because I know you're exactly right. You can't get financing for soft costs, and DC is a soft cost. There's nothing tangible, right? It's just, you know. So Could that be worked into, and has that ever been worked into a DC bylaw where it's upon occupancy?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. It's a great question and great comment. Certainly has been brought up in other jurisdictions. The City of Peterborough had a policy for quite some time. I believe it's removed now. It was specific to a type of development. I'm not sure if it was high density, or I can get the example, but essentially what they said was, based on these parameters, this type of development, the legislation allows you to enter into something we call a Section 27 agreement, which is early or late payment of development charges. The rate would be set at X% as agreed upon by the municipality and the developer. It will then be paid at occupancy. So it certainly is something that can be done. I would caution the administration of it could become a little complex, perhaps something to target for specific areas or specific uses, but then again, you might end up creating some challenges amongst different development types if they all would like that type of access. So certainly something we can take back and provide some examples of what's been done elsewhere. I would say, though, it's often done on a site-specific basis or development type basis.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, go ahead.
What I would suggest, Mr. Mayor, is I think March 4th is when you have a meeting with developers, maybe bring this specific topic up and see what their reaction or what their feedback is on that. Thank you.
It's a good idea. It's a really good idea. At least gives us more things, more options to consider. Councillor Baldinelli.
On that premises, through you, Mayor, if they're allowed to pass on those charges until the developer or until they sell the house, and the roads and sewers don't need to be there, or else you're not building anything, who's paying for it in between? Are we paying for it and allowing the builder to then, build and then recoup his costs at our expense?
We'll get
It's their investment, right?
CAO is going to give us an analogy and play Surge again. Let's see.
We'll play Surge. No puppets. Generally, we pay up front, and then we borrow or we take from the DC funds. So generally, the infrastructure is in place before the DCs. We don't have a significant DC reserve at this point in time. So most of the infrastructure that's planned over the next 10 years is to be built, and therefore we would be funding it and then collecting DCs over a period of time.
Okay. Any other questions or comments of council? Okay, and I think that was really good discussion, good feedback, and curious the DC. That's a great point to bring forward, right? Mm-hmm. That's at least something else, another tool in the toolbox potentially. Mm-hmm. So we're looking for a motion for the 5 recommendations in the report. Motion by Councillor Strange, second by Councillor Baldinelli. Is there any discussion to the motion? Okay, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimously approved. And thank you, Ms. Hall. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, Mr. Clerk, what do we have next? Do we have time?
Your Worship, next we have Mr. Jim Brazizi from BMA Management Consulting, and he's going to provide council with a presentation pertaining to water, wastewater, long-range financial plan.
Okay, thank you. Is this online?
Yep.
Oh, okay. All right. Mr. Brazizi, are you there?
Hi, good evening, Council and Chamber. I'm Otilia. I'm working with Jim Brazizi. I'm supposed to share the presentation, but Jim is supposed to be on presenting. If the staff can give him Microsoft.
So do we have to give permission? You have permission, Otilia.
Okay, I'm gonna share the presentation. Thank you.
Okay.
If Jim Brazizi is on the line, he can have his microphone on mute.
Yeah, he has it on. Yeah.
He has to unmute it himself. I can't.
Okay. So, Mr. Brazizi, if you're there, you'll have to unmute your own mic.
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you fine.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Sorry. Apologize for that. What I'd like to do this evening is share the results and background information with regard to the long-range financial plan for water and wastewater operations. So just by way of background, the Ministry of the Environment, under the Safe Drinking Water Act in 2002, they require municipalities, first of all, to obtain a drinking water license. And secondly, the license has to be updated every 5 years. And one of the requirements of the updated licensing is to prepare a financial plan. And this is to meet those licensing requirements. The last financial plan was prepared in 2019. This financial plan covers a 6-year period from 2025 to 2030. One of the things I'll note that the city has taken a proactive and integrated approach to this exercise, and you've included both water and wastewater. Although wastewater is not a requirement, wastewater operation financial plan has also been included, and this is to help ensure transparency and sustainability of all of the utilities. One other thing to note is the financial plan is not binding on council. It's based on assumptions, which I'll talk about in a second, and assumptions do change, and the province recognizes that. However, what it does provide council with is a framework for guiding future operating and capital budgets.
Bless you.
Let's go to the next slide. There's multiple inputs that we've utilized in the preparation of the financial plan, and you can see that sources of information on this slide here. So we looked at things like the operating budget, the 10-year capital plan, reserve balances, consumption trends, and the number of accounts. We looked at the asset management plan, included in there recommendations from the asset management plan, existing debt, and the growth forecast. So there's multiple sources of input that was inserted into the plan. If we go to the next slide. So although great effort has been made to present accurate financial projections, the financial plan is a living document. And as I mentioned, it's based on assumptions, and assumptions do change. And we recommend is that you compare on an ongoing basis the actual results of the operations with the projections, and this leads to improved future planning. Next slide. So as I mentioned, it's based on assumptions. So these are the assumptions that we applied in the preparation of the financial plans. Generally, inflationary increases at 3%. We have used the capital budget, 10-year capital budget plan that was provided to us in terms of the replacement requirements. We used the 2023 year-end reserve balances. And finally, a big component, you'll see in a minute, a big component of the expenditures are the regional expenditures associated with the purification of water and treatment of wastewater. They prepared a 10-year plan, and they projected a 4.3% annual increase for water and an 8.48% annual increase for wastewater. And as I mentioned, that these figures have been incorporated in the financial plan. The next slide. In the preparation of the financial plan, first of all, what we did is we established guiding principles, goals and objectives to guide us through the process. And the guiding principles is, first of all, to ensure a reasonable degree of stability and predictability in the rate burden. Last thing ratepayers want to see is a lot of volatility with regard to rates. The other component to that is supporting affordability. We're cognizant that there's affordability concerns of the ratepayers, and that was built into the forecast as well. The next thing is fair sharing and the distribution of resources. We wanted to ensure intergenerational equity. We wanted to ensure that there's a sustainable level of revenue to provide for future rehabilitation and replacement needs. As you're aware, the water and wastewater operations are extremely capital intensive, and the rehabilitation replacement is a significant portion of your budget. We wanted to make sure that there was maximization of financial flexibility, and that's through the use of reserves and where possible, limit the use of debt. And then finally, to ensure that the programs and services are maintained, meeting all environmental protection standards. So if we go to the next slide. So first of all, with regard to the guiding principle, ensuring that there's a reasonable degree of stability and predictability in the rate burden while supporting affordability. You can see from the financial plan here, based on those assumptions that I talked about in terms of inflation and the other increases, we projected the rate revenue requirements for water and wastewater. And the 2024 budget we used as the base, and you can see the increases throughout the period from 2025 to 2030. As I said, one of the objectives is to have ratepayer affordability and stability rates. And what we're recommending is a water year-over-year annual increase of 5% and a wastewater year-over-year increase of 6%. And the total combined change to a ratepayer would be about to a ratepayer would be about 5.5%. This would not translate necessarily into rates because other factors would come into play. These are the revenue requirements, but in terms of the calculation of the rates, the municipality has to also look at assumptions and growth and that type of thing. Next slide. So the next slide, maintain the program services that meet environmental protection standards. So when we analyzed your 2024 water budget, you can see from there, we put the major components of the water operations. Regional costs represent about 47% of the budget. There's some debt charges, about 1%. The contributions to capital reserves, and this is for the replacement of the infrastructure on a timely basis, that currently represents 22%, a significant portion. And as I mentioned, the operations are capital intensive. In fact, water operations, the replacement value is in excess of about $777 million. And then the final one is operating expenses, 30% of the budget. So essentially, when you look at control of the municipality, the only real control that they have is that on that 30% factor. And then when we did our projection and based on those assumptions and increases, the regional costs are in 2030, we anticipate to be about 49% of the total budget, almost half. And the other expenses, the operating expenses at 25%, and then 25% contribution to the capital replacement reserves. So you can see from one of the driving factors is a major component of the budget is the regional costs, and they are increasing at a higher rate than inflation. Next slide. In terms of the wastewater operations, the regional costs in the wastewater operations in 2024 are 60%, and in 2030 that grows to about 69%. And then you can see the other components. The operating costs in 2024 is only 18%, and when you look at the proportion of the budget in 2030, it drops down to 14%. Next slide. So as I mentioned, one of the guidelines is to have water wastewater affordability, and the American Water Works Association, they recommend that for a typical residential home, it shouldn't be any greater than 1.5% to 3% of average household income. So we calculated the estimated average household income in each of the Niagara municipalities. And we, based on the 2023, the latest information we had available at the time, and using 200 cubic meters of water, we calculated the rates, the water rates for every one of those municipalities. And you can see Niagara Falls at the bottom of the chart. Based on that 200 cubic meters a year, it works out to $1,128. And if you compare that to the other Niagara municipalities, you're actually the second lowest in the comparison of all of the Niagara municipalities. You're at 1.2 in terms of affordability. You're at 1.2%, which is lower than the AWWA recommendations, a little slightly lower than the Niagara average. And of course, that's also triggered by the average household income. And in Niagara Falls, the average household income is below the Niagara average. So obviously that has an impact on the affordability metric of water and sewer as a percentage of average household income. Next slide. And then we looked at the other property classes, and we estimated consumption. For example, on a industrial, commercial, institutional, we estimated, we did a comparison based on 10,000 cubic meters a year. Mid-level property, 30,000 cubic meters, and then a high of 100,000 cubic meters. And you can see in terms of Niagara Falls and the Niagara average, in each of those different property types, you're significantly below the Niagara average. Just for an example, well, the residential, which we just talked about, you're 20% below the Niagara average. A small industrial property, you're 28%, and when you get into the extremely large water consumer property, it's 35% below. So you're consistently below the Niagara average. Next slide. Then we also, one of the guidelines is to maximize financial flexibility. And so, like I say, affordability is a big factor in the whole exercise. So what we did is your replacement needs in the water and wastewater operations are very significant. They're capital intensive operations. So to recognize ratepayer affordability, what we built into the forecast is an annual phase-in increase of the capital contributions to match the replacement costs. So if we just look at the chart on the water capital contributions, the blue line is the capital contribution to the reserve to replace the assets. The red line is the anticipated capital expenditures for each of the years. So you can see in the first couple of years, there's quite significant capital expenditures, and the contribution reserves doesn't quite match that. However, you do have reserves on hand that can supplement what's required. And then when you get to 2028 and beyond 2028, your contributions are slightly higher than your requirements. So and then when you get beyond 2030, we looked at the capital replacement costs, and they become quite significant in some years. So you want to build for that eventuality. And then so the same exercise in the wastewater capital contributions, a phase-in approach. Next slide. So the city's plan, water and wastewater, supports financial sustainability. It's able to meet the financial obligations throughout the forecast, and it provides sufficient flexibility to respond to changing circumstances. There's positive reserve balances throughout the forecast. In terms of debt, when we look at the capital needs that I just talked about, we have no debt forecast in the plan. It's all based on pay-as-you-go, and then there's sustainable cash flows. So if we go to the next slide. So in terms of matching it to the guidelines, we have smoothed the rate increases throughout the period. We kept the rate burden under 1.5% of average household income. It supports a fair sharing in the distribution of resources between current and future ratepayers. We funded all of the capital items that were anticipated over the next 6 years. And as I mentioned, it's all based on a pay-as-you-go. So there's no debt issued for the replacement of existing assets, which again provides some additional flexibility. Provides a sustainable level of revenue to provide for the future replacement needs. And as I mentioned, the approach on that was a gradual increase in the reserve contributions. Maximizes financial flexibility. There's positive reserve balances throughout the forecast, and it maintains the programs and services that meet environmental protection standards. And so from that, we've incorporated all the anticipated operating expenditure increases. Next slide. So as I say, the whole plan is based on assumptions, and so what we recommend is that the city continue to monitor the financial and operational environment, and then report to council if there's any significant changes to the operations. And overall, the position for water and wastewater is healthy based on what we know right now and what we built into the forecast. That will drive funding needs over the forecast period. Be happy to answer any questions, Your Worship.
Okay, thank you very much. I've got Councillor Patel first up, and then Lococo.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, thank you very much for the great presentation. I only have two questions. One of the question is, what is the factor for regional costs being higher than inflation?
In terms of the regional increases, the region prepared a 10-year financial plan, and that was the outputs of that financial plan. They have some significant capital replacement needs, and so as a result of that, they are requiring higher than inflationary increases. The other thing too that impacts it is when you look at the construction costs, especially at the regional level, because it's you're talking about the plants. The construction costs are significantly higher than inflationary increases, so that also drives the requirements from the region.
Thank you. Another question is, where did you get the data for the average income for Niagara Falls? Just one.
There's a firm, Manifold Data Mining it's called, and they do an analysis each year based on tax returns, etc. And that was from their analysis. Manifold Data Mining.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for that. I've got Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you so much for the presentation. I did have two questions. So you said that this would not translate to rates, but this is a funding for the plan. So how does that not translate to rates? Because if we look at the total cost for 2024, it was an 8.9 increase, and then 5.5, and then 5.6. How does it not relate to increased rates for our taxpayers or ratepayers?
Yeah, there will be increases, but the amounts of the revenue increases that I outlined in the presentation, 5% for water, and I think it was 6% for wastewater. In the actual calculation of the rates, the calculation involves the total expenditures, which essentially are those revenue requirements, divided by consumption. And because consumption changes and there could be some additional growth, which would increase your consumption, that could decrease the actual rate to the ratepayers.
Okay, thank you. So just to confirm, we're not approving these increases for the next 5 years as is. I just want to make that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nieuwesteeg.
Thank you again through you, Mr. Mayor, for the wonderful presentation. I had it on. Sorry. Thank you. Thank you for, through you, Mr. Mayor, thank you for the wonderful presentation. You mentioned one of your last slides in the summary that the city should continue to monitor the financial and operational environment, report back to council changes that would impact. Are you recommending an annual report back, or just when anything changes? Like any, at what point is kind of a broad
Through you,
recommendation?
Your Worship, whenever there's a major change that could affect the operations, and generally what municipalities do is they report that out through the annual budget process.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you for that. Any other questions or comments of council? Okay, seeing none. So, Mr. Clerk, what is the intention here? Receiving?
We do have a recommendation listed there on the agenda, and that is that council approve the financial plan as outlined in the BMA Management Consulting Water and Wastewater Long Range Financial Plan, presentation, and associated report.
Okay. So looking for a motion to this, in this regard. Motion by Councillor Patel, second by Councillor Nieuwesteeg. There's no further discussion. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay. And that's unanimous. Thank you for that. All right, Mr. Clerk, where are we at next?
Our final presentation is from the Niagara region. We have with us Gord Szézy, Project Manager, Housing Development at Niagara Region, along with John Potts. He's the Board Director of the Niagara Falls Nonprofit Housing, and they're here to discuss development taking place on McLeod Road.
Hey, gentlemen, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Going first, right?
Yeah. Do we have control of the slides here, or?
Yeah, they're going to give you control.
Yeah, okay, perfect. Just click to move ahead. Yeah. Okay, great. Well, thanks everyone for having us, Mayor, Council. It's really exciting to be here to talk about Niagara Falls Nonprofit's proposed affordable housing development project. My name's Gord Szézy. I'm a housing development project manager with the Niagara region with the Housing Services Division. And I'm joined by John Potts, who's a board member with Niagara Falls Nonprofit. So this organization is the largest private nonprofit affordable housing provider in Niagara. And John's a board director, and he's been a volunteer with the organization for over 20 years. Right?
Something like that.
Yeah.
Close.
So the goal of the presentation is to introduce City Council and the public to Niagara Falls Nonprofit's proposed build. And this is going to be located at their McLeod Road property. And Niagara Falls Nonprofit is seeking municipal and public support, which are both critical for success on any type of affordable housing project like this. So I'm going to ask John just to give some background on who the organization is.
So as Gord just mentioned, we have 221 units, affordable units. They're all in Niagara Falls. And we have a piece of land at McLeod Road between east of the building that we now have on McLeod Road, which would be on the north side next to Lowe's going to the west. There's another piece of property that we own that's attached to that property, and we're going to be discussing that property as we go through this proposal. Before I go on, I'm also joined by two other board members on our volunteer board, just so you know it's volunteer. I have Anna Tartaglia and I have Elaine Bald, and they're both directors with our nonprofit corporation. The McLeod Road property is going to be discussed, and we have a couple of different variations that we'd like to make sure you're aware of. One is a 10-story, and one is a 9-story, and the only difference between the two properties are the amount of studies that would be required and the $50,000 or $60,000 which you don't have to do those studies. So we would like to put that on the table as we proceed for council to consider how we could address that going forward. I'm going to turn it back to the brains of the operation.
Okay, so I'll just briefly touch on why Niagara Falls Nonprofit is considering a new build. So I think everybody's aware that there is a housing crisis in Niagara Falls and Niagara as a whole. Just some brief statistics. Regional core needs data suggests that about 13% of the seniors' households in Niagara Falls are in core housing need, and this equates to almost 2,800 homes. And Niagara Falls Nonprofit's internal wait list for their properties currently includes 829 low-income seniors' households. And these people on their internal wait list are waiting anywhere up to 13 years for a unit. And it's a pretty sobering number, and that's basically what led Niagara Falls Nonprofit to consider this new build. And the project focus is to provide new housing for low-income seniors, which is a demographic that's facing increasing barriers to safe and affordable units. The project does look to align with the city's official plan targets for affordable housing and intensification and density. And that includes the minimal annual target of 135 new units, rental units, for affordable households per year within the 30th, 20th, and 10th income deciles. So just some project details. This is going to be an infill project, so it'll be located adjacent to Niagara Falls Nonprofit's existing McLeod Park affordable housing properties. So that consists of a 6-story low-income apartment and the adjacent low-income townhouse complex. And the site is located in between McLeod Road and Pin Oak Drive. It's on the north side of McLeod Road. It's ideal for them to be able to build adjacent to their existing properties because that can help with sharing operating expenses across the different properties. And this could translate directly to deepening the affordability and decreasing rent rates for their tenants. It's a perfect location for high density development in terms of proximity to public transit, shopping, highway, parks, healthcare providers, and other amenities. And our understanding right now is that there currently already are several approved high-density residential projects in the area. We believe there's 8056 McLeod Road just south of this site, which is 13 stories. 8100 McLeod, which is 7 stories. 7449 Montrose Road, which is 13 stories. And then at the corner of KLR and McLeod Road, the northeast corner, there's proposed 12 and 13 story residential buildings. So this project would fit nicely in that area. Just some quick details on the site itself. So the vacant parcel that Niagara Falls Nonprofit owns is 2.4 hectares. Unfortunately, the northern portion, which is the hatched portion on the site plan, that's provincially significant wetland. And we've included a 15-meter development buffer around that, which was confirmed by the MPCA and our ecological consultant. So that's, the PSW is about 1.258 hectares. So that leaves about, or sorry, that's 1.1. So it leaves about 1.25 hectares for a suitable development. And Niagara Falls Nonprofit retained NPG Planning Group and AC Architects who completed feasibility studies and a schematic design in 2023. So based on their work, our current concept is a 9-story, 100-unit apartment, and we'd be looking for R5F zoning density zoning, and we'd be asking to increase max height from 28 meters to 34.1. Parking, we're showing at 1.2 spaces per unit. We would be looking for a minor landscape reduction. We're showing 2 driveways off McLeod, which is good for traffic flow and fire access. And all the parking, nearly all the parking, has been designed behind the building to help with the urban design streetscape. Just some details on the building itself. So again, it's a 9-story, 100-unit apartment. Unit breakdown is looking at this point to be 51 bed units, 16 1-bed plus den units, and 34 2-bed units. And the unit types were selected based on core needs data in terms of who on the wait list is looking for what type of unit. So 1-beds mainly, but 2-beds as well are in high demand. And we'd be looking at a minimum of 20% of the units as fully accessible for the building and barrier-free and living and aging in place design throughout all of the other units and the common areas. There'd be on-site laundry, scooter, bike storage, community room, and a pathway leading to the adjacent park north of the site. And like any new build, energy efficiency is going to be critical. We have a pretty hard target that we're looking at of 35% above the National Energy Building Code, or Code for Buildings. And any high efficiency we can achieve should translate directly to lower operating costs and lower rents for the tenants. And just touching on depth of affordability for the tenants themselves, we're trying to achieve very high depth of affordability on this project. Good, okay. So we're looking currently at 45% of the 100 units to be at 70% of CMHC's median market rent. And we're looking at this target to help maximize the amount of grant we can achieve through the CMHC co-investment program. 21% of the units are going to be set to affordable rates, which would be the CMHC median market rent, and 34% of the units would be attainable, and we currently show them at about 115% of MMR. Niagara Falls nonprofit does intend to enter into agreement with the region for rent subsidy on a certain percentage of the units, which will be determined as the project moves along. I think everybody knows that it's extremely difficult to develop and achieve affordable units in today's market just based on construction costs and financing fees, supply chain issues, operating cost issues. But even in that market, we think this project can achieve the goals that we're setting out here. And any way we can look to decrease capital and operating costs, we will, and that will translate directly to lower rents for tenants. So like any project, we've met some challenges along the way. We've been doing planning for roughly 2.5 years, and two major issues we've come up against, one being the PSW. We lost a lot of time having to work with the MPCA in the region to actually confirm why the PSW was put in place and what allowable land was remaining to build. So that was roughly a year and significant costs with consultants to get there, but we worked through it. And a second challenge has been, so we had our pre-consultation with city staff, and city staff's been working with us very well on this. The original 10-story, 112-unit design, it was going to require several studies, which we weren't expecting. And John mentioned it earlier, and that speaking with consultants, these could run anywhere from $60,000 to $100,000. Niagara Falls nonprofit, it's a nonprofit housing organization. They don't have a lot of capital to work through these studies. Even with CMHC seed grant, which we've received, and some of their reserves, the budget's really, really tight. Any nonprofit's working with a tight budget. So we made the decision to look at a redesign, decreasing the number of units, and this helped us to eliminate several of the studies that would have been required. And that's how we ended up with the 9-story, 100-unit design right now. We would love to go back and provide more density and more units if we could, but that would require having additional studies waived. So it's a conversation to be had.
Just to be clear, the board favors the 10-story unit. We believe that being restricted to 1 1/4 acres because of the wetland behind the property means that we have to go up to get any reasonable density as well as any reasonable number of affordable units. And we hadn't anticipated that the going from 9 to 10 stories would result in a whole series of additional expensive studies. And we're not certain, I'm a layman on this subject, I'm not certain of what value they add, particularly when you have 4 other projects that have been approved on that corner, basically, that probably already have those studies in place. And couldn't the not-profit organization lean on those organizations or those studies that likely were done for those organizations as basically a way of the city helping us get this project done?
So quickly, I'll just touch on the timeline of the project. So I've listed all of the work that we've done over the last few years to get to where we are. Over the next 2 years, we're looking to work through The rezoning process, lot severance, and completing several of the other studies that are required to get us to application ready, basically. We're going to be targeting CMHC, and if any other programs come along in the meantime, we'll definitely look at them. And there is work to be done to get us to that application stage. So we're hoping by the end of 2025, we'll be ready to go for full capital funding and look to get SPA and building permits in place and break ground in 2026. Again, this is all being done on a very limited budget. So I'll let John speak to you about what support and what ask Niagara Falls Nonprofit has for council.
The project obviously needs the support of the city to go forward. It needs the support of the community, and we would hope that the city would help us by demonstrating that support verbally or in writing, so we can go to some of the not-for-profit organizations that help with funding, such as the Niagara Community Foundation, for example. We also would ask, and I know there's a meeting coming up in March where DC charges, which I just learned a whole mess more about this evening, and other costs or fees payable to the city for permits, etc. We would hope the city would eat those on our behalf. The only other thing I think we need is to move forward is to work, get the severance in place so that we can look at talking to CMHC and other capital funders. Until we get that done, that capital funding is really a discussion rather than a reality. So on that note, I will open it up for questions. Do you have anything else to add?
I just wanted to quickly mention, touching on the ask that we have, which we will be bringing formally in March for the next meeting. It's working on the projects that I have. It has to be a partnership between every level of government, private sector, community donors, community members. To get a project like this off the ground and make it work successfully, a partnership has to be in place. And we're really excited to work with anybody that's willing to step forward and help us on this, and be that planning fee waivers, be that expedited services, letter of support we'd be asking for to include in our funding applications. And anything that can be provided goes a long way. And yeah, we're excited to move forward, and we look to do it with the city. So thank you, and any questions we can.
That's great. Thank you very much for the presentation. I've got Councillor Nieuwesteeg, and then Strange, and then Lococo.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, thank you very much for not only the presentation, but the wonderful work that you do for nonprofit. Going back to 1983, it seems like you were ahead of the curve, knowing that this whole issue was going to explode, unfortunately, as we've seen. I'd like to comment on, or kind of expand on what you were asking for, Mr. Potts, regarding why, like, being creative and things that do cost money, making things affordable. So to your point about going from a 9-story to a 10-story, and studies have already been done through you, Mr. Mayor, to Ms. Dolch. Why can we not do that? Why can we not look at creative ways and ways to save money that just make sense and keep things more affordable when everything that we've seen is just costing so much, including water and everything else? So I think his suggestion makes sense to me, but I'm a layperson. So through you, Mr. Mayor, to Ms. Dolch.
Yeah, Ms. Dolch.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to the councillor. Obviously, we like to be consistent with all development applications, not just obviously for affordable housing. So once it does hit a 10-story mark, things like wind studies, obviously parking is a requirement based on our bylaw. Any reduction to that would require a parking study. But again, we can have further discussions with Municipal Works, look at the wind study a little further. But it is very site-specific. I know the presenter did indicate that perhaps they can use other studies from the area. That is not possible for a wind study because it's based on the building footprint itself. In terms of noise, that's still required. Archaeological still required. Water balance assessment, I'd have to get more information on why that was required for a 10-story versus a 9, though. I could look into that further.
I know, through you, Mr. Mayor, there is consistency, and I appreciate that. But what makes this difference from one story to the next for all these different requirements? It's just, it is that important?
Through the worship to the councillor. So in terms of that, it's just part of our urban design standards, and it's just a number that has been selected. Obviously, it could be 15 stories, could be 20 stories, could be 30 stories, but there's a certain threshold at 10 stories where it will impact wind at the pedestrian level. Is there a huge difference between 10 and 9? I can't tell you. It's based on the specific building. But there are design parameters you can do to reduce wind impact at the pedestrian level. Step backs, things like that. I don't see any step backs on the building, but something maybe for their architect to determine.
Okay, so is there something we can do to work with them to maybe help modify these additional expenses?
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, we can look further into the studies, have further discussions, but it's not just my department, so I'd have to obviously get back to you on that.
Okay. All right, thank you so much. A few other questions. So this really, I think it's wonderful that you've really tackled this whole issue of affordable housing all in one location. So you mentioned that, now is this a senior building, or you just mentioned that 829 low-income seniors are looking for housing?
It will be a seniors building.
Okay.
It's just defined as 55 plus, I believe.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, that was my next question was, what are the qualifications that you have to be able to apply for this, and how do you pick who gets to when you have such a waiting list of 13
Well,
years?
we work with the region closely on the waiting list. The waiting list is basically managed and organized by the region, and we work with the region because they're the ones who subsidize the rents on those that are geared to income. And then our own management company, which manages, would then work with prospective tenants that aren't coming from through the region's waiting list, but they would be required. We would still look at income, and we would still look at age as to determine whether they fit the criteria for attainable.
And this 829 number, is that consistent every year? Or are you seeing a substantial, or what kind of increase are you seeing?
It's raising every year.
And
and that's not just, so looking at Niagara Falls nonprofit and the roughly 60 other nonprofit housing providers that work under the region as service manager, everybody's wait list is going up. And it's correlating to the amount of houses in core need in each municipality.
Okay.
And more people are looking for affordable housing, getting on Niagara Region's centralized wait list, putting their names on the different buildings in the municipalities they want to potentially move to.
And where do they stay in these 13 years by the time they get there?
Good question.
It's like if they're in need.
We have a solution for 112.
Yeah, and I'm hearing you, and did you hear I tried to help you?
I'm with you. I'm with you.
But I don't make these decisions. Also, you say you're nonprofit. Where do you get your capital from to? Because this is.
Well, that's a good question. Well, the capital would come primarily through the CMHC program, which has been recently changed with all the focus on not-for-profit housing. We've owned this piece of land for 20 years, and we've tried to run up the flagpole a couple of times in the last 20 years, but couldn't come up with the funding. The funding model used to be around so much per unit, and then then the developer would have to come up with the difference. Well, we're a not-for-profit organization. No one's being paid on this, so that model didn't work for us. So until they changed the funding model with CMHC 2 years ago, and all of a sudden we now can work with CMHC to get the funding we need to do this. And one other thing is 3 of the 4 properties we own will be paid for by the time that one is already paid for. 2 of the other ones will be paid for outright before this build starts next year. So we have capital that we can go into from the existing properties for any shortfall there is, or any equity component other than the land that we'll need to come up with. So we'll be able to lever those properties to help fund the new one.
So it's a real testament to how well your board is managed.
Yes.
Very
It's
good.
any project like this currently, it's a pretty complicated funding model. We're looking at, obviously, the organization's bringing its own equity through land ownership and through whatever reserves they can raise. Sometimes there's a capital fundraising campaign. We're hoping to avoid that on this project because it's always a risk But then we're also looking at, development charge waivers, they'll happen through Bill 23 because they meet the nonprofit threshold and the affordability threshold, so those are already in place. Any assistance from the municipality, the region, we're going to be looking at any provincial grants, CMHC grant, and financing. The majority will be done through financing through CMHC, so the building will hold a mortgage for up to 50 years. But even with that, it should be self-sustaining with the low income rents that they're going to charge.
Do you have any other proposed buildings after this one, or do you have land, or this is?
We'd like to see that wetland dry up and put another building, a third building to go with the one that already exists and the one we're talking about today.
Does that ever happen?
Well, you never know. You never know. It became a wetland suddenly after we owned it, when we met with just as an aside, when we met with the Niagara the Conservation Authority, they originally deemed the wetland wet to the sidewalk on McLeod Road. That we had to spend tens of thousands of dollars to display to them that it wasn't wet to the sidewalk, that it was wet at the back. And that's why we now have a building envelope of 1.25 hectares. Mm-hmm. But they didn't start out that way. So you never know. That land might be drier than we think.
So that would be your, other than that, do you have other?
No, we do not. And the reason we aren't pursuing that, if we were to try and deal with the wetland behind us and try and move it to something we could develop, it could take years. So we decided as a board that we would take what we could get as a way of a concession as to what was everybody agreed to was not wet. And that's the project that we put forward today.
Well, thank you very much for providing this for our residents.
Great, thank you. We've got Councillor Strange and then Lococo.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, John and Gord, for the presentation, and the two members on your board. I think it's amazing what you guys are doing, and you've already had to go through a few hoops, obviously with the MPCA and the 15-meter buffer. I'm surprised you got them down to 15 meters, to tell you the truth. So I think it's amazing. I think council as a whole should be helping whatever we can do on our behalf, and obviously with the DC charges are going to be waived because of Bill 23, and I like it because it's affordable for seniors, and you don't see too many places like that where you're just geared to seniors, and with everything going up, you saw today with water, and you know, we talked about DC charges. And you know, some of these older people who are retired and maybe not have a pension, they need a place to stay, and everything's going up, but they're not getting any money for that, right? So it's so important what you guys are doing, and I would love, hopefully, that MPCA can take a relook at that wetland to see if it actually is a wetland. It just appeared the last couple of years through a bunch of rain or whatever it may be. Sorry?
I should say the MPCA has been great to deal with. Yeah. It's a provincially designated.
Yeah.
It's a provincial designation, and it's something that it's out of control of.
Well, I know a lot of
area.
Lands are similar.
They've been really good to work with.
And so I'm glad that you're able to get to the 9 stories. But I would like to do anything we can to add that other story if we can to get more units in. You know, it's a perfect location. You can, and even with parking, you know, a lot of the seniors won't have cars because they can walk. They're within this and now. We have a grocery store right there. We have Starbucks. We have breakfast there. It's just almost in a little gated community. So I think it's a perfect location for this type of bill. So congratulations, because I think we should do anything we can do possible to help this development.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you so much for your presentation. I'm very impressed with what you've done and what you want to continue to do. I guess my questions through the mayor to Ms. Dolch. I wonder if we can get some guidelines about what we can waive. The ask is to waive permit fees, permit fee waivers. I know we have a fee waiver on the city's site, and we waive opening and closing streets and fees for the Gale Center, but can we waive permit fees for building? That's my first question.
Ms. Dolch, did you want to weigh on the first question?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to the I see Tiffany's on as well, but I'll start and let Ms. Clark answer further. But in terms of fee waivers, obviously you do have to make the accounts whole, and in particular for building, it is provincially legislated that they're fully funded, so that's something that should council waive that fees, they'd have to kind of reimburse the fee waiver. So I'll let Tiffany add in anything else she'd like to add.
Ms. Clark?
Thank you. Through the mayor, I think Kira captured it properly, and maybe instead of using the terminology of a fee waiver for a building permit, consider it that you're giving a grant to cover the building permit. That's how I would look at it. Same thing with development charges.
Okay, thank you. And for the development charges, we talked about depends on when the application was put in. So this application was put in before Bill 23, and talking about development charges being waived. Can we waive these development charges because of the application date?
I might step in just to, sorry to jump, but the affordable housing phase of Bill 23 was already enacted, and it's been in place since early 2023. So as long as you meet the threshold for nonprofit and affordable, then it's applicable. And I've recently gone through it in Port Colborne on a project that's under construction right now.
So yes, the DCs would be waived in this case.
Great.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And would Ms. Dolch agree with that?
Thank you, Your Worship. I don't know the full definition under the changes under Bill 23 from the province, but I will assume Gord knows what he's talking about and can provide that information.
Absolutely.
But in terms of, I do know as long as they're signing an agreement with the region right now, the DCs are waived. So I'm just not sure there's an attainable definition and an affordable definition from the province. So, whether he meets that or not, I think he'd be best to tell me.
Yeah, I'll send the information to you. No problem.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a list of what these costs are? Could we be provided that before it comes to us, or when it comes to us in March, about what the costs are?
The costs like the studies, you mean, Councillor?
The fee waivers, the development charges, what the costs are that they're looking for us to waive.
Okay, and I think, but what you had suggested, if I understood you correctly, you're saying you didn't need wind studies at 9 stories, but you did at 10.
Correct.
And you're saying for another 10 feet, do we need all these studies?
Correct.
Is that where you're going at?
Correct.
So,
And we aren't disturbing the wetlands behind the property. Why are we doing an archaeological study just off of the sidewalk? Is it just as a point?
Yeah, and I don't know if staff right now are able to comment, or if you are, or if you need to see things, or Ms. Dolch, your thoughts on that?
Thank you, Your Worship. In terms of the studies, we'll have to get back to you on that. It's not just my department, so I have to confer with other departments as well. Yeah, in terms of what the building permit fees, the planning fees, all those things, yeah, we can have a calculation on the planning fees. Building permit fees, I just need to make sure you're firm on your number, your bedroom units, that's all, in order to calculate that.
Yeah, the planning fee waiver that we're going to be looking for and submitting in March, those numbers were provided in our pre-consultation minutes or the agreement. So we have those numbers. Those are, I think, roughly 23,000. The building permit fees, that's something that came up through the initiative that the City of St. Catharines has undertaken. I think it's very new in terms of building permit fee waivers for affordable housing projects. So that's just something that we wanted to start the conversation with the City of Niagara Falls about. I don't think there's anything in place that would...
Ms. Dolch?
That exists currently.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I don't know if that's part of the City of St. Catharines half funding announcement. That could be part of it.
Yeah.
We're still waiting for our half funding announcement. I'll put a bit of a plug in right now. We do have a number of initiatives that we are going to look at as part of that, but we just don't have that funding yet.
And our CAO is going to weigh in on this as well.
I'll just staff will bring back a report that is, affordable housing is a strategic initiative, both in the strategic plan. We'll bring back a recommendation to council. Staff are generally supportive of that. There'll be certain conditions that the organization will have to meet including timelines for them maintaining the units as affordable units and that kind of stuff. But there will be a cost that's there, but there's always a cost to do anything, and that will be something council will decide. But generally, it's something that staff will support, and we'll give options to council when the full application comes back, and we'll present you with all the full numbers. As far as the studies go, though I do agree with Mr. Potts, and we have a bit of a history in prior life, there are just certain things that legally we can't do, because if we do it, then we're assuming liability at that point in time when we should have initiated it. But we'll look for some options for that. But overall, staff will be supportive of that. It will just be a budgetary decision at that point in time.
Thank you. I had one more comment and one more question. Ms. Clark talked about a grant. Is this something that we could look at, putting a grant together for nonprofit housing, affordable housing? I know we have affordable housing being one of our pillars in our strategic plan, and there's money set aside for that. Could we look at that money to either do a grant towards this project, or fee waiver, whatever the words we want to use, or permits or DCs? Could we look at that money that's already set aside for affordable housing to go to this project? I think it's a wonderful project, and I think we need to try to do whatever we can to accomplish this goal.
Ms. Clark?
Through the mayor, when you say the money that's set aside for affordable housing, are we talking about the CAO's special purpose reserve?
No.
Make a note.
Maybe the CAO can jump in. Not the special purpose reserve for the affordable project. There was another line item, affordable housing.
Oh, like a capital project?
Yes.
Gotcha. Okay. In terms of a grant program, so we do have in our budget, I think we've got 20,000 for building permit waivers and 80,000 for DC exemptions, but the reality is those numbers are way too low. I did want to increase them, but I pulled them back, just given the magnitude of the budget and the direction given for the 24 budget. So it is certainly something we could look at, but with any grant program, we have to raise the levy and fund the grant program. So that teeter-totter effect, it has to come from somewhere. If we're going to waive them on one side, then the taxpayer picks it up on the other side.
Thank you. That's what I was talking about before. You have these two competing interests. You want to have affordable housing, but the money has to come from somewhere. Does it go to the taxpayer? So, maybe those are things I've talked about, looking at the OLG funding, where we're putting that. Maybe OLG funding can go to affordable housing. Maybe we can look at that. But I think whatever we do, I know it's all the taxpayers' money, but whatever we do, if we can try to do this, because it will have 112 or 100 units, I think that would be a huge impact on our community if we could do this.
Okay, so are you
Thank
good,
you.
Councillor Coco?
Yes, I'm finished. Thank you.
Okay, great. Any other, Councillor Strange?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And when I spoke to you earlier, I forgot, I like the way you have the timeline in here too, because we just talked briefly about the holes in the grounds that people are building and not finishing. And it's nice to have a timeline.
We'd like to move that up.
Yes, and we would love that too. You mentioned about all levels of government and partnering with them. I think that's so important, whether it's the city, the region, the province. It's when we apply for, or you apply for grants, can we apply on behalf of them, because it's housing in Niagara Falls, for the province? And how would that work? Can you apply specifically for a development like this, and say it's going to be here in 3 years? We want to make, waive fees, all this sort of stuff. Can we get some kind of grant towards this project, and how that works?
Ms. Cliff, or Ms. Dolch?
Thank you, Your Worship. So in terms of applying for grants for individual properties, no, that's usually done by the owners themselves. But in terms of affordable housing, we are looking at affordable housing CIP program. We are hoping to, again, fund it through the half funding, some of it, in order to offer those incentives. But we're still waiting to find that out. But generally, it's more across the board on things like that for us, for our applications. But in terms of, a regional more joint partnership at the regional level, perhaps, if there was some funding that we were aware of that we could do that for. The half is something is closed. It's closed now, but we.
And what about just some maybe, I don't know if supporting letters help when you approach these grants from our mayor and council?
Yeah, that is something that we'll definitely be asking for, and it's always really helpful to include anything from municipal staff, the mayor's office, regional offices, local MPs, local MPPs. Anything like that goes a long way, especially for CMHC applications. Just show that support is there, the partnerships are there. So
that's perfect. So
yep.
I think us as a council should endorse whatever we can to get grants. I don't have to put a motion in for that. If we can, or we just for that specific grant to actually get a supporting letter for this development.
So maybe what we could do is, because we're going to end up receiving the presentation, because there's no report, no specific ask, and then maybe we can put some support behind it, you know.
Perfect.
In principle, we support what you're asking, and then, of course, subject to a report back from staff.
Perfect.
An actual application. So if you're, yes, so we can come, I'll come back to you if you'd like to do that. Councillor Patel?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, thank you for a great presentation, and I really like this project. When you talk about affordable housing, seniors, infill, they're all the words everybody in this council, terms that everybody likes, and everybody likes to hear those terms. I have one question, that cost of everything is going up. So have you factored that in your project? For example, in 3 years, everything cost maybe 10 times more. No, sorry, not 10% more. So what happens if the seniors are not affordable anymore?
Yeah, so something that our team does with the Housing Services New Build Division, where we have a lot of projects underway, and we've completed quite a few over the last few years. So we're using that historical indexing information, costing information. So we have kind of up to the minute accurate pricing. And we're always putting in inflation fees and escalation fees. So we feel really comfortable with the budgets that we have. And we're in constant conversation with private developers, general contractors, suppliers. So we have a good grasp on where pricing capital, where the capital budget should be. And in terms of affordability down the road, you know, we can only set rent rates and assume the financing and interest rates and build the budget the way we can with the numbers we have. So we adjust as we go. As things change, we adjust the budget and we adjust the operating pro forma, and if we have to look for other sources or start a fundraising campaign to keep the affordability, we do.
The only reason for my question is, in the last couple of years, everything has gone up.
Mm-hmm.
Our paycheck and even fixed income hasn't gone up. That's the only reason I asked that question.
Yeah.
Because your units are geared towards most of the seniors who are on fixed income, right? So that's the only reason for the question. And I like the answer that you're saying that you're up to date and everything is counted for. So it's a very well measured project. And out of your 3 asks, I know Councillor Strange is taking care of the 3rd one, and number 2 ask is the staff working with you to get the process moving. And our staff actually has a good reputation. Most of the developers who have worked with our staff, they always say that our city staff is one of the best when they worked with. So that's, in that aspect, don't have to worry about that. So 2nd one is covered.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. So if we have no further questions or comments, we're going to go to Councillor Strange to receive the...
To receive, as well as add that, get a supporting letter from council and yourself, Mr. Mayor, to help them in any way we can as they're trying to get grants from, whether it's regionally or provincially or federally. We can help them out.
Yep. Okay, great. You've got the motion by Councillor Strange, second by Councillor Thompson. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. So thanks very much, gentlemen. Appreciate your hard work.
Thank you very much.
We'll see what we can do to help you.
Good,
okay,
thank you.
Great.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Clerk, would you please introduce the next item on the agenda?
Public meeting is now being convened to consider a proposed amendment to the city's official plan and zoning bylaw to permit the development of a 10-story mixed commercial and residential building at 8885 and 8911 Lundy's Lane. Notice was given by first-class mail in accordance with the Planning Act on January 26, 2024, and by posting a sign on the property in question. Anyone who wants notice of the passing of the official plan and zoning bylaw amendment or preserve their opportunity to appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal shall give notice to the city clerk immediately after today's public meeting or leave their name on the sign-in sheets located outside council chamber.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. Where am I here? Okay. I'm going to ask Alexa Cooper to please, our planner, to please explain the purpose and the reason for the proposed amendments.
Thank you, Mayor Diodati, and good evening. Tonight I'm here to present an official plan and zoning bylaw amendment application for the properties mentioned by our clerk to permit a 10-story mixed-use building with 192 dwelling units and 1,330 square meters of commercial space at grade. Okay, thanks. So here you can see the location map. The property is located at the northeast corner of Garner Road and Lundy's Lane. To the west is a campground and an industrial use or BB glazing. To the north we have Scott's Campground, and beyond that the CN Rail. And then to the southeast we have some tourist commercial uses. So the subject lands are approximately 0.9 hectares in size. And as mentioned, we're looking at a 10-story mixed-use building. The official plan designates the property as tourist commercial. It's also within our Lundy's Lane Satellite Tourism District, and it's within the Lundy's Lane Intensification Corridor in the city's official plan. Currently, the official plan permits a maximum of 6 stories and 100 units per hectare as of right. And the official plan amendment that's been requested is to permit an increased height to 10 stories with an increased density of 214 units per hectare. For the zoning bylaw amendment, the land is currently zoned tourist commercial under zoning bylaw 79200. And the application requests that the subject lands be rezoned to a site-specific tourist commercial to permit the proposal on tonight's agenda. So there's been a couple iterations of the proposal for the 10-story building. Here you can see what was originally submitted. There's some stepping down towards the east and some stepping down at the corner as well. And here you can see the renderings that were provided with that submission. And then a resubmission was received, I think it was about a month and a half ago now. And the main change you can see here in the box in red is that the 10 stories was pulled to the corner because this is identified as a gateway location in the official plan. So this was to provide a little bit more gravitas for urban design at the corner, which again you can see here in the revised renderings. The site-specific is requesting a couple of things, so I'll just go through them here. They're looking to reduce the rear yard depth to about 4 meters for some above-ground fire escapes from the underground parking, whereas required is 10 meters. They're looking to increase the max total floor area of dwelling units to 92%. They're looking to increase maximum permitted height to 36.5 to permit balconies to encroach into any required yard, to reduce parking to 1.25 spaces per dwelling unit and 1 space per 28 square meters of commercial space. They're looking to deem Lundy's Lane as the front lot line and also to add a home occupation as a permitted use. So staff held an open house on December 4th, 2023, and we received a few comments from there, and then also a few leading up to the meeting. The main ones were compatibility with the surrounding uses, such as the campgrounds and the industry. So the subject site, in staff's opinion, has appropriate setbacks and height transitions to neighboring properties. There was a land use compatibility study submitted which determined that the proposal is compatible subject to mitigation measures and warning clauses, which staff have included in their recommendation in a holding provision. And staff are further recommending that warning clauses be implemented at time of site plan to alert future purchasers and tenants of the neighboring uses in the area, which has also been added to the holding provision. There was also a concern about conversion of employment lands. So our official plan does identify tourist commercial as an employment use for the city. However, there's no request to eliminate any of the current permissions in the tourist commercial designation. And they're just looking to, the proposal just looks to increase permissions that already exist, so for height and for density for residential. There was also concerns for the amount of density proposed and if servicing capacity was there. In speaking with Municipal Works staff, they confirmed that there were no concerns for capacity. However, staff are now recommending a 3-year sunset clause, and this is to ensure that the development connects to municipal infrastructure in a timely manner. For city and region transportation staff, they said there were no concerns and that there would be adequate parking provided for the proposal. So staff's recommendation is that the amendments be approved as outlined in the report on tonight's agenda, subject to the 3-year sunset clause for the execution of a site plan agreement for the property, and that the amending zoning bylaw include a holding provision to require an updated wind study with wind tunnel modeling, implement air quality mitigation measures, submit a revised noise study to evaluate the new proposal, and implement the appropriate warning clauses and mitigation measures. Also, a warning clause advising future purchasers or leaseholders of nearby industry and campgrounds, implement archaeological warning clauses, and to secure a rooftop feature / detailing that's distinctive but complementary to the style of the building at time of site plan. Thanks.
Thank you. Do we have any questions of council for Ms. Cooper? Okay. So, yes, Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just one question and then some more comments later. I guess through you to Ms. Cooper. Regarding the air quality mitigation, would that be for the campfires from the campground and from the industrial? And what type of mitigation, air quality mitigation, can you do?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, there was an air quality study submitted with the application. The conclusion was that there were no concerns for air quality from the surrounding uses, that the concern was actually from Lundy's Lane and the traffic that is present on Lundy's Lane. And the mitigation measures recommended were the strategic placement of things such as air vents, putting in AC so that they can close their windows, things of that nature.
Okay, thank you. I'll wait for the rest of the presentation for the rest of my comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions of council for Ms. Cooper? Okay, seeing none. Members of the public are advised that failure to make an oral or written submission at this public meeting could result in the Ontario Land Tribunal dismissing any referral that it receives. Failure to notify the city clerk to preserve their opportunity to appeal will result in staff rejecting an appeal as per section 3419 of the Planning Act. Council will now hear from anyone other than the applicant who wishes to speak to the proposed amendments. Mr. Clerk, do we have anyone registered to speak?
Yes, Your Worship. We did have one resident that reached out, Mr. Slavi Grozov. I believe he's going to be here in attendance.
I believe there was an error. I am with the applicant.
Okay, thank you. So no one from the public, perhaps you could ask if there are any from the public present before we go to the applicant or the representative.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Clerk. Is there anybody here in the gallery other than the applicant who wishes to speak to the proposed amendments? Okay, yep, you can step forward if you'd like to
I'm
come.
on the list and so is Stephen Rivers.
You're on the list. Okay, Mr. Clerk? No, other than the applicant.
Yeah, so we have you listed here as being with the consultants. We're just asking if there's any members of the public that are wanting to address this matter.
Yeah. So is there any members of the public who wish to speak to council about this application coming forward? Other than anyone speaking on behalf of the applicant?
No, I'm not the applicant. We're the ones across the street, but we've supplied ahead of time our names and.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, then yes, that now would be the time for you to come up.
I
then.
think Stephen Rivers is first. He's on the Zoom.
Okay, so he's also not with the applicant?
Right.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, great. So Stephen Rivers, are you online?
He's online. He's muted though.
He's muted, okay. Mr. Rivers, you need to unmute. Is he unmuted?
He's still muted.
No. Mr. Rivers, I don't know if you're listening or if you can hear us. You're muted right now. You have to unmute to join the meeting. Okay. Mr. William, Mr. Rivers? You hearing things? All right. So, Mr. Rivers, if you can hear us, we can't hear you, so you might need to sign out and then sign back in and then unmute yourself. So you can do that right now.
Did that work?
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay.
Okay, great. Welcome to the meeting. You've got 5 minutes to state your case.
Okay. Well, hopefully we can get through it in less time than that. The Garland property that is across the road, the industrial property, certainly the analysis that has been done for that is assumed it was a Class 2 industry. I think if you look at some of the criteria for identifying a Class 2 industry under the provincial guidelines, it may well be a Class 3 industry, which requires a greater setback and greater mitigation measures, but that's something to be looked at future. The property of the application is tourism, as I'm sure all the councillors know, and your official plan defines tourism as an employment area or employment lands. Your official plan amendment number 147 talks about safeguarding of adjoining uses. And in particular, your policy 8.5 under that new official plan amendment talks about providing a suitable environment for employment uses such as the employment use at the Garland property, or uses that may be there in the future. In the past, the industrial landowner has had concerns about the potential of in residential uses adjacent to or nearby, and hence the subdivision on the north side of the railway tracks. That has caused at least one of the tenants of that property to move out. The complaints from the residential users became so onerous that the user Redpath left, and luckily the owners of the property have found a new industry to move in there. Your policy 8.12 under the new official plan amendment 147 actually prohibits residential uses not ancillary to the employment uses. The residential uses that are being proposed for this project, it's hard to contemplate that they're ancillary to the employment uses that are going to be there. The employment uses, restaurants, doctor's offices, things like that. The 10 stories of residential, or the 9 stories of residential above the ground floor. It's hard to contemplate that they're ancillary to the to the employment uses. That policy section also under 814 talks about looking at alternative locations, and I saw nothing in the background studies that were prepared or in your staff report where an alternative location was considered for this building. There may well be alternative locations. The 10 stories of residential doesn't need to maybe go where it's going. That policy also directs the development to consider the potential impacts on the employment uses, and I haven't seen again anything in any of the background studies or your staff report looking at what potential impacts of the residential uses are or could be on the employment use. Certainly we have, as I said earlier, an example of how the residential uses have caused at least one employer to leave that site. The types of uses that are permitted on that site by your official plan and your zoning bylaw can be considerably more onerous than the uses there now. So overall, I think the application, will certainly commendable in what it's trying to do in terms of providing residential uses, is probably not really appropriate in this location. And the key thing I think the council has to consider is that policy 8.12 of your official plan that prohibits residential uses not ancillary to employment uses. The Planning Act is very, and the Planning Permit Policy Statement is very specific about the importance of particular words of may, should, shall, and in this case, prohibit. So, Mr. Mayor, that's the gist of my presentation.
Okay, thank you for that. Maybe we can get our staff to, I don't know, Ms. Dolch, would it be yourself or would it be Ms. Cooper, or who would be the one to answer some of those questions? Okay, Ms. Cooper, it's you.
Hi. So through you, Mr. Mayor. As I mentioned in my presentation, the property is designated tourist commercial in the city's official plan. Our official plan does consider the conversion of tourist commercial designation to a separate designation as a conversion of employment lands. However, in this instance, we're not looking at converting the tourist commercial designation. Again, we're not looking at removing any permissions from what's currently permitted in the tourist commercial designation. We're looking at increasing as of right permissions. So currently 6 stories at 100 units per hectare mixed use buildings are permitted in the official plan. And the application is looking at going up to 10 stories and 214 units per hectare. Again, still with the commercial on the ground floor. As far as the class of the property, for BV glazing, I'm not an expert in that nature. The report that we received designated it as, or evaluated it to be class 2 industry, and the reports through the noise study and the air quality that were provided recommended mitigation measures as well as warning clauses to determine that it would be suitable, the proposal in relation to the industry across the road. So I think that covers most of the points that were made. If there's anything else you'd like me to address, just let me know.
Does that answer off, I mean, I wasn't taking notes. I'm assuming that that was the main ones. Mr. Stevens, are you, or Mr. Rivers, sorry, are you still online?
Yes, I am.
So do you have any follow-up to the comments or the rebuttal from Ms. Cooper?
Yeah, I think Ms. Cooper is correct in what she's asking for. Isn't necessarily impacted by the industrial use, but again, your policies look at it from the other way around as well as the impact of the industrial use. It also looks at the potential impact of the residential use on the industrial use, and there hasn't been a lot said or anything said about that. And it's historically obvious that the residential uses can have a negative impact on industrial use and potentially in future industrial uses. And again, your policy prohibits ancillary residential development within a tourist commercial employment area unless it's ancillary to the tourist commercial use itself. And there's been nothing, again, in any of the documentation that I've seen that gives any indication that the residents of a 10-story residential building are ancillary to 1 story of commercial.
Any further, I mean, we can have a difference of opinion, but I mean, anything further you want to add, Ms. Cooper?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So through you, it does sound like it's a difference of professional opinion, but I would like to further add that the property, while I understand where Mr. Rivers is coming from in using the employment policies, but this property is designated tourist commercial. So we use the tourist commercial policies to evaluate proposals that come through. Residential uses are permitted as of right in the tourist commercial designation. And the application is looking at increasing those as of right permissions. So I think I'll leave it at that.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. All right, thank you very much for your comments, Mr. Rivers.
My pleasure.
Okay, Mr. Clerk, who do we have up next?
Well, seeing that Stephen Rivers was also looped in with Mr. David Mueller and Mr. Bob Naden, I'm not sure if they had anything further to add.
Yeah, welcome.
Thank you. I'm not going to take all 5 minutes. I'm only going to take 3. I apologize ahead of time for speaking so loudly. I'm hard of hearing, so I speak a little louder than is socially appropriate. And I do want to say before I start that the last time I was here was in September of 1992 with my father, Henry Mueller of blessed memory. And he was here with a colleague of his. This was in his Houdini days. And he was here with Doug Henning. And they were doing an application for Veda land. And I remember the Honorable Wayne Thompson was here in the mayor's seat. And we had a very good laugh that day, everyone here in council. And I remember in particular one city councilor, Norm Puddick of blessed memory, was giving Doug a very hard time. And Doug wrote a little note that he passed over to my dad that he said, if this guy keeps growling at me, I'm going to levitate his seat by 10 feet. So I'm hoping and I'm counting on mayor and council to have as much fun tonight as we did the last time I was here 21 years ago.
Yeah. Wow.
My father, Henry Mueller, his epitaph was, Niagara Falls, Ontario was very, very close to his heart. And his mantra was always that there has to be an enormous industrial base. Without an industrial base, the city can't survive. Not everybody can be selling tours on Clifton Hill. So he spent his entire lifetime, really, along with Bruce Ward and Bruce Peters, buying empty industrial buildings in Niagara Falls, convincing out-of-town industries to move into those buildings. He would rent them to them for 5 or 10 years at a low rate, and then convince them afterwards to buy the building. And he did that. That group did that for 28 different buildings. They built a lot of the business park as a group. And I am here because I've inherited the last few buildings that he had, and one of them is what we call the National Grocers Building. And the National Grocers Building is on Garner Road near Lundy's Lane. After National Grocers closed, he bought the building, got Redpath Sugar to come in. They were there for 10 years. They left 7 years ago. And now we have BV Glazing, which is a division of Exchange Income Corporation, which is a very, very large Toronto Stock Exchange traded company. And for those of you who don't know about BV Glazing, they have the patent on mirrored panels that go on skyscrapers. So when you see skyscrapers in downtown Toronto or downtown Manhattan, those are covered in a mirrored envelope that is a product of Niagara Falls. And it's absolutely fascinating to be in there. If you haven't been in their factory, several hundred people who are making good money, 52 weeks a year. They run 3 shifts, and it is absolutely fascinating to take a tour of the glass-making factory. You'll see after you go in it. I mean, it's a Class 3 operation. There's no question about it. There was some discussion by the applicants, person they'd hired, that it might be Class 2. She drove by and saw a nice building and said it's Class 2, but as soon as you take a tour of it, you'll realize it's heavy industry, and it's an amazing, amazing product, something that we should all be very, very proud of. So it's 150,000 square feet. They store a lot of their finished product and their raw materials outside, as you know if you've been down there. And the idea of putting a 10-story apartment building next door to this factory is totally ludicrous. It's ludicrous for the people who are going to be living in the building. They're going to be overlooking a glass-making factory. Who would want to overlook a glass-making factory? It's noisy, it's full of dust, and it's just, unless they're looking for a job and they want to be close to work, it's not a place where anybody would want to be living. And the idea, you know, she said, you'll see in the report, it's 38 meters away. So 38 meters, you know, for those of you who are old timers, 38 meters is kind of like a mid-range pass from Don Orey to Derek Sanderson. It's not 1,000 meters that is required for a Class 3 industry. It's 38, not 1,000. So it's really, and the residents are always going to be complaining. You're offering something to somebody who you know is going to be complaining ahead of time. We know that. For the factory, it's also going to be a problem. If you look at the investment information on site online for this building, it's not for people to live in. It's for people that buy the units and rent them out. It's what's called in parlance an Airbnb hive. And so what's going to happen is, you know, we don't have a fence around our property. We always say to these companies from Toronto, you don't need a fence. You're not in Toronto anymore. You're in Niagara Falls now. You don't need a fence. But you can be sure when they have frat parties, et cetera, in these property, that they're going to go across the street. They're going to break the glass, et cetera. And in no time, I'm not only going to need a fence, I'm going to need like an electric fence there. So it's totally inappropriate. So that's the end of my time. To conclude, my family wants to tell the mayor and the councillors that we have tremendous gratitude to you for all you've done for the city of Niagara Falls. Your hard work does not go unnoticed. Thank you for listening, and God bless you all.
Thank you very much. Before you run away, Dr. Mueller, do we have any questions of council? I think Councillor Nieuwesteeg, do you have a question?
I do. Just through you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you very much. Just a quick question. How many people work in that factory that you said at night?
A couple hundred.
A couple hundred? And
not at $15 an hour either.
And they're all local residents that
Yes.
are working there. If this apartment building goes up, what is the is that a situation where they may not stay?
Well, their lease is up in the summer of 2026. And as I said, our plan has always been, we try to convince companies to rent for 10 years at a reasonable price. They're only paying $4.50 a foot right now. The market rate is $9. And we try to get them to buy it, because once they buy it, then they're stuck here in town. Like we just did, I just sold Bright's Canning and ABC Rail to Foamcore. And Foamcore is doing now they're a local company, but they're doing amazing things there. They've hired tons and tons of people. And that's the idea, to get people to buy the building so that they're in town forever.
Thank you. Thank you for coming and speaking to us.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? And yeah, we do have fond memories of your dad, and I was a tenant, as Bob will know, at one of the buildings, and yeah, a lot of funny stories. Definitely did a lot for our community. And I have been through when it was, you know, the different iterations, including BB Glass. So we have toured the facility. So it is quite impressive, and you're right, there's a lot of people working there. You have to acknowledge that for sure. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Clerk. Mr. Naden? Nope, you're good? Okay. All right. So is there anyone else other than the applicant who wishes to address council? Okay. Seeing none, council will now hear from the applicant or his or her representative.
Good evening, Your Worship, members of council. I appear on behalf of the applicant M5V, the Lundy Inc. With me I have Mary Lou Tanner, who's the land use planner from NPG Planning Solutions, and Slavy Grusif, who is a senior engineer, noise and vibration from RWDI. There he is here. Great. I'd like to begin by confirming that we have reviewed planning staff's recommendation report, and we accept all of staff's recommendations, and at the end of this meeting we'll be asking that you move and approve all of the recommendations. Before I call on Mary Lou and Slavy to discuss the technical merits of the application, I'd like you to keep in mind the following facts. Fact number one, the concerns raised by the campground uses and letters and by the speakers this evening have been dealt with by the consultants and have been taken into account by staff. In short, staff has confirmed that their concerns have been appropriately dealt with through large setbacks and appropriate mitigation measures and warning clauses that will be on title, in purchase agreements, and in lease agreements. So all buyers and tenants will have prior notice before deciding to purchase or rent or occupy a unit. And I'm going to ask Slavy to go into some detail as to the work he's done, and truly he is the only expert in the room tonight dealing with noise and vibration. There is no other expert. Fact number two, as mentioned by Alexa, as of right, our client could build up to 6 stories with a density of 100 units per hectare without us being here this evening. So in short, the application basically results in an additional 4 stories and greater density which will allow for the potential of increased affordable housing units. The fact number 3, the proposal includes 71 affordable units, being units defined as being sold at $539,460 or less, and that number came from your staff. So we are looking at having 30% of the total units in this building being affordable. I can't think of any project that you've approved that has achieved that number in a building. Fact number 4, as you heard earlier through the presentation by the Niagara nonprofit housing group, the city has a target of 135 units annually being approved as affordable. If you approve this application this evening, you will achieve 53% of your annual target, and you still have 10 months left to go. Fact number 5, this is the perfect site for affordable housing. The property is located on 2 arterial roads. It is on major transit routes. It's within walking distance of grocery stores, convenience uses, restaurants, etc. More importantly, it does not abut existing residential, but instead abuts a seasonal campground, which makes higher density much more compatible in this situation. I've been in front of you many times when I have applicants doing infill applications right up against neighborhoods. Those are always problematic. You're not dealing with that here. Now, to give you some background on my client, M5V Inc., and the principal of the company is here this evening, Mr. Sherrard McQueen. A regular complaint I have heard at council, and it was mentioned this evening, is the frustration of approving developments, but no one is putting a shovel in the ground. No one's in a rush to build. The recommendation before you requires my client to get a site plan approved within three years. Otherwise, it loses its zoning rights. That's the sunset clause that's been included. And my client is fine with that clause being included. Respectfully, this builder has a proven record of getting approvals and actually building and selling units. He has 4 phases of primarily townhouse units on McLeod Road, consisting of 261 total units, all under construction as we speak, with 54 units complete and fully occupied. Finally, before I pass it on to Mary Lou and our noise and vibration expert, I want to leave you with some numbers to illustrate the economic impact of this development. Total development charge is based on current rates, and it'll be a lot more if you approve a new DC bylaw, given the numbers I saw this evening. But current numbers, you're looking at over $5 million in DCs for this project. Total annual property tax assessment will be approximately $90 million. Total annual property taxes just for the residential component, not including the commercial units, will be $1,554,000 using current property tax rates. In terms of labor hours, we're looking at 18 months worth of work, 135,000 hours in total of labor hours. The total cost to build the project is approximately $60 million. So I respect what Mr. Mueller had to say, and I have mixed emotions this night because you may not be aware, but I actually did some legal work for your father, who I respected greatly. So I'm a little torn, but yeah, industry is important, but we have an expert that has studied this industry and has put a plan in place which will allow these units to be developed. 71 affordable units will be in this building, and I think that's amazing. So I'll leave it up to Mary Lou to speak to the planning merits, and then you can speak to noise and vibration.
Thanks very much. This is actually not the first slide in the presentation. So just while we're queuing it up, I will introduce myself. My name is Mary Lou Tanner. I'm the president of NPG Planning Solutions, and you heard our firm earlier this evening. My business partner, Aaron Butler, is doing the work for Niagara Falls nonprofit, and we're happy to support affordable housing in the city of Niagara Falls. This is an image of the building, and I'm going to spend a bit of time on that in a second, although Slavy is going to do the bulk of the presentation. As Alexa indicated, this is the site of the property. This air photo shows you both Garner and Lundy's, and you can see our neighbors surrounding us, all of whom we have taken into consideration with this application. The broader context of the area is the Lundy's Lane intensification corridor. There's tourist commercial uses around us. There's also BV Glazing, the industrial site, as well as the two campgrounds. And through the work that we did with staff and through the reports leading up into this, we did take into consideration all of what was going on around us, including the tourist commercial designation and the permissions that are on the site as of right now. And I'll touch on that a bit more in a second. So you can also see more broadly that there's a lot of really good things happening in and around this community, including a lot of residential neighborhoods, some employment uses, as well as community facilities, all of which are very, very important, as is transit on Lundy's Lane, operated by Niagara Region and WeGo. This is the revised image of the building, and we made changes based on the urban design comments from your staff and updated the design to incorporate their urban design feedback. And some of the things you can see are the corner presentation, the 3-story podium, and then in this drawing you can see what it looks like from Lundy's Lane, including that the building is closer to Lundy's Lane. We have in fact pulled the building as far forward to Lundy's and Garner as is possible on the site, recognizing there is a bit of a road widening that we need to contribute to the municipality for Garner Road. You can also see that there is commercial uses on the ground floor, and they have a lot of windows and doors so that you can see the businesses from the street as you're walking along Lundy's Lane. And I did mention earlier that I would speak to the issue of the tourist commercial. This is a tourist commercial site. It does permit residential, as Rocky indicated. What we are asking is for a bit more residential in order that we can achieve a few things, including provision of the affordable housing units. I agree with the opinion that Alexa and the planning department has provided to you about the tourist commercial policies and their applicability here. Residential is a permitted use. Let's be clear, it is permitted on this site. Just want to touch on a couple of other urban design elements in terms of the design, making sure that there's a really good presentation at the street so the building doesn't feel overwhelmed, and that we are able to provide different treatments to break up the facade so it doesn't appear as a sheer wall from any of the streets. Just the official plan amendment Alexa has touched on, so I won't spend time on that. And just on the site-specific zoning, we do agree with the recommendations of staff, including the 2 adjustments to the zoning relative to the height, and we fully support the zoning bylaw that they've drafted, including the sunset provision. I'll turn it over to Slavi now.
Thank you, Mary Lou. Mr. Mayor, Council. I guess this is where I introduce myself. My name is Slavi Grozef. I work at RWDI. I may look young, but I've worked for the Ministry of the Environment. I was the second person to hold a noise portfolio at MTO. I've had a lot of input in some of the noise pollution control guidelines that are used in the province, as well as the land use compatibility guidelines. I do a lot of training for industries, for developers, for planners on how to use those regulations, how to implement them into their design, into their facilities. I've coached a lot of municipalities over the years. So with that in mind, I want to cover a couple of things. I think I skipped a slide. So applicable documents. There's one overarching, mostly encompassing document that applies to both developments and industries in the province of Ontario. It's developed by the Ministry of the Environment. It's called MPC 300. If you worked for the municipality for a number of years and you've been at these meetings, I'm sure you've heard at least the abbreviation, the letters. So this document applies to both developers and industries. Different parts, but the idea is more or less the rules are very similar for both. How do we do noise assessments for land use planning? Well, we look at the surroundings, so the development, we look at what influences the impacts on the development. In our case, that's road traffic, rail traffic, the industry in the area. So we take those sound levels cumulatively, and we determine whether or not they meet the provincial guidelines, best management practices for comfortable living environment. And this is where we recommend changes to the design, maybe improve building controls that have better acoustical properties than what the Ontario Building Code specifies. The idea of the assessment is to ensure compatibility can be achieved between the industry and the development. This is not a case of one over the other. We want to balance the two because we understand how important both industry and residences are. So with this in mind, Mary Lou mentioned that we've done the noise assessment. We've made some recommendations and these recommendations are based on the road and rail noise. This is not because of the industry. This is not because of the campgrounds. This is strictly because of the amount of traffic, both from rail and vehicular traffic. So we are recommending improved building controls for the windows. So this number, STC 34, doesn't really mean much to you, but Ontario Building Code has one specific number. This goes way beyond that number. So what that means is the windows that are facing north, the industry and the rail line will be so much better at reducing the sound levels than your typical window that's in your house. So unless you live downtown Toronto, you're overlooking Gardiner, the windows that will be implemented in this development would be so much better than the typical residence. In addition to this, we're also recommending noise warning clauses, again, for rail, for road traffic, and to proximity to industrial commercial establishment. In addition, we're also looking at the outdoor amenity spaces. So every building has an outdoor amenity space, and it has to be protected. So you want to be able to go out and enjoy some fresh air. You want to barbecue in the communal area. So in our assessment, we're recommending some noise barrier walls that would keep the sound levels down in those spaces to protect the occupants if you want to use them. So we've determined that based on the rail traffic information that we've gotten, based on the road traffic information that we've gotten from the city, those spaces will be a little bit noisier where you may not be able to carry a normal conversation. So by putting in noise barrier walls there, you're reducing the sound levels to a point where you can comfortably carry a conversation without raising your voice. PV glazing. Industries in Ontario are required to have an environmental permit issued by the Ministry of the Environment. What that permit does, it limits the sound levels that an industry can generate at noise-sensitive land uses around them. And in this area, there's a number of noise-sensitive land uses. So these would be the seasonal campgrounds, the houses to the north of the rail line, as well as the vacant lot. The vacant lot does have an overnight accommodation allowance. The Ministry of the Environment, MPC 300, that document, treats that allowance as if that's a noise-sensitive receptor. So an industry, if it applies for a permit through the Ministry of the Environment, it has to consider that vacant lot as if there's something there, a residence, someone living there. And it has to assess its cumulative sound levels at that vacant lot and ensure that it meets the sound level limits set in that guideline, MPC 300. Here's an image of the existing noise-sensitive land uses. So you can see to the north, there are the houses just past the rail line. There's the seasonal campgrounds to the west, to the south, to the east, as well as the vacant lot. So you can see how close all of these existing land uses are to the facility, essentially completely surrounded by them. And there is some talk about classification. So I want to give you a little bit of context, what that means, where that number comes from. In addition to noise guidelines, the Ministry of the Environment also has a document related to land use compatibility. You may have heard people refer to as the D-Series guidelines. There's a number of guidelines for specific uses. D6 refers to the compatibility between industries and residences. In that document, the ministry suggests a methodology for assigning an industrial classification, 1, 2, or 3, depending on the intensity of the industry, how it's used, and the scale of it. So class 1 is usually the lightest of industries. That's your mom and pop shop. One paint booth, maybe one truck that comes in every day, shipping, receiving, very small scale. Class 3, on the other hand, is the very large scale facility. And if you're from here, I'm sure you know Washington Mills, Salad Steel. Those are examples of class 3 facilities. Large footprint, 7 days a week, 3 shifts, a lot of dust, a lot of vibration, a lot of noise, a lot of things. They have to comply with significant environmental regulations. Here, it's a disservice to call this a class 1, even though the D-Series allow a downgrade of classification if they're completely surrounded by existing sensitive receptors. So instead of calling this a class 1, which again is a disservice, this isn't a class 3, this is a class 2 because look at how close it is to existing sensitive uses. 70 meters is the minimum recommended distance based on a class 2 classification by the Ministry of the Environment. You can see that the 70-meter buffer is already encroached by existing campgrounds. So our field work, when we did the field work a few years ago, and I was there today, you cannot hear the facility over the sound of the traffic, over the rail, meaning that when you move in, you will not be able to hear that facility, meaning that the sound levels the facility would have to meet are the sounds of traffic. So the facility essentially slips in below the radar of the noise, if you will. Seasonal campgrounds, it was already mentioned that we're implementing a number of noise warning clauses, as well as some mitigation measures to the building, which would allow the windows to remain closed. We have air conditioning, so close the windows. We have improved building controls, so better windows, which would reduce the sound levels within the interior of the space. We're also recommending noise barrier walls for the outdoor amenity spaces, meaning that we're going to reduce the sound levels within those amenity spaces as well. So through implementing those, we are demonstrating compatibility from a noise perspective with the campgrounds, mainly to the east, but as well as the ones to the west. I believe this is it.
Thanks very much, Slavi. I won't take much more of your time. We have done a number of studies, and as you just heard from Slavi, a very detailed assessment of noise, the relationship to our neighbors, and what was driving the actual noise, and how we can mitigate that. And our client is committed to implementing all of the recommendations of the RWDI study, as well as the recommendations that your staff have included in the report. We're asking that you support this application this evening. It is an appropriate location for housing. You've already approved that with the tourist commercial zoning and designation. We're simply asking for more housing and the opportunity to provide you with more affordable housing and achieve some of the multiple goals that this site will achieve for the city. Rocky, I'm not sure if you have anything else to add. Where'd you go?
I just wanted to mention there was mention of the units being used as Airbnb. That's not possible at this site. It's not legal. So if anybody would like to use a unit as Airbnb, they're going to have to make a site-specific application and come back before council, and that was mentioned in the staff report.
Okay, thank you for that. So do we have any questions of council for the presenters? Councillor Strange, Councillor Nieuwesteeg.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and to our presenters, all three. I'm sorry, what was your name again? Slavi. In your opinion, wouldn't the BZ glazing have more effect on the campground beside it than the building that you're proposing? It just seems that they're always outside, whether they're having campfires or not. A lot of them don't have the opportunity to close their windows on their accommodations there. You think it would be a little bit more detriment to them than it would be to, and I don't know if they are complaining or not.
Through the mayor, yes, we did look into that. So we could not find any environmental permits for BV glazing, but there's some facilities that could be exempt. So we assumed they may have been exempt, and we did a due diligence exercise where we studied the effects on the campground. We assumed that they would comply, meaning that our building would experience far less of a noise impact than the campground. So we did do that exercise, and you are completely correct. They're a lot closer, and it would be more impacted.
Okay, thank you. And maybe to Rocky, you're building a 10-story where you could, as of right, not even come to council for a 6-story. Am I right?
That's correct.
So you're just coming to add the 4 stories, basically. So
Come in at 4 stories and increasing the units.
And the affordable units, which is pretty incredible. And I haven't seen a development quite like this, where you're adding 30% to affordable units. You've got 192 units, and you have 71 affordable units, which is pretty amazing. And you mentioned the target that we have to try to reach is 135 annually, and just on this, we have 71, so we're over 50%, which is a great start to the year. So, and I love the look of the building. I think it's very attractive. It's a nice building, and I love McLeod Road. It is a great location because you can walk to the grocery store, walk to restaurants. There's stores, and a lot of people might not even have cars, so you can just walk to those different places. So I think it's a great location. Plus the transportation. You have public transit that's coming through all the time on Lundy Lane. So I love the development, and when the public meeting's over, I can make a motion.
Okay, thank you for that. I've got Councillor Nieuwesteeg and then the Coco.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, just one quick question to Rocky. You mentioned the affordable units. What's the square footage of an affordable unit in this building?
I'm not sure. Sherrard, do you want to answer that question, what you think the square footage would be for the 1-bedroom affordable units?
550 square feet.
Okay, 550.
And they're all 1 bedroom?
Those are all 1 bedroom.
1 bedroom plus den, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you for that. I've got Councillor Lococo, then Thompson. Oh, you're waiting for...
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To the speakers, I really love this this presentation and the development. It's in the correct zoning towards commercial. We can have residential. I love that you're bringing all of the affordable units in, and not only the affordable but the attainable. You have 72 units that are under the 539, so you have both. But I do have some questions and concern. Where do we get the classification Class 2 or Class 3? Is there somewhere within your presentation it's Class 2, it's been stated through BV glazing, it's Class 3. Where can we get confirmation? Because that's sort of for me where it's hinging on, is it 1,000 meters or is it 70 meters? Where can we get that confirmation of the class?
Mr. Groza?
Through the mayor, this is entirely based on the opinion of an expert. The way the compatibility works is there are a number examples that the Ministry of Environment provides on what could be considered Class 1, 2, and 3. That's based on the footprint of the site, the intensity of the activities, how much outdoor activities there are, if there's dust, there's odor, there's vibration, there's noise. And also, and this is why we've selected Class 2, you can downgrade an industry based on existing sensitive land uses. And in this case, this industry is completely surrounded, meaning that a Class 3 just doesn't make sense in this area because a Class 3 would have to have a 1,000-meter minimum separation distance. And in this case, you have people living next door. So by using this, which is written in the D-Series guideline, there's an entire section in the guidelines that talks about downgrading because of this. We can say that it's a Class 1 as in a light scale industry, but we don't agree with this, which is why we called it a Class 2. We think that fits more appropriately. It's a medium-sized facility. It's definitely not a Class 3. Again, I mentioned Washington Mills Salad Steel. Those are examples of Class 3 facilities in this area.
Thank you. Those are the things that I was thinking of because we're all very cautious when we put residential near Washington Mills and Salad Steel. To me, there needs to be a better way of classifying it just than a professional opinion. Like I would assume that the city would have some sort of listing about, we have zoning, this is zone this is zone this. Do we not have something through economic development that can guide us to what the classification is? And my thoughts about the 70 meters that there's existing there, sometimes when we have existing things, it doesn't mean that they're necessarily the right thing now. They could be grandfathered or there could be other permissions. I just want to make sure that the classification, because everything for me is hinging on that Class 2 or Class 3. Can we maybe talk to Ms. Dolch or through our economic development? Is there something else that we can look at for the classification other than a professional opinion between two different people who have different thoughts on the matter?
Yep, we're going to go to Ms. Dolch.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to the councillor. In terms of whether or not we would get involved in that, we're planners, we're not experts in that field. So the experts in the field are obviously the gentleman before you this evening. He's the expert in noise and assessment. Although myself and my staff have done the training on noise assessments, we can, obviously review those noise assessments, make sure that we're satisfied with kind of the expert's opinion. But in terms of the two experts, obviously planners are not necessarily experts in noise compatibility. That's left to the noise consultants. So that's what we do. Similar to traffic, I wouldn't provide expert advice on traffic. So that's where we rely on the experts to provide us the advice, and then we review those reports. If we have questions, we ask the noise consultant. In this case, we were satisfied with the results of the study.
Councillor Coco?
Thank you. Thank you. I'm not so much concerned about the noise. I'm concerned about the setback. And to me, the city should have some sort of guideline about what is tourist commercial, what is Class 1, Class 2. It doesn't make sense to me that somebody can classify it something like I think that there has to be a listing somehow of in real estate of what it is. It doesn't make sense to me that somebody can just decide what it is. And I'm not talking about the noise. I'm just talking about the setback from the place. Is there nothing that can provide us that listing within our city to say here's the classes?
Ms. Dolch?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to the councillor. So the D6 guidelines are controlled by the ministry. The ministry provides those D6 guidelines, gives you examples of Class 1, Class 2, Class 3. That's where we get our guidance from. So they control that through their regulation. So that's something not something the city has done, but something the ministry provides us advice on and guidance through that guideline. The experts have to rely on that guideline and determine through their analysis how they meet that guideline. Are they Class 1, Class 2, Class 3? Not something for the city to do. If there's something you're looking for, the city could hire a noise consultant to determine what industries are what in the community, based on that, but that's something we would have to hire a noise expert to do.
Okay, thank you. How long have the houses that are around BV glazing, how long have they been there?
Which houses?
Within the 70-meter buffer? Just
Camp-
outside of the
camp-
70-meter buffer,
camp-
there was a...
I think that's a campground.
map that just came up and there was
Are there-
houses within the 70-meter buffer.
There's ones across, I don't know, that's, there's one across the real border.
Are you talking about the subdivision?
Yeah, I don't know.
On the
Yeah.
other side of the train tracks?
That's more than 70 meters.
Yeah, that's way more than 70 meters. It's a campground right directly south of BV Glaze.
Yep. Could we get that picture up? Because maybe I was looking at it
Yeah.
wrong. There was arrows and it said 70 meters and then it looked like there were houses. Maybe they're trailers from the campground? Is that what it was?
I'm not sure. There's the arrows right there. Yeah.
Yes, so are those
that's a-
all RVs?
Yeah, that's a campground.
Okay. And so how long's the campground been there?
Yep, Ms. Tanner?
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to the councillor. That particular campground has been there since at least the 1970s. They do have zoning that permits them to be there. Both campgrounds have been there for decades. I would say prior to the 1980s at least, because the city adopted specific zoning for campgrounds around 1980, and they were there prior to that.
Thank you. And how long has BV Glazing or Red Path or whatever else it was, how long has that building been there?
I believe 2016 was mentioned at a 10-year lease. Someone mentioned this.
Yeah, I may be able to assist. I know the Red Path building was there before the Fernwood subdivision, that's my understanding, so it has to be at least 15 plus years, so. Well,
Okay,
actually,
thank you. And would a campground 70 meters be different than a residential permanent housing besides this industrial building? Would that be different? Is the reason why it's 70 meters, within 70 meters, because it's a residential campground compared to, sorry, a campground in comparison to a residential permanent being there? How close is the nearest house to this?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. In the province treats them exactly the same. There are people living there. So they're treated exactly the same way. The same sound level limits would apply to both. The distance to the nearest house, I believe, is about 100 meters right across to the north, the rail. To the east, a little bit less than 100 meters. But also the vacant lots, it's already mentioned that they allow for residential. And again, based on the provincial guidelines for noise, that is also treated as a noise-sensitive receptor. So the same sound level limits would apply to the vacant lot. Same as the campground, same as the houses to the north.
Okay, thank you. I'm satisfied with the expert's opinion regarding the class. It just seems to me that there should be more guidance on that moving forward, but I know that's my question. So I'm in support of the application. I'm very happy that we're getting the affordable unit. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Do you have any other questions or council of council or comments? Okay, all right. The pub.
Sorry, just
Yes.
one other thing. I never said, the barrier walls that you're putting in, so will it help both industries, I guess? So you're kind of doing them a favor by putting the barrier walls in, so it seems like you're doing everything you can to accommodate, even with the campgrounds.
Mr. Mayor, yes, absolutely. So because we are mitigating transportation noise levels, that would have a secondary benefit for the stationary, for the campgrounds, for all the noise in the area. But we're making these recommendations based on transportation noise. That's the primary goal.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. If there are no further questions or comments of council, the public meeting with respect to the proposed official plan and zoning bylaw amendment is now concluded. Councillor Strange, you're moving the recommendations. Councillor Patel, or no? Okay, Councillor, you're going to make the second, Councillor Thompson? Okay, so we've got a motion by Councillor Strange to approve the three recommendations staff put forward, seconded by Councillor Thompson. Is there any discussion to the, yes, Councillor Patel?
To you, Mr. Mayor, I want to thank all the speakers and all the presenters for great presentation. This is a great development. It has affordable units, and they are willing to put their shovels in the ground. But in my opinion, it's in completely wrong place. It's the wrong, it's the right development in the wrong place. Let's put this in perspective. There are 2 campgrounds on 2 sides, and there is a BB glazing, that's industry, that employs 200 people, well-paying jobs. And there is a one tall building in the middle. And as Mr. Rivers said that before, there's other industry has left BB glazing because there was a residential development around it, and I'm sure they probably got complaints. For me, I'm always against residential encouragement onto businesses, because those businesses will get up and they will leave with the jobs. You need a job to buy a home, not other way around. And when it comes to campgrounds, people use those campgrounds for weekends, summers. Lots of the residents in Niagara Falls, they park their RVs in the campgrounds because they can't park them on the driveway. And with the campgrounds, let's further to the campground, just the uses of the campground. When we look at our new way of development, we are looking at intensifying all the development. We're talking about building up, not building out, because we're trying to protect the green spaces and farmland. And this is one of the time, campgrounds are very important to have, because lots of families will not have backyard. They will park their RVs or campers in the campgrounds where kids can enjoy the backyard amenity. For example, barbecue, campfires. And what happens with the campfires? You get complaints from the neighbors, from the smoke. And we are a world-class tourist destination. We should be providing all sort of accommodation for all the budgets. Because you know what, currently everything is so expensive. Families can't afford to go for a lavish vacation. They can't afford $300 a night. If they have RV, they can park for a cheaper parking fee, and they can cook their own meal. They don't have to buy a meal outside. And look at the Lundy Lane, it's filled with all the hotels, motels, and all the restaurants. We have a transportation right there. I don't think this is a right development in the right place. It's a really good development. Hopefully it goes through in some other place, but not in the right place. And there is the adult entertainment joint right across the street. It's not a good place to raise the family. So I don't think it's a right development, so I will not be supporting this.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Baldinelli.
I too agree. It's great development. It's exactly what the city needs. I just don't think that this is proper development in the proper area. In my opinion, it doesn't fit or support the surrounding residents or the established businesses in the area. And I don't think that any development should have a negative impact on the current businesses that are surrounding the area. And I hate to see 200 jobs leave. And like Mona's mentioned about the campgrounds, they've been there and established for a long period of time, and I hate to see their businesses negatively. I understand the taxes and the collection and the value of the project. I just don't think it fits in that specific area. There's proper development in the proper locations, in my opinion. I won't support that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. If there's any other comments, then we're gonna, yes, Councillor.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I agree with some of their comments, but here's a developer who could actually get a 6-story as of right. He wouldn't have to come to council. It would be an as of right. So all we're doing is adding the 4 stories. And the affordable housing units, we can't look past that. We're going to be over 50% of our target for this year for affordable units. That's just amazing.
Thank you for that. Any other comments or questions? Okay, so we're going to call the vote now. So again, motion by Councillor Strange, the 3 recommendations of staff, seconded by Councillor Thompson. We're going to call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? And Councillor Nieuwesteeg has to pick a side. Okay.
I'm going to go, I will go with 4.
With 4. Okay, so the recommendation passes. Okay, so I'd like to thank everyone for coming out tonight. Appreciate your time. And You've been approved. You can be on your way. Thank you very much. Is there anyone of the public here to speak to the matter on the corner of St. Paul and Mountain Road? No? Okay.
We've already registered our concerns.
Okay, thank you for that.
The reason that I was asking is there has been a staff error on the posting of the sign on the property in question about giving proper notice for the date and time of the meeting. The meeting was advertised by public notice, and it was also given by first-class mail to the properties surrounding the property in question. But perhaps at this time I'll turn it over to Alexa from our planning department, and she can explain possible next steps. It looks like we're possibly considering deferral and bringing this back at the next meeting on March 19th. But I'll have Ms. Cooper give some further explanation.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Ms. Cooper.
Thank you. I'm just going to go ahead and skip to the last slide here, since we're going to be reconvening. So I'm just going to jump right to next steps. So since notice was failed to give with the minimum requirements of the Planning Act, at this time council is unable to make a decision on the application until we meet those minimum requirements. Therefore, staff are recommending that the application be deferred until the minimum notice requirements under the Planning Act have been met. We are currently setting up to have that meeting be on March 19th, 2024, in accordance with the minimum notice requirements. And following the statutory public meeting in March, council can consider staff's recommendation contained in our report and make a decision on the application at that time.
They don't want to speak. Okay, so we're looking for a motion for deferral. Is that right? Okay. Yes, okay. Motion by Councillor Strange, seconded by Councillor Campbell, that this matter be deferred to the March 19th meeting. Motion for deferral. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you for that, Ms. Cooper. And then next up, Mr. Clerk.
There was originally one more planning public meeting scheduled. That was listed on today's agenda as 6.3. The public notice did go out, but that request for deferral came in after that public notice went out. So we kept it listed here so that anyone looking at the agenda would see that it has been deferred to a later date. So there is no further planning public meetings.
Okay, so we don't need to defer that one. Okay, now, Mr. Clerk, we're going in camera, if I understand correctly.
Yes, the next item on the agenda would be in camera. There are two resolutions listed. The first resolution at 7.1 is regarding all the topics on tonight's in-camera agenda. And then because council is coming back at an in-camera session on March the 5th to deal with development charges, that will be an education session, and then a special meeting right after that that evening on March 5th, we also have another resolution. That resolution will cover off that in-camera item on March 5th, and then also a education session listed for May 14th. So that's just some explanation as to why there are two resolutions listed on tonight's agenda.
Okay, so we're looking for a motion to go in camera now and then again on March 5th and May 14th. Motion by Councillor Strange, second by Councillor Campbell. All those in favor? Okay, that's great. So we are now going to go in camera. Folks, I know you're filling the chambers. Maybe you're a bit ahead of yourselves. We're going in camera. We might be in there for, it's hard to say, could be half an hour. It might be a little bit longer. So we'll be back as soon as we're done. Okay, everybody, welcome back. We just came back from our in-camera meeting, and we're resuming now at 9:53 in the PM. Councillor Campbell went home. He wasn't feeling well. So just a reminder to everybody, we do have a full house here tonight in chambers. We just ask that we maintain decorum. Typically, that just means we just keep it professional. We don't clap or boo or go this way or that way. We just try to keep it professional. That's all. Decorum in the chamber. So I appreciate everybody being here, and we're gonna, because of all the attendance for one of the items, we are gonna rejig the agenda, and we're gonna start with 8.3, fire communications consolidation. And I am going to ask our staff if they would maybe lead us in the report. And who's gonna lead us?
Actually, I believe there's a delegation.
There's a delegation. Mr. Clerk, do you want to lead us in this regard, please? Let me present it first.
Yes, Your Worship, we do have one delegation request on this item. Mr. Justin Canestrero. He has asked to speak on behalf of the Firefighters Association. And if he's present,
He's there,
we can have him
front
come
row.
forward. And as stated, we'd have up to 5 minutes to make his presentation.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you to the mayor and members of council for allowing me to speak before you tonight. And just once again, my name is Justin Canestrero, and I am the president of the Niagara Falls Professional Firefighters Association. Tonight's vote put before you could be a defining moment for our department and our level of services that we provide. And that's why, sitting behind me, is a united front made up of members of all levels of seniority, members from all divisions, retirees, and retired chiefs. And though I do not represent the volunteers within the NFFD, it should be noted that members from Station 4, 5, and 6 of our volunteer stations are here, sitting and standing shoulder to shoulder with our full-time staff, as we all share the same passion for public and firefighter safety. I have stood before you and previous councils numerous times over the past 6+ years, thanking you for your continued support and investment into public safety and firefighter safety. There's been difficult decisions made over this period, from continuing to build our Station 7 during definitely uncertain times, to listening to our past chief and voting to continue staffing our apparatus with 4 firefighters, and the latest, hiring additional staff to fill in for our members who are currently off on long term, and providing a relief valve for firefighters that are currently filling the gaps. Every one of these issues are directly related to the safety of our residents, the visitors of our city, and the safety of the firefighters behind you who vow to protect them. Tonight I stand before you to ask the same, and that we continue this trend. I am not here to ask for more, only to keep what we have. I ask that you continue to support our core values of public safety and firefighter safety. I ask that you continue to ensure we have everything necessary to safely do this already dangerous job. I ask that you unanimously vote no to removing our communications division from the NFFD and sending it to St. Catharines, as this will be detrimental. I have said this often to you, and that I would never stand before you and ask for something that we plainly want. That you would only hear from me if I had to ask for something that we need. And that anything we would ever need would be directly related and attributed to our core values of public and firefighter safety. I stand by this statement, and I ask that you keep this in mind as we move forward. Our department is second to none, and it is almost impossible to compare us against any others in the province. The falls, the gorge, the waters that surround it bring some of the most unique rescue operations anywhere. The tech rescue operations that we respond to in our city and neighboring cities include, but are not limited to, high-angle rope rescue, swift water rescue, ice rescue, helicopter short haul, hazmat, and confined space. And they all have unique challenges that come along with specialized radio terminology and operational guidelines. No other municipality or departments in the province have the vast challenges with their landscape as we do, which, in addition to the responses I've listed above, include an international border, major highways, rail systems that transport both people and dangerous goods, and the fact that we have more high-rise buildings per capita than any other city in North America. And from what we hear tonight, the possibility of more and more to come as we try to build this city and continue to grow. We have always done more with less here in our department, as we're built for a population of about 100,000, with 14 million visitors coming here yearly. We've always made do, and we're not asking for more. Everything listed above goes directly through the heart of our department, and that's our communications division with my staff, my members sitting behind me. Losing this division and their service they provide will be a detriment to our department as a whole. The benefits of having them in-house, just an office away from our platoon chiefs and suppression captains, is vital to our success. During an emergency call, either full-time or volunteer, you can find the platoon chief or suppression captains in the division listening and providing advice and guidance. Also giving the ability to upgrade or downgrade a call as they see fit in live time. Our communicators and bottom 16 staff are trained to a higher level than most communicators in all of Ontario in meeting the NFPA 1061 standard. Our communicators are brought out on ride-alongs in fire apparatus and brought to training sessions down into the gorge and other treacherous areas so they understand the places that we are when we do rescues, and they understand what we need when we ask for it on the radio. We have the ability to make real-time changes to protocols and operational guidelines. We have the opportunity for real-time training for all staff in the comm center watching and listening. The ability to call a chief over at a second's notice if something goes wrong and is needed. We also use this as the internal understanding. They have the internal understanding of our communications lingo, specialized gear, and tactics. And now I ask, how can we continue to boast that we have first-class city if we aren't going to provide it with first-class services? How can we continue to approve new high-rise buildings, hospitals, factories, and businesses if we do not have the sufficient tools to protect them? If we lose this division, and based just on those instances above, we have lost our level of service, and this will take a direct blow to our core values, which I know are also values of yours. This will create a massive loss of control, and in our business, that can be deadly. Our staff does not care about making more money in St. Catharines. They want to stay here. Our captain will lose her position as a captain. Our acting captains will lose that designation. All seniority gained will be lost. Loss of educational opportunities that are available here, and the possibility of divisional transfer or promotion will be lost. There is a reason we don't lose staff to other departments. This fire department is an amazing place to work, and so is this city, and that's why people don't leave. To speak to some points on the report, this is not a merge by any means, as a merge takes two willing parties. Yes, our budget is high for fire, as we offer the highest level of service in the province, and that's always been something that the association, the chiefs, councillors, and the mayor have been proud of, and we want to continue to be proud of it. We are poised and ready to get going with Next Gen 911, even though it seems we've faced numerous roadblocks. The points that were made about our junior staff covering for sick time actually saves us money. Also, to point to having a captain during the day and not at night, with the suppression captain overseeing, is also a cost savings. And it was pointed out that we should be worried about the unknown costs of Next Gen 911, but nothing said about the possibility of the unknown costs of moving us somewhere else, and what comes along with that can be detrimental. It also must be noted that this report and the possibilities that come of this report is a direct violation of our collective agreement. And a yes vote from you all today to move this to St. Catharines will put us in a lengthy and costly arbitration. And it should also be noted that some aspects of this report could be a direct violation of the FPPA. As a taxpayer in this city, I understand the difficult job that you all have. Finding money to cut from any division or department or any service is no easy task. However, never in my almost 20 years here has the possibility of major cuts to our service been an option. Quite frankly, I will admit that I'm worried that we're even here discussing this. I'm worried that today will be the day we never thought would come. A day where a number or a price will finally be put on the value of somebody's life, whether it be a member of the public or one of these men and women that are standing behind me. You have all been to our memorial services at Station 1, where I stand alongside our chief and read the names of our fallen. I wish we never had a memorial or walls that were built with so much empty space for other names to be added. But that is a risk we all know exists and that we're willing to take. This decision could directly affect more names going on that wall if we lose the tools we have to do our job safely. Please note, we are not asking for more. We are only asking to keep what we have. Thank you for your time. I will attempt to answer any questions that I can, and anything else I will direct to the chief.
Thank you very much. I've got Councillor Strange.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Justin, for that. And I've known you for a while, and I don't know if, hopefully there's not a fire tonight, because I don't know who's gonna, a few people left at the fire
We
station.
We still got some.
Yeah, and I like a few of the guys are keeping the Movember going all year round, which is nice. You know, you picked a few points that you don't realize how different Niagara Falls is different from other communities, especially in our region. You know, where we got the high-rise hotels, apartment buildings, condos, as well as the river, the canal. And I know we had one gentleman come here, I think it was last year, who rescued someone and almost lost his life at the same time. So we know how important it is. And what's different about this fire department and the city of Niagara Falls, this is a growing population. We're going to be growing so much. We just put the new the fire station in, as well as the one thing that we had to buy a special apparatus this year because of special rescues you have to do at hotels in the gorge, as well as a helicopter. You know, not too many communities have that where they can contact a helicopter. And maybe you can explain how that is in communications, where you can call Niagara helicopters and they come and they help you during a rescue. Maybe you can explain.
Sure. So that is a direct communication with the pilot. That's the way he wants it. Our dispatch contacts him directly, and we have about 17 staff now trained on our specialized rope rescue committee in what's called short haul, where they dangle from a 75-foot rope underneath the helicopter, which can get us in and out of scary situations. It was at one point done by Parks Police. We are now lucky enough to have taken that over just because they didn't have the staffing to do it. And we are the only people in Ontario, only fire service in Ontario that does this right now.
And do you get any extra funding from the province for doing that?
We get, I might have to put to the chief, but
yeah.
We get, I believe it's just a handshake and a thank you that we give to Renee. I don't know if we have to pay anything, but that's to the chief.
Yeah. I'm just saying it's an amazing partnership that we're lucky to have.
Yeah, through you, Your Worship. There are no expenses to the use of the helicopter with Niagara Helicopters. Everything that he does, including the training of our staff, is all on a handshake and a thank you.
And if we're so lucky to have that, I can't imagine giving up that service and the connection between you guys and going to St. Catharines and having that connection, you know, kind of that networking kind of breach there. I mentioned the population growth, and we don't even know what's going to happen with amalgamation, because right now they're talking about a 3 or 4 city model. So we could be actually hooked up, they're saying, with Fort Erie and Niagara and Lake, which kind of makes sense. We have the same corridor of water, same parkway. In my opinion, I think, if anything, we should be the center of communications, especially if we're going to be amalgamating with Niagara and Lake and Fort Erie. What is your position on that? Could you take that on if you had to? I don't know if the chief or yourself can answer
I'll give you my quick stance, but I will have to go to the chief for that. My quick stance is today, right now, I'm here to make sure we keep our dispatch center here in Niagara Falls. I'm open to anything that we can do after. And I believe we can and do have room to take some stuff on, but I'll have to go to the chief for him to elaborate on that.
Chief, did you want to weigh in on the idea of potentially Fort Erie as an example?
Again, thank you, Your Worship, to the councillor. There's always that possibility. Their call volume is very small in terms of the ability to do that. The fluctuation in our call volume over the past few years has been as high as 6,000. We're down to 4,969 in 2023. So we have the potential to absorb either Fort Erie or Niagara Lake.
Yeah, because I think that's what, the way it's kind of looking, we're not sure yet. We're waiting for the announcement from the province, but if it does happen, I think we would be the perfect kind of center for that between Niagara Lake and Fort Erie, too, especially along the Parkway.
For sure.
And the gorge and the communications with the helicopter.
Yeah.
You guys do such a fantastic job, and I would hate to put anybody in jeopardy, especially you guys and the people you're helping. So I will vote no to this.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Strange. Do we have any other, I've got Councillor Lococo online.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The report talks about St. Catharines being on a cost recovery basis. Do we have a set fee structure? Will they charge us per call, per number of dollars, per number of call? How is that going to work, and how does the 240,000 savings in the report factor into that?
Who would answer? Okay, we'll go to the CAO.
On that specific question, as a contract, it is a fixed amount. It varies as call volume changes, and it is done as St. Catharines operates it as a cost recovery basis. So the costs are spread out over who's generating those costs by the multiple agencies. But it's a 15-year contract that locks in the cost, and the only variable there is if your department's growing and taking up more of the cost, you have to take that burden on at that point in time.
Councillor?
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Yes, I have some more questions. So, sorry, I just lost my train of thought here. So the cost recovery, the report also talks about admin calls, and I was speaking to the chief and he explained to me that all admin phone calls go through the dispatch as well, so those would also have to go through St. Catharines. When I say admin calls, it was, I'm going to pull my fire alarm right now, please take it offline. If somebody was calling for education at a school, have those admin calls been factored into the cost recovery and the price that Niagara Falls would pay if we went to St. Catharines? Or are we looking at a different plan of taking those admin calls away from dispatch in St. Catharines?
Mr. CEO?
No, those costs were factored in. The other administration calls, so other calls that go to the fire station for particular staff, would be handled through a voicemail system, and go from there. And just to be clear, cost recovery isn't specific cost recovery to the proponent, because when you're in a larger call center, the costs are spread out over all the parties. So just to be clear, it's not Niagara Falls generated this specific call and therefore you get dinged for that. It's pooled together. That's where you get your cost efficiencies from.
Okay, thank you. It's been said numerous times that we have very special, unique situations here in Niagara Falls that other communities don't have, and it's also been stated that we're a very expensive fire department here in Niagara Falls. I'm equating the two. We're expensive because we have all of those extra unique situations. I got some figures from the chief today, and I asked him, I said, what would the cost of some of these extra special features that a normal fire department wouldn't have? And he gave me a few, and I'm just going to go through them so you can see that there is that cost for having these extra special features. $150,000 for hazmat, not including dedicated fire apparatus. High-angle rope confined space rescue, $150,000 to $200,000. Fire truck aerial 1 skyhook, $250,000, best guess estimate. Water ice rescue, $800,000. Trench rescue, $140,000. And then if you think about the amount of firefighters that we would not have to have if we didn't have those specialty issues, could be anywhere from 12 to 20 personnel. So I really do believe that we are expensive because we have these specialty things here in Niagara Falls. As Councillor Strange said about, is there money coming from the province? When I think about tourism and I think about money being distributed in different places, is there any other money coming from other places, federal or provincial, that could assist in costs for these extra special features that we have that we wouldn't have if we didn't have a tourist industry?
Okay, we'll go to the CAO again.
Yeah, I just want to clarify. I know that is said a lot, well, we do gorge rescue, so we're more expensive, or we do this if it's more expensive. The reality is fire is a fixed cost structure. And if you go back to COVID, where our call volume dropped and we didn't respond to calls, it's not like 2/3 of our cost disappeared. At the end of the day, we have to have so many firefighters on the job to respond to any call. If I said tomorrow we're no longer doing gorge rescue, we're not going to save any money. Just to be clear, there's no one going to be laid off because we're not doing gorge rescue anymore. So the cost savings is there. The training costs, yeah, there are some training costs, but at the end of the day, it's a fixed cost structure. So so whether there's no calls that come in to fire for a month, my cost is the same. So this concept of, well, we do these things and therefore we cost more. No, it's I have X number of personnel on that I have to be paid for coverage, and whether they never get a call or they get 1,000 calls, my costs relatively stay the same. There used to be a debate about whether in some fire departments they won't roll on certain medical calls. Well, my view of it is, whether they're rolling on a medical call or they're not rolling on a medical call, I might as well roll them on a medical call, because there is a potential that they could have a positive impact and my cost doesn't change. So I just want to make sure that there is no misnomer that if someone says, well, if we no longer do gorge rescue or we no longer do these things, that all of a sudden my costs are going to be significantly different. That's not the case. With regards to getting extra money from the province, there are other municipalities that also have unique challenges, and every municipality has a unique challenge. I went from Norfolk County, which had, during my tenure there, 3 children lost their life because we have unsupervised beaches in a long period of time. Complex, lake rescues that are undertaken and with the Coast Guard and with, our fire folks, dense forests and black hole communication areas. Everyone has unique challenges, and I'm not saying that our challenges aren't unique, and I'm not saying that our guys don't do a good job. But I just want to make sure that the economic argument of, if we didn't do something, then then all of a sudden we're going to save a lot of money. Our cost is fixed, and we've continued to support the high structure. But the reality is, we do have a high cost burden. We are one of the most expensive forces in Ontario, and at the end of the day, the taxpayer is paying for that. So there is no government money out there for other pools of funds to do something.
Thank you. Councillor?
Thank you. Yeah, I had a few more questions.
Yep.
I'm wondering why we didn't put out an RFP on this, that we went straight to St. Catharines for sole source. I know there's other ones out there like Tilsonburg, possibly others. Why are we doing sole source?
Mr. CAO?
Yeah, that was a specific decision. I did not want to, as my report outlines, the number one thing was the employee issue. St. Catharines was willing to absorb them all and absorb them at their current level and absorb their acquired benefits at that point in time. Nobody else would do that. We will have a professional disagreement of opinion from the union. They believe it's a nature of grievance. We do not. But that was the reason why we think St. Catharines offers an opportunity for no loss of employment or no reallocation of employment for communicators, because they can continue to be a communicator in St. Catharines. So that's why it was a single source. And frankly, the other reason for the single source is every other regional department, except for Fort Erie and Welland, are already dispatched by St. Catharines. And St. Catharines does do some of the similar training that we do here with ride-alongs and that kind of stuff. So we thought that there was some good similarities. And like I said, the number one reason I listed in the report was the employees themselves.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I guess my next question would be through the mayor to the fire chief. I'm a process person, so I'm trying to understand how a 911 call would work now and how it would work if we went to St. Catharines. So if I call 911, it goes to the Niagara Regional Police, and then the Niagara Regional Police, if it was fire, it would go to Niagara Falls. So the Niagara Regional Police sent it to Niagara Falls. Niagara Falls would be talking to me if I called, and we would figure out what was going on. If it goes to St. Catharines, am I correct in understanding I call 911, it goes to the Niagara Regional Police, the Niagara Regional Police then sends it to St. Catharines, St. Catharines then sends it to Niagara Falls. Now say I'm in a special situation that I'm lost down in the gorge, St. Catharines, would they understand what our issues are? So now St. Catharines would be talking to me, lost in the gorge. They don't know. They tell Niagara Falls where I am, and then Niagara Falls says, oh, well, it could be here, it could be here. Does Niagara Falls then go back to St. Catharines? Will there be this back and forth, sort of like a telephone chain? Is there going to be more people involved in there that my issue could get lost, that I'm not dealing with people that are experts and knowledgeable in our locations?
Chief?
Thank you, Your Worship, and to the councillor. That is fundamentally, and that's the real challenge that I'm having with regards to the knowledge base that our communicators have about our city. In particular, and it's not whether St. Catharines is a poor communication service. That's not what I'm saying. What I would like to say is that our communicators do the best job for our city and for our staff from a health and safety perspective. And to follow up with that, they also can give, because they know the demographics of our city, not only the streets and the complexes, but also the underground tunnels that they've physically walked, and the gorge, the paths that they've actually walked. They understand the benchmarks, they understand the geography, and those communications between the 911 caller or Niagara Regional Police or wherever the call is coming from, in my opinion, it's more accurate information. It'll help the responders that are down there, because we do liaise with the Parks Police, Niagara Regional Police, including our Niagara EMS partners, when we're all collectively, and we're getting first-hand information directly from our communicators, not from another dispatch center, regardless of who they are. And that's what I believe the true benefits are from a level of service.
Thank you.
Thank you. I know over the past few years with our new CAO, he's looked at all of our processes at City Hall, and we find that we're spending more time on certain things, so we've upped our fees to address that. Would by chance St. Catharines ever charge us more? And I don't want to pick on St. Catharines, just the new merging company that we're looking at. Could they charge us more if our call duration was longer because of our unique situations? If we come up with a contract and a dollar amount, and then they find that our call duration is longer because of these, could they change our fee structure?
Who wants to answer that? CAO?
Yeah, I think the short answer is no. I think the councillor raises a good point, which is in my report. If call duration time increases or regulatory changes happen, such as you may need a second communicator on staff to handle video and text and the other stuff. If our call handle time changes, and for safety reasons, we need to increase our increase from 1 seat to 2 seats. That's when you get into 60% increases into our existing budget for comms, because once you go from 1 seat to 2 seats, you're doing it. So at the end of the day, it is attempted to be a cost recovery model. The broader your cost is, the more you're spreading your cost out over more people, the lower your cost per call is. So if everyone's experiencing more call handle time because of NG911, that's getting spread out against everyone. If we experience it, we're spreading out only against ourselves at that point in time. So if everyone's call handle time goes up by 20% and the costs go up, we're the only ones absorbing that cost. If we're on our own, If it's in a consolidated environment, it's spread out over all the parties there. And the ability to absorb more is better with a larger unit.
Thank you. I understand that about the cost recovery spreading out more, but I think what I'm asking is if St. Catharines figures out that Niagara Falls calls are now longer because of our unique situation, could they come back, change our costing? Because the report basically says that there's $240,000 savings and unknown costs later on, more capital, more technology. There's a lot of unknown costs, but I'm afraid that if whoever we merge with, if they find that Niagara Falls is a unique situation, could they come back and start charging us more?
Through the chair, St. Catharines is knowledgeable about our situation, and if it's around cost certainty, there's greater cost certainty in St. Catharines than us going alone. If that's the issue, cost certainty, it's great. Your cost certainty is greater in a larger call center because, as I said, it's a step rate cost structure call center. That's why you see very few one-seat call centers in any business. They consolidate. There's organizations in the private sector that consolidate call centers because it is a step rate cost center. So I have a tax base of 100,000 people. If I need one seat, it costs me so much. As soon as I go to 2 seats, my costs go up, but my revenue base stays the same. And that's the challenge you have. So with a larger call center, with more volume through that, your cost certainty is always better in a larger call center.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The report also talked about possible regional amalgamation. Councillor Strange talked about amalgamating with Niagara Falls and Niagara-on-the-Lake and Fort Erie. Thinking about merging because of amalgamation, but if Fort Erie is with Tillsonburg, how would that work in an amalgamated city with already one city with a different dispatch, or does that matter? I'm only bringing it up because it was brought up in the report about amalgamation.
Yeah, I think what I brought in the report was if we were a single city, there would be no debate about 2 call centers. You'd have 1 call center. Niagara Regional Police has 1 call center. EMS has 1 call center. And they're successful call centers. The only reason, the OPP, has a few call centers for the whole province. The only reason, I brought it up as an example that if the province came in and said it was 1 call center, or 1 city, there would be no decision. We'd move to 1 call center, period. I don't see any potential that anyone logically would ever make a decision to say, well, Niagara Falls is going to get their own special call center under a 1 city model. So if that would be the case under a 1 city model, what is the rationale to not show leadership in that position? That's why I put it in the report, because there's another way to look at it. Because I get taxpayers all the time that say, we got to do things differently. We got to do things differently. If we were Hamilton when they consolidated, they did things differently. We got to start looking at, showing leadership. The mayor and I were at Matt Cisco's State of the Union address. He made those same, comments today. And the reason I put it in the report is just the way to think about it. If we were 1 city, if Doug Ford came and said, you're 1 city tomorrow, there is no 2 call centers. It would be 1. The other ones would have to deal with their contractual obligations at Tillsonburg. They'd all have cancellation clauses in them, but they would probably most likely migrate over or honor the contracts. But I can't see any situation where you say, well, the police are okay with 1 call center, EMS is okay with 1 call center, but somehow Niagara Falls is so special that they're going to have their own call center.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The report talks about a 15-year contract. To me, any 15-year contract is a long period of time. Is that something that we can negotiate if we're not happy?
CEO?
You could. I think the reason they put a 15-year contract in place is you have to remember if they're going to absorb our employees, they want some certainty that we're just not going to leave, and then they have those employees at that point in time. You know, if they're going to make investments in technology upgrades and making sure that, you know, they are, you know, at the best of the game, and investments in training, you want to be able to have that relationship over a long period of time. So could it be negotiated? Yes. There might be less cost certainty under a shorter term contract, though.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. $240,000 is a lot of money, and I know we've talked about trying to find savings in different places. At the end of the day, it says $240,000, and there's all of these unknowns. What is, through the mayor to the CAO, can you put a dollar amount on what you feel that this would save the taxpayers for, say, 2025, 2024 with capital and human resources and cost recovery? What would we save? What is the dollar amount? Because there's a lot of unknowns there.
CEO?
Yeah, and I'll talk about this in my comments later on about what 240 actually means, or 250. I put a conservative amount in there. St. Catharines did give us a price. It would be fixed for a period of time. The unknowns are a lot less, frankly, with St. Catharines. The one biggest unknown would be the additional cost of training and movement of procedures when we onboard to onboard to a different call system approach and policies and procedures on that. But the unknowns of going forward is, I don't know what the maintenance of the new equipment is. I don't know what the unknowns of regulatory changes is, because you have to remember that NG 911 is going to come in with text, and then it's going to come in, you know, with video, and there's going to be additional complexity. Currently, we do not have dedicated communication supervision at night, and that's because of an exemption that's granted. That, you know, anything that's just an exemption that's there because of a stroke of a pen could also be taken away with a stroke of a pen. So those are those unknowns that I am not sure of. I have greater cost certainty in a call center that is, you know, doing 17,000 calls, 20,000 calls, is, you know, doing it for multiple departments, than I do by myself, because any cost increase that occurs, I have to absorb 100% of the cost increase. When you're in another call center, I might only be absorbing 10% of that cost increase, or 15% of that cost increase, because they might be able to absorb that cost increase through other, you know, through other means. And that's why, if it's a cost certainty issue, your cost certainty is always the greatest in a larger base model.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think those are all of my questions. I'll save some of my comments for later on. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Strange?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And to Justin, or maybe the chief could answer this, do you see anything possibly in our unique position in Niagara Falls, especially with the helicopter, just miscommunications by seconds or minutes, possibly by going to St. Catharines back and forth because of your connection with the helicopter, and sometimes you only have seconds to save a life. Do you see any delay or anything like that from this new communication, not having that networking with the helicopters?
Through you, Your Worship, to the councillor, I believe a potential delay could be the unfamiliar territory of our city, that they're not familiar with areas and the uniqueness of where, you know, tourists, which we have a few of those that come to the city, are just not familiar with the area. They may not even know where they are. If you're familiar with the area, you can provide, you know, some direction to the 911 caller. You can try to get information, and you can help because you understand the surroundings, you understand the demographics of the city. And I believe that that's where a delay could potentially be, if a communicator is totally unfamiliar with the area that they're communicating to.
Which could happen, because it's so the gorge, and you know, you get tourists already trying to hike down there and think it's a good time to walk down there, and if you miss them by seconds or minutes, it could be the end of them. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions of council? All right. Thanks, Justin. Appreciate that. Okay, so we're gonna go to the, first, before we do, I need to get an extension to go past 10 o'clock, which we're already half hour past. So I need a motion from Councillor Nieuwesteeg, Councillor Baldinelli. All those in favor? Okay, that's approved unanimously. Thank you for that. So I guess we'll go to the CAO now on the actual fire communication consolidation report. So if you want to orate it for council.
Thank you. Hopefully council will indulge me in a few minutes. I've prepared some notes. This is a tough decision by council, and a tough decision as me as CAO, and I don't want to underestimate that. You know, as CAO, I challenge my staff all the time, and I've always made that promise to you as council that I'm going to bring a report and a recommendation that I believe in. I'm not going to give you something that I don't believe in, and I challenge my staff to do that. And it's tough sometimes, you know, when you're faced with significant opposition. It's easy to always kind of take the easy way out and not do what's right, because sometimes doing what's right is tough. There's conflict involved, and if my staff don't have the if I don't have the fortitude to do it, I can't expect my staff to do it. And that's why this is a CEO report and not a staff report. And sometimes when you're doing something new and you're leading, it's always easy to take the shots. When you're the first one out of the trench, you're the one that generally gets aimed at most easily. And I respect that of council too, because you will also be in the line of fire on this one. I also understand the association is a powerful association. You can clearly see their passion for their profession, and I would say that the Fire Association is probably one of the best associations in municipal government. They have been able to do things that no other QP union or anything else would do because of their effort, and they've even been fairly active on social media the last few days on this issue and another issue. And that's not a bad thing. I don't say it in a negative way. That's their role. That's their job. Their job is to represent their members. And I understand that and I respect that. My job as CEO is I also have to represent their members. I also have to represent all the staff and all the other departments. And I also have to represent the taxpayers who can't lobby as effectively, may not fully understand the issues. So when I have to bring a report to this council, I have to balance everything. And that's why I laid out, how I ranked those items in it. Safety is an issue. That's been brought up. We can discuss safety. You heard here tonight that the association's position is that it would be an unsafe environment. I would argue that if it was an unsafe environment, that there should be people pounding the table at Welland, should be people pounding the table at Fort Erie, should be pounding the table at all the other places that have a dispatch outside of their own dispatch. And because if that was truly the case, they would have to say that their fire chief is operating in an unsafe manner, that their fire chief is putting their staff in an unsafe manner, that they're putting their residents in an unsafe manner. And I don't think they'd want to say that, because I think those chiefs, those councils, those firefighters will say that they are operating in a safe manner and that they are respecting the safety of their members and the residents. And in reality, there is complexity to dispatch. But I can give you other examples in the world. A Canadian jet pilot would be in a war zone being communicated by a German AWACS coming out of a U.S. Air Force base in Germany. They can figure it out. Other communities have figured this out. And they operate in a safe manner. Because like I said, if they weren't operating in a safe manner, then this argument should happen at all the other cities that are there, that are using some other dispatch. And I sent you a few cities that just recently made the decision to move. And safety was not factored in. And when it comes to safety and public policy, it's always a tough decision. I don't like, I don't want to see anyone die in a car accident. I could say, no more car accidents, I'll ban cars. It's unrealistic. You can't do that. I can say speed limit's 20 kilometers. Unrealistic. You know, you can't do that. But you could claim that if you had no cars or if everyone drove at 20, it would be a safer environment. And I'll do a personal one. I'm a dad. There comes a time when your kids need a car. I love my kids. If I wanted to buy them the safest car, I'd go get them a Mercedes-Benz. They have all the safety technology in the world. And every kid should have some of the safest cars. They should have the newest cars with the newest technology. But the reality is we don't make that decision because of affordability, and it's just not realistic. So even as parents, I don't love my kid less because I didn't buy them a Mercedes. I made a calculated decision on that. The other thing, you know, that I have to say is that council gave me a direction to find $1 million because financial affordability was a primary thing for council. If safety was the primary thing for council, if community benefit was the primary thing for council, I could say, well, I'll take the $240,000, I'll go to Chief 40 and say, hey Chief, give me 2 extra officers and I'll pay for their cars. I want them in Niagara Falls. Could they save another life? Could they do something better? Then the impact that we have on keeping communications in Niagara Falls versus St. Catharines. I can go to the EMS chief and say, Chief, here's $240,000 a year, here's $400,000 in capital. Could you put more paramedics on the street to help Niagara Falls residents? Would that have a bigger impact than, keeping communications here? This council had a state of emergency for homelessness, drug addiction and mental health. I could go get a mental health or addiction nurse to work with my bylaw officers and the NRP. Could that save additional life? We had an unfortunate death on the Chippewa River, on the Welland River in Chippewa. I pay St. John's Ambulance a pittance. I could double their budget. Would that save a life? So when you look at it, the savings that are there, or just Gerald in bylaw, if he was here, what could we do for additional money? Or if it's homelessness or affordable housing, which has a whole bunch of ripple effects in the community, I could go borrow $3 million and put $3 million in affordable housing today with the savings that are here. Does that have a bigger impact in Niagara Falls for safety of the residents, for the health of the community, than a dispatch in Niagara Falls versus being dispatched in St. Catharines? As a CAO, I have to weigh those things. As council, you have to weigh those things. As the association, they don't have to weigh those things. And that's the difference of opinion. It's an easy decision to say, keep everything the same. Keep raising taxes. Don't invest in the emerging issues of the community. Underinvest in that. We spend nothing on drug addiction as a city. But my inbox is full with drug addiction issues on the street. So as a council, if you told me safety was a priority and not $1 million savings, I'd probably still make the recommendation. Because when I came to council, I've always said, I look at the spend that is generating the least amount of benefit. I'm not saying it generates no benefit. I'm not saying that it's wasted dollars. But could I generate more benefit for the community by diverting the spend someplace else? And if safety was the priority, I got a lot better ideas than maintaining a call center in Niagara Falls. And council should weigh those decisions. The association, with all due respect, that's not their job. Their job is to represent their members. And that's why that's why there's a difference of opinion. When we talk about affordability, I just want to put it in context. What does $240,000 or $250,000 mean? If you told me, Burgess, you got to go get it out of arenas, I have to close the Chippewa Hockey Arena. That's the impact on the community. $250,000 will not fall easily out of the budget. If I told Bill's clerk's department, $250,000, that's half his budget. The budget, if for comms or for that is 0.8% of the fire budget alone. 0.8%, less than a percent. It's half a bill's budget. If it's pools and aquatics, which we spend a lot of time around here, it's more than 30% of the pool's budget, $240,000. I'd have to close all the outdoor pools. So when I make these decisions, I have to weigh all these other variables before I make a presentation to this council. It is a complex decision. And what I would say is that, I'd also want to reverse the question sometimes when I ponder these things. If I came to you today and said, comms doesn't exist in Niagara Falls. Hey, I want to build a comms department for our fire department. This is how much it's going to cost. Where would you rank that out of all the priorities that the city has? Would you say, yes, let's build a comms department. Forget about affordable housing. Don't put $3 million in affordable housing. Put it in a comms department in Niagara Falls. This is how I analyze these problems. So I understand that there may be a disagreement on this. I just want council to understand that these are tough decisions. And the other thing, what I like about this being in open session, is the cost of fire services is a struggle, not just for Niagara Falls, but for most communities in Ontario. The costs are rising, and we don't know how to control it. So no matter how council votes tonight, my only ask as a CAO is that we have more discussions on fire. Fire is the single biggest departmental budget we have. We almost never talk about it. It never comes up at a council debate. There are significant issues going on in fire that we should be talking about, that the taxpayers should understand. They should understand what a 24-hour shift is and what that means. They should understand about retention pay. They should understand, what is happening with the cost of equipment and what's our fleet strategy like. We spend far more time analyzing a pool than we do a $30 million division that, frankly, we have, and I supported it. I've invested very heavily since my time here in fire. This isn't me about trying to cut down fire. I added staff to fire because I thought it was the right thing to do. I've added more staff to fire than I think the prior CAO did. So it's not about me against fire. It's about me trying to figure out, of all the things we have to deal with, where is the best bang for the dollar? It's the right price at the right service at the right time. That's what I come back to. And if this is important, if you told me, Burgess, you got an extra $250,000 in your budget and you got some capital, it's homelessness, it's mental health, it's affordable housing. That's where I'd put the money. But this council said, come back to me with $1 million worth of savings because the taxpayers were lined up here at budget time. So if council wants to put it back to the taxpayers' pocket, that's what was my initial thing. But if it's community safety or improving the community, lives of people in the community, I still back this decision. Because what I could do with that money, I believe, has a much better impact on it. There are lots of communities that have figured out how to do dispatch from somewhere else. I don't lose, the employees are taken care of. It is just down the street. There is flexibility if there's a governance change. So it was a well thought out decision. I didn't stand up here and say, go to the cheapest one because I'd be going to Tillsonburg. I didn't do that because I didn't think that was right. Didn't think it was right for the employees, didn't think it was right for the community. It wasn't about saving a nickel or a dime. It's about saving money and investing it somewhere else. Or investing it back to the taxpayer, because this council said taxpayers can't afford to stay in their homes with these taxes going up. We need to find something. And I can go and we can say anything you want about our fire department being whether they're the third or fourth most expensive, but what's the answer? Where am I going to save money? Because Councillor Patel, and I'll put her on the spot, she stood up during budget and said, well, Mr. CAO, what happens if you don't find the $1 million? And you can go back and replay what I said. I'll find it, but I doubt you guys will make the decision. And what I will tell you is the other cuts I got to do to find $1 million, people aren't keeping their jobs. Kids aren't playing hockey or swimming. Those are the cuts I have. Because if I can't touch fire, which is my biggest budget, everything else needs to take much bigger hits. And they are much smaller budgets, which means the service levels are much greater impacted. So that's the challenge I have. So safety is a concern, yes, but safety is always a decision. And like I said, if this was a major safety issue, then there are a lot of other towns that are doing it. And if I go to other examples, like I said, if you're in a war zone and you're NATO, you have joint forces that operate jointly, with different nations dealing with it. I think we can overcome those issues a lot easier than I can overcome some of the other issues. So, I'll answer questions on the report. I think the report was well laid out, but I wanted to put context in the council about this decision and the fact that you can't just have singular view on a particular item. I always tell this council every night's budget night, and a decision you make today impacts 9 other things that you can or can't do going forward. And I would just list some of those things. Like I said, if you don't want to give the money back to the taxpayers in the savings, and you told me come up, yeah. And if I went to 1,000 residents and had and explain, okay, this is what all the other communities are doing, with dispatch, we can keep dispatch, or we can have more police officers on the street, more paramedics on the street, mental health nurse on the street, deal with our homeless population, deal with what's going on, around the Main and Ferry area. My gut feeling is those other issues would win out. And it's not because I'm putting anyone in harm's way. Because I believe St. Catharines, I believe in our professional firefighters, they could handle the switch over. And I think they could be able to accommodate it very well. And I just, but like I said, it's council's decision. I'll execute it any way council wants it, but the implications of the decision does have an implication on fire, but it also has an implication on many other things, because then you don't have that money to give back to the taxpayer, or you don't have that money to give back into the community, into an investment that might drive more results. So I'll take any other questions.
Thank you, Mr. CAO. Do we have questions of council for the CAO? Councillor Strange?
And I agree with this here. We asked him to try to tighten our belt, and our tax levy, we're trying to bring it down as much as possible for the residents. And he's trying. He really is. He's trying. But this is something, I'm not an expert in this. I'm looking to the chief. I'm looking to Justin to find out whether they need this or not. They're saying, I'm not a guy that rappels down to the gorge or goes into a burning car to rescue somebody, or a burning house, or go up onto a helicopter and rappel into the water to save somebody. If they say that they need this service and that they need it, or seconds or minutes could be lost in miscommunication, whether it be with Renee from the helicopter, these guys are the experts. I'm not the expert. None of us in this council chambers are the experts in how to save people's lives. So if we can save seconds or minutes by keeping the service, and I'm not going to go against the chief and firefighters who are the experts in this. I'm not an expert in saving lives. I'm not an expert of going into a building or saving people's lives. And you mentioned about drug addiction. I remember there was one circumstance where one guy jumped in, I don't know if it was mental health, or he jumped in the canal 3 or 4 times, and then the last time one of our firefighters almost died. So it's something that I'm not an expert at. I'm not. But if we can find savings somewhere else, I don't want to take it away from this. I'd rather keep and maintain the current service.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments of the CAO of council? Yep, Councillor Baldinelli.
Is there a timeline on this decision to be made?
Well, the 2025 date's not going to move. Like I said in my report, I do have, I think there's risk in doing it ourselves. So I would give the chief and his team as much time as possible to, start the conversion process. The window to go to St. Catharines, I think, closes today. If you can't make a decision to say keep the call center in Niagara Falls, and then a year from now, or 2 years from now, or 3 years from now, say, you know what, it's not working out, I need to close the call center, because you won't be able to do it for contractual reasons. At that point in time, I would agree with the association that it would be against the contract at that point in time. And there is no guarantee that St. Catharines would say, yes, you know, we're going to come on, we'll take you. So once you spend the money and once you commit to it, the technology changes now with NG 911. Once you do it, you're locked into this decision for, unless, you know, until something else major changes.
No, I'm just saying, I'm asking, is today the drop date for a decision, or can it be deferred to another date?
I would not.
There's a lot of information that's come our way.
I would defer it to Chief Zambito, because, you know, if you lose another 30 days, that's 30 days less he has to move his system over. So, you know, I would defer that decision. I would say that the longer you take, the greater the risk is.
Chief, your input on the timing?
I do agree think is of the essence, and what I will add is that the second phase of funding that we received, the $189,000, I think it's in the report, the exact figure. If we don't spend any of that money, we'll have to return it back to the provincial government by the end of March.
Okay, I've got Councillor Patel and Councillor Nieuwesteeg. Oh, are you done, Councillor Baldinelli?
Our next meeting's in 3 weeks? Next week? Well, that's a special meeting. That's why I want to know. You said you until the end of March?
Yes, through you, Your Worship. It's not the last day of March, it's near the end of March, but I don't have that exact date. Might be in the report, but I don't believe the exact date is in there, but it is in March for sure.
Yeah, the next meeting is going to be what, March 19th? 3 weeks, yes, 3 weeks, March 19th. Getting down to the wire. Okay, I've got, you're done, I've got Councillor Patel. Yeah, Councillor Patel, and then Nieuwesteeg. And then I'll come to you, Councillor Thompson. Councillor Patel? Okay, Councillor Nieuwesteeg.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think there are two issues that we're hearing very loud and clear here, and one is a safety issue, and I know with respect to what the CEO has said, there's safety all over, but I do want to just address the safety part. So we're hearing two different things. The chief believes that there will be greater risks associated with service quality due to size outsourcing, and we'd not be able to provide the same level of service to our residents. And safety, just going back to Councillor Strange, is very important to our resident. On the other hand, the CEO believes that there will be decreased risk exposure on service quality due to size and integration going to the call center. At this point, I have no idea. We're hearing both sides, so safety is going to be I think it's 50-50, one side, the other side. So the other thing that comes very clear is the whole issue of cost, and I'm listening. I heard very loud and clear what the CEO is saying. It does strike a chord with us because yes, we want to support all of you because you do an amazing job for us, but we are responsible to our residents for cost and tax. And as Councillor Patel challenged the CEO, we need to find this $1 million. I'm now going to ask through you, Mr. Mayor, if our chief, it comes down to cost. Is there any way you can come back and say, we can do this call center, but let's go get other contracts so that we can negate this $240,000, so that we have that $240,000 that can be used can be used for the other residents? Is there any way that there's cost savings, something that can be creative, that we can manage to have both things, so we're responsible to our entire community? I realize you're responsible to this community, but as a whole, we're responsible to all the residents of Niagara Falls. So is there something? There's two other departments locally that outsource to Tilsonburg. Is there a chance that they can come on? There's also another cost to all that equipment that we already have. Is that for nothing too? So there's a whole bunch of costs all over. I think there was a lot of discussion, and Councillor Lococo was asking about us going to there's still a lot of uncertainties, whether we keep the call center here, what's it going to look like with the NG 911, but then is there going to be more costs if we go to St. Catharines too? So there's still a lot of uncertainties. But is there any way you can come back with some sort of plan to say this is a way we can save money so that we are responsible to everybody? So I'm putting the onus on you.
Through you, Your Worship,
Chief?
there was a lot in there, but I'm going to try my best to answer your question.
Sorry.
There is opportunities moving forward if council so wishes to make the commitment to keep our communications. We've had departments approach us, and ask us if we would take them over, but because of the nature of this conversation and we didn't know whether we were moving forward or not, we couldn't commit to those. But there is always a willingness, again, subject to contractual obligations between those municipalities. There's definitely an opportunity for us to absorb those other departments and communicate on that. What I will say also is that, as the CAO mentioned, we are in the middle of negotiations right now, and there's an ability to work towards and find efficiencies and cost savings through negotiations. It's very preliminary at this point. I can't really talk too much about that right now, but there's definitely another opportunity. I will say I completely understand, having gone through the budget process right now, that times are tough. Times are tough for our community. Times are tough for councillors to make difficult decisions. This is one of them, and we are challenged by the CAO every day to find efficiencies and cost savings, and we've done that through certain policies that we've implemented. With the additional hiring from this council. We did have additional staff, and I'll just remind, we managed to, in our fourth quarter last year, lower our overtime budget by $250,000. So unfortunately, we didn't have a full year's worth. So we are doing that, but in terms of dispatch and communications, absolutely, if that's the will of council, I will definitely entertain opportunities to absorb other communities.
Can you do more than that and come up with something that's very concrete? Because we're being challenged, and is there something that you can say yes definitively and come back fairly soon, so to Councillor Baldinelli's point, we can make the decision based on real facts?
Again, through you, Your Worship, specifically about Fort Erie and Welland, they're already in contractual obligations, and I'm sure they have an exit clause of some sort. So for me to tell you that there's definitely an opportunity for them to come, I don't know what those provisions are in those agreements between those municipalities, but I can definitely try to find other opportunities if they exist.
And you will look seriously and come and report back on something so we can balance out this 240,000 call center?
If that's what council wants, then that's what I will do.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And that's great. I think that's great. If we're able to bring on some other and help offset this, it helps. I've got Councillor Patel, and then Thompson, and then Strange. Oh, and then Lococo and Strange. So no, I've got Councillor Patel first. Councillor Patel, and then Thompson. No, we're going to go with Councillor Patel first. No, I had heard from before. I had her up from before. Go ahead, Councillor.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to everyone in this room, and Chief and Mr. CEO, I'm not going to repeat what Councillor Strange said. I'm a big supporter of first responder and our military, 100%. But what I'm concerned about is the saving for the taxpayer. We were here earlier this year, and we were earlier here last year when we were looking for savings, when we were talking about budget. And this year we gave Mr. CEO a challenge to save $1 million. And that $1 million cut has to be across the board. So if I understand what Councillor Nieuwesteeg said, that she wants to, and Councillor Strange said the same thing, that we want to bring other cities on board to mitigate this cost. But beside that, I would like to see savings coming from across the board from every department. So it's just not that. It's other savings has to come through this year. So if we are keeping this command center here, can we look for some more savings to support Mr. CEO's $1 million initiative? I'm asking everybody, because every department is going to get cut. Because I remember last year, even this year, after the budget passed, so many residents called us. They were all angry. They were saying, All you're doing is cutting services. You guys are not cutting your operating cost. Cut your cost. So cost has to cut across the board, every department. So I would like to see some cost-cutting measures from every department, including fire department. Thank you.
So maybe, depending on the direction we go, we can make that part of the motion that we ask them to come back with us, with some ideas. So that's a great idea. Now I got Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. I have spent my life with the fire department, and when I was mayor, we got the high hotels and the tourism, and I had the first time of dealing with the Niagara helicopter with the problems of tourists and the river, and this is not difficult to me, and the Niagara Falls people know all of the business and the how to carry it over properly, and 204,000 is not a problem with our city, that we could do the measure to look after that, and we're selling some property, and the tourism is coming back, and the casinos is going to be more money. So I think we should deal with this and to put it off, and I haven't had any problem dealing with this, and I will make a motion that we call the department of the Niagara Falls Fire, keep it going and not go to St. Catharines. That's my feeling.
Okay, so are you making that a motion now, Councillor Thompson? Yes. Okay. Yes. So, okay, and seconded by Councillor Strange. So you're asking for recommendation A, that we maintain the current operations for dispatch in Niagara Falls. Are you open to adding on what Councillor Patel suggested, that we ask the fire department to come back, you give us the insight into some future savings, and also that what Councillor Nieuwesteeg asked for, that we ask the chief to go talk to a couple of the other municipalities to see if it's possible that we could absorb them into our dispatch. Are you open to adding that to it as well?
I don't see why, if people are really upset about this, and I think we have to tell them we're gonna support them, and I would let
Well, so we'll support them, Councillor. We're going to support them, but we're asking for some information to come back to us.
No.
You're not open to that? No. Okay. So it's just simply A? Seconded by Councillor, yeah.
Yeah, I'll second that motion. I just wanted to talk again, and totally we can appreciate our CEO's comments, for sure.
Yeah.
I think this is something that, we're potentially going to save some money, but I'm only going by what these professionals are telling us. I'm not a firefighter. I'm not a guy that goes down and rescues people. I got to go if they think there's a delay of minutes or seconds that could save someone's life. I don't know how much you put $220,000 against someone's life. I don't think there's a comparison there. So I'll second Councillor Thompson's motion.
And I still have Councillor Lococo. Yeah, go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I can appreciate where the CAO is coming from. I can't imagine how hard this is to go through all of the costs and the savings and what to cut, and being told by council we need to do certain things, and being told by residents we need to do certain things. So I really appreciate these conversations. When we look at the cost of certainty that the CAO was just talking about, I think about the amalgamation of transit. We looked at that and we thought we had a plan, we thought we knew where we were going, we thought it was going to save money. And it hasn't. So amalgamation doesn't necessarily save money. Excuse me. I think we do need a commitment from all of our departments, all of us, to look for savings. We just had our budget, and I find that we have our budget once a year, but then throughout the year there's a lot of piecemeal things that come through and you have to make decisions. Excuse me. On our budget, there was a $700,000 for the Innovation Hub. To me, that's for a very few number of people. Fire department is for every single person in our community, every single visitor in our community. I think we need to re-look at our strategic plan. We can't ask staff to go back and cut things if our strategic plan sets things out for 10 years. We're going to do this, we're going to put a cricket pitch, a tennis pitch, a batting cage, all of these things that we put in our strategic plan. We as council have to look at that and revamp it. I know we've done it, but I think we're looking at very different times coming up. So my suggestion, and I would like to put a recommendation forward, excuse me, that we relook at the strategic plan and figure out what our levels of service are, figure out what our capital costs are going to be, look at the operating costs. A lot of it is piecemeal, and it's very hard to get a big picture to say, I want to spend this much money on this, but not this. Because we spend money on this and a little bit later something else comes up and then we have to make a decision. I think we need to completely revamp our strategic priorities and start from scratch. And what else did I want to say? That was all. I think $240,000 savings is worth what we could do to keep the fire department dispatch in Niagara Falls, and let's find other ways. And it's not just upon staff, we have to redo this.
Thank you. Councillor Baldinelli?
Well, very difficult. I support all you guys. I understand the toughness of being a firefighter, and I know many of you guys. But you're on our team, and we have to make decisions that are based on what's best for everybody. And everybody here can tell me, or can't tell me, that you make a good living. And a lot of the people in Niagara Falls are basically not making a good living, right? They're making minimum wage. This is what's major in this city. But I support firefighters, but I'd like to see those amendments come in. I think they're a team player just like we are. And if they can come back with some type of savings or some avenues of revenue that'll help cover the $240,000, that would be great. So I'd like to see amendments to that, to the proposal. Or a separate motion?
Okay, you want to do it like that? Okay.
Or
So
separate
there's
motion?
suggestion from so maybe we just do it as a separate motion.
With
So
the
we can
two
do two
additions,
parts?
yes.
Yeah, you can bring that back. Okay, so
That's-
why don't we vote on the one,
Right.
and then you can bring that forward.
Okay.
That sound good? Okay?
I would appreciate that, yeah.
Okay, so we got a motion by Councillor Thompson, second by Councillor Strange, that we approve recommendation A, to maintain the current operations of fire dispatch for the city of Niagara Falls. Everyone? Recorded vote, Mr. Clerk.
Clarification.
Clarification question?
Clarification, yes.
Yes, so
Sorry.
we vote on one, can we vote yes for both, or?
No, so
No,
there's
it's
gonna be
one.
two, this is the motion on the floor right now, is just for A, whether you support.
Alright.
I got it, Councillor. I got it. So you're just voting for A, whether you want to keep dispatch Niagara Falls. That's what this vote is simply. And then Councillor Baldinelli is going to make another motion after for the amendments.
Which says we are in favor of keeping the call.
No, it doesn't, that will be done. This will be bringing savings ideas back and also trying to get some other departments to be
Okay,
part
so
of
two
our
separate
fire.
motions.
Yes,
Okay.
correct, yeah. Okay, Mr. Clerk, we're ready.
Your worship, the current motion on the floor is that council directs staff to maintain current operations of fire dispatch for the city of Niagara Falls. Councillor Baldinelli.
No. Yes, yes, yay. Sorry, just getting a little confusing.
So just to repeat, we're maintaining the current operations for dispatch in the city of Niagara Falls. And your vote is
Yay.
in favor, correct? In favor?
Correct.
Councillor Lococo.
In favor?
Councillor Nieuwesteeg.
In favor.
Councillor Patel.
In favor.
Councillor Strange.
In favor?
Councillor Thompson.
Yes.
And Mayor Diodati.
I'm for.
And that passes unanimously.
Thank you for that. Now, Councillor Baldinelli, if you want to put your motion forward.
Motion is to have the fire department come back with some cost savings measures, and also with the fire chief to possibly come back with revenue sources for the on-call center.
Right, for some other departments potentially
Yes.
to join. Got it. And that's seconded by Councillor Patel, okay? So, recorded?
Yeah.
Okay, recorded again, Mr. Clerk.
Councillor Baldinelli. Councillor Lococo.
In favor?
Councillor Nieuwesteeg.
In favor.
Councillor Patel.
In favor.
Councillor Strange.
In favor.
Councillor Thompson.
No.
Mayor Diodati.
In favor.
And that carries.
Thank you, folks. Have a great night. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to put, Mr. Mayor?
Oh, wait-
Sorry,
wait a
I'd like to
minute,
put
wait a minute,
another
wait a minute.
motion forward. I brought it up as a recommendation, and I was waiting for Councillor Baldinelli's. I'd put a motion forward that we review our strategic plan and our 10-year plans to see if there's any changes that we can make to save some money.
Councillor, that's out of order. We're dealing with fire right now. You'll have to do that as a notice of motion. That's a different direction. I'm not going to accept that motion.
Okay,
Yep,
thank
go
you.
ahead, Mr. Canestraro. Floor is yours.
I once again want to thank this council for continuing your investment. I can tell you that we will work with the chief to come up with something, okay? I can vow to you that we will come back with something that we can do as a team and work together. Not something that we normally do as an association, but it's something that I will say we will make every attempt to come back with some savings. Thank you on behalf of everybody behind me and all the residents of Niagara Falls.
And on behalf of us, we appreciate you. Thank you for your time. Thank you. No, shh, decorum. Councillor. She got caught up in the moment. I know. You weren't here. You were out of the room, I declared. No, decorum, eh? Look at that Hicks guy.
I know.
Yeah.
I know.
I didn't even see you.
Oh, I did.
You're absorbed in between them all.
I told them, usually when there's some issue, people that come as soon as the issue is done, they're gone. They won't stick around.
I can't believe no one's sticking around for the rest of the meeting. So early, and it's so much
We are
fun to
setting a
have.
record. We're almost midnight, so
Right, Stan? A lot of fun.
we're close.
All right, Mr. Clerk, where are we? We bypassed a couple. 8.1, right?
Yeah, we can continue with reports and go back to 8.1 on the agenda.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Clerk. We are at 8.1, Main Street Chippewa Road construction. There are 3 recommendations. Basically, that we go with the lowest bidder, Viaco Construction, to do the Main Street and Chippewa reconstruction, Sodom Road to Dock Street. Looking for motion by Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Baldinelli. All those in favor? That's unanimous.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes,
Mr.
yes.
Mayor, I have a question.
Yes, go ahead, Councillor.
We just went through the budget process, and this is $1,100,000. Why now? Why didn't we know about it before? I know nothing's perfect, and when things happen, and we have to pay for them and that sort of thing. But this is where sometimes our money goes. Why now?
Okay, we'll go to Mr. Nicol.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. We knew at the time that the budget was being prepared that we would likely need an amendment for 2024. What we didn't know is how much, so we needed to go back out to tender. I could have come before you and asked for about 1.8 million to make sure that we were meeting the average tender price or contingencies, but I felt like it would be appropriate to come in as low as possible with the accurate number, so we decided to tender it and then come back, and that explains the value that you see in front of you today.
Councillor, you good? Okay, thank you. So we voted on that. Were you in favor of that, Councillor? Okay, great. That's unanimous, Mr. Clerk. Item 8.2, that's South Chippewa Infrastructure Improvement Cost Sharing. There are 3 recommendations from staff that staff be directed to enter into cost sharing on the upsizing of the sanitary sewer and water main along Sodom Road. And that's basically what the direction of the 3 recommendations are. Looking for motion, Councillor Strange, seconded Councillor Nieuwesteeg. All those in favor? Okay, Councillor Lecoq, you're opposed?
Opposed.
Oh, okay. 8.3 we did. Now we go into the consent agenda. Okay, oh, hold on, Councillor. We've got Councillor Lecoq. Did you want to pull one, Councillor Lecoq?
Yes, thank you. I wanted to pull 9.2, the parking meters, and 9.3, Chippewa speed control.
Okay, let's do 9.2 then.
I was wondering if we could, through the mayor, I guess, to Mr. Nicol, $98,000 is a lot of money for machines. What is the ROI on them? When do they pay for themselves?
Mr. Nicol?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Each machine receives a different amount of traffic, so it's really hard to answer that question. In the dense core, that machine could pay for itself right away. I think the question can only be answered if you know what alternatives to that machine could be. So, I really don't have a great answer for you today. What we're hoping to do is have machines that last a lot longer than the old machines that were there.
Okay, thank you.
Did you want to add?
Just for Councillor Coco's information, Mr. Brown did an analysis, and we've removed machines that weren't getting a sufficient payback period. And we've gone to the, what's it called? Yeah, the Honk Mobile, but the one that you don't need the app for also. So Mr. Brown does an analysis of payback period on each of the machines, and we've actually reduced a few of them.
Okay.
Okay.
And then
9.3?
Yeah, Chippewa Parkway speed control.
Parkway. It's great that the speed bumps are reducing, but if you look at the speeds, the speed limit is 40, and most of the speeds are so much more than 40, 58, 55, like even the reduced speed after 51, 48, 49, 50. There's a couple that are below 40, but they're all above. Is there anything else that we could be doing? Is that not a safety concern?
Mr. Nicol?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, as the report indicates, that road will be subject to reconstruction. When we look at reconstruction, we'll look at additional traffic calming measures like bump outs or lane narrowing to help reduce the speeds. For now, we think it's the best we can accommodate within the road section that we have today.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So motion from Councillor Thompson to approve the consent agenda, seconded by Councillor Patel. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, that's unanimous, Mr. Clerk. So we go to 10, communications and comments of the city clerk. So the clerk's suggesting that we approve and support 10.1 through 10.7. Do we have a motion to that effect? Councillor Strange, second by Councillor Baldinelli. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. And just very quickly, that's flag raising for Polish Constitution Day, May the 3rd. Proclamation request for Jewish Heritage Month for the month of May. Proclamation request Knights of Columbus Week. That'll be April 21st through 28th. Proclamation request for World Autism Day, April the 2nd. Proclamation request Apraxia Awareness Day, May the 14th. Flag raising request Italian Heritage Month is for June. And flag raising request for Children's Mental Health Awareness, May 6th through 11th. So, did we vote on that? Yes, we did. We voted on that. Thank you. Okay, now we're at 11, communications and comments of the city clerk. What was the last one titled?
Same title,
The same title?
different direction.
Oh, okay.
These are to receive and file.
Oh, got it. Oh, I see what you're doing. Very clever. Okay, our clerk has put a different one. These are receive and file, 11.1 through 11.3, but I just glued in now. Okay, motion by Councillor Thompson, second by Councillor Strange. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. Thank you for that. Then we go to 12, communications and comments of the city clerk again, the third time. So 12.1, Fallsview BIA budget. So recommendation that we approve their budget. Councillor Patel, seconded by Councillor Nieuwesteeg. All those in favor? Okay, that's approved. Thank you. 12.2, Victoria Centre BIA budget. So this is the recommendation that we approve their budget for 2024. Approved by Councillor. Oh.
Sorry.
Yeah, I'm coming to you, Councillor. Okay, we just have questions by Councillor Lococo. Yes, Councillor Lococo?
Not a question,
Oh.
just a correction. The administrator called me today. In the letter, it says board meeting of January 14th, 2022. It should be 2024
In the minutes.
in the letter.
In the, I see. Gotcha. Okay. Okay, so we'll make that notation. And motion, I'm sorry, who made the motion again? Councillor Patel, seconded by Councillor Thompson? Yep. All those in favor? Okay, it's approved? Okay. Ratification of in-camera, Mr. Clerk.
Thanks, Your Worship. For the items that were in camera tonight, the only thing that we're going to ratify is that council approved the potential sale of land located at 4200 Queen Street, and the rest of the subject matters is direction to staff.
Look for a motion to ratify in camera.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I was opposed to that.
Okay. Okay, so we're looking for a motion to ratify in camera. Councillor Strange, seconded by Councillor Baldinelli. All those in favor? Okay, so with one opposed, Councillor Lococo opposed. And now we have item 14, Councillor Nieuwesteeg's motion. Mr. Clerk, do we need to read that, or does it just need to be on the agenda?
I think it would be appropriate for Councillor Nieuwesteeg to introduce the motion. Again, this was on last agenda, brought forward as a notice of motion, and for the purpose of tonight's meeting, it does appear as an actual motion. Once she finishes introducing that, then we could entertain a seconder.
Okay. Councillor, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That the region be asked to consider amending bylaw 96-2006, a bylaw to establish criteria for applications for tax deferrals by low-income seniors and low-income disabled persons to remove the $200 threshold as identified in definition of eligible deferral amount and throughout the bylaw.
Okay, motion.
Sorry, can I just, I remember the article came out, there was a lot of comments below the comments, and a lot of people didn't understand what actually was going on with what she's trying to do. I don't know if our Tiffany or anybody can explain, or James, is he on? Or yourself?
Okay, all right.
Put you in the hot
So
seat.
CAO.
Unfortunately, originally it was my idea, but the intent is, currently the region has a similar program, but the property taxes have to go up a significant amount before you can apply for the program. We have a program that it doesn't matter what the taxes go up, you can get the credit back currently. what the program we have today is you get an $80 check, doesn't matter what it is. The $80 isn't enough as, you know, property taxes start to increase to really keep seniors in their home. And the challenge with the regional program is that you have to have taxes go up by a certain amount before the program ever kicks in. And there's very few people who ever qualify for that program. Now, we've been in discussions with the region and they kind of recognize that, and they didn't really have a good reason why they set that limit. So for us, from a legal point of view, to have this program, the region has to make that change in the bylaw and we can run our program there. But the intent of the program is that low-income seniors, no matter what we raise our taxes by, will be able to get their taxes reduced by an amount that council's going to set. So let's just assume it's $500 a year. We'll give them a $500 credit. They can take that credit each year so that they're paying $500 less in taxes every year until that amount accumulates to, again, an amount that will be determined by council. Let's say it's $10,000. When they sell their house, they'll pay us back the $10,000. So when they're in their house and they need support from us, we're giving them the support. And when then they've sold their house because of, for whatever reason, then the taxpayers get paid back that amount. It's like an interest-free loan we're giving low-income seniors that we'll collect back once the house is, once they're no longer living in that house. So it's a much richer program than what we do today. And Councillor Nieuwesteeg was on the, I'm going to get the committee wrong, but Seniors Advisory Committee. And it was quite interesting, and Councillor Campbell was there too, because they actually had some really good input on how to structure the program. And the educational piece, they said, will have to be a very big part of that program to explain it to seniors. But once they understood it, they said they actually sent a motion to council endorsing it once they understood it. But the educational piece, I agree with you, Councillor Strange, will need to be taken. But I view it as an interest-free loan. Some people call it a reverse mortgage. I view it as an interest-free grant. That the taxpayers advance them while they need the help, and when they no longer need the help, the taxpayers get their money back.
Okay, and that, this is just for seniors?
It's for low income seniors or those on ODSP. So you have to be on guaranteed income supplement for a low income senior, or on ODSP for those on disability.
Okay, and what would happen in circumstances, say you made it $10,000 and they made that up to that senior or whatever, once they sell, or what happens to them once?
Council could,
if it goes over to a family member, the house?
No, so once they're no longer the owner, we have a lien on
And
it.
you can't switch to a
No.
family member, you can't inherit it?
No, well, once the title transfers, we get the money.
Okay, and what about if someone claimed bankruptcy?
Well, you claim bankruptcy, you still have to sell the house, and because it's registered on the house, then every bank knows that there's an amount owing. So when you, no different, you claim bankruptcy, we have what's called a priority claim anyways. We collect our property taxes. And that's not as big of a risk in this case.
Okay.
He's not a firefighter, he's a solicitor. That's what he is. Look at those questions, that was good. I've got Councillor Patel. She's been throwing things at me so I get attention. And I've got you too, Councillor Coco, I see you too.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. CEO. In this motion, there is no staff report, so what exactly are we voting on?
In this report, we're voting on giving staff direction to send a letter to regional council to request that change in the bylaw.
That's
and
all we, okay.
That is all we're doing because we can't run this program without it. We've been in discussions with staff, with regional staff on this matter. And it's been a discussion at the regional treasurer's thing. So what we'll do is we'll send a more fulsome report to regional council. There was a previous report to this council on this program, but we'll send the report and we'll work with the regional staff to bring it to council, and they'll present it in the best way. Because my feeling is regional staff will probably support this also, and it'll go to that council.
So what, to Councillor Strange's questions, would we have a report coming to us in the future?
Yes, so once the region allows us to, would agree to make the changes that we're asking for, then we'll bring another report to this council that will give the details of the program out fully, and then we can educate it. But I don't want to start something, if the region's not going to do it, I don't want to go down the road and invest that time. So we need the region to say, yes, we will adapt our bylaw.
So we will vote on it in a later date?
Yes, that's
Okay.
correct.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We do need a second.
Mr. Mayor?
Oh, I'm sorry, yes, Councillor
I'll
Lococo.
second it.
Okay, thank you. We do have a seconder. Councillor Lococo?
Just a couple of questions. I did some research on some other cities that do this, and I'm glad to hear that it's going to be interest-free. It's a grant, that there's no charge, because some municipalities charge 5% or more. Is there going to be a fee or an admin fee? I saw some that were a $200 one-time fee, a $50 per year fee. Are there going to be any fees associated with this?
Yeah, the recommendation is we'll have a fee, but we'll back in the fee when the initial recommendation will be up for council's decision, but staff's recommendation is that we would have a fee at the end of when they're withdrawing from the program. So we would apply an administration fee to clear the lien and all that stuff at the end of the program. That's the early recommendation at this point in time. It may change after we take a fulsome look at it. But I agree with you, Councillor. I don't like the interest. I don't like the annual fees. That's not something I'd want to recommend because I think that takes away from the program.
Disagree. And one final notation. I know that our rebate, you had to be 65 or on ODSP. ODSP is the provincial disability. There's a federal disability as well. Can we look into a federal disability recipient to receive the benefit?
Yeah, that question has come up. We have a harder time administrating it based upon the federal guidelines, but we'll take a further look at it. But the income thresholds are different. So, and this is targeted at low-income individuals. So we will take a further look at it, but there is complexity if you add in the federal disability credit.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So we do have our motion from Councillor Nieuwesteeg, seconded by Councillor Patel. We'll call the vote now. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. And now we go to the, is it the bylaws or we got new business? Yeah, new business. Do we have any new business?
Councillor Lococo is there.
Councillor, okay, I've got Councillor Patel, then Councillor Lococo.
Actually, I just want, new business is just an invitation. I sit on the DEI committee, and DEI committee is, I sit on a DEI committee for our city, and the DEI committee is hosting a DEI summit.
Summit?
Yeah, summit, March 4th, and there is an invitation for that.
Oh, there it is.
So I just want to invite all the council and all the staff if they can attend, and I believe Mayor is delivering some remarks there.
I think I am.
I think you are
it should
too.
be exciting. Or not.
So during the summit, we have a.
Is she trying to attract people to it? Attract people to it.
Clearly, turn them off from going.
So we have a director from Welland Multicultural Center, Janet Madum, is the keynote speaker, and we have a panel discussion with 3 other panelists, and Niagara Regional Police Services Inspector Paul, I'm sorry, I'll forget his last name. He's moderating the whole panel discussion.
Oh, good.
And we're expecting up to 100 people to come there.
And what day is that?
March 4th from 1 to 4.
What day?
It's Monday.
It's a Monday. Okay. Okay. Monday, March the 4th, 1 till 4 at the exchange. Is there a cost?
Oh, it's all free.
It's free.
Parking, everything is free.
Will there be donuts or anything?
Yes, there will be donuts.
There'll be donuts,
or something,
Councillor
yes.
Strange. There'll be
I'm not saying donuts, I'm saying
Yeah.
some snacks.
Yeah, he'll
there will
come.
be something
He'll be there.
there.
Yep.
There'll be some swags there too, like bags and stuff.
Oh, he'll be there
So
for sure. He'll bring Susie too. Yeah.
It's just raising the awareness about DEI, especially at the workplaces and other small businesses.
And for people at home that don't know what that stands for, DEI.
Diversity, equity, and inclusion.
Okay, good. So that's what, I just want to make sure, because people at home going, they heard it so
Yep.
quick, DEI, they don't even know what it is. What is that? You know?
And I would appreciate if they'll send all the councillors and staff the invitation. I would appreciate if everybody can promote that on their social media. so we can have more turnout, more people can come out.
That'd be great, even if you could re-email it to all of us and ask
Yeah.
us to do that, and then we'll put it out. That's a great idea.
Definitely, yeah.
Yeah.
Thank
Excellent,
you.
thank you for that. I've got Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. For notice of motion after our discussions today regarding looking at cost savings and not having all of the information at one time, I'd like to put a notice of motion forward that we review our strategic plan and all of our master plans.
Okay, all right, thank you for
Cost
that.
savings.
Yep, thank you for that.
of services.
Thank you. Do we have any other new business or notices of motion? No, so, okay, the bylaws. Need to give it, yes?
First, second, third reading.
Oh, okay. Motion by Councillor Patel, second by Councillor Thompson, that we give the bylaws a first, second, and third reading. All those in favor? Okay, that's approved.
Motion for adjournment.
Motion for adjournment, Councillor Patel, second by Councillor Thompson. All in favor? I'm opposed. I want to hang around a little bit longer. Excellent. Thank you, everybody.